teams competing for a place at the International Wildcard Tournament at Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. It all starts here at the Winter Regionals. Let's get into the action. Day one of the Winter Regional kicked off with the reigning champions Team Immunity up against first-time qualifiers CMS. Immunity almost forfeited the match after they were late getting to the game. They were doctor banned for every 5 minutes they were late and were 1 minute away from a full disqualification. Putting that behind them though, IM were dominant from the opening bell. Spooks' Lee Sin was on target, securing first blood for Swiffer's LeBlanc and remaining aggressively present and on point throughout the game. In a quick 25-minute match using their trademark lane dominance into crisp rotations, IM put CMS to rest. However, in Game 2, it was CMS's jungler Feelings' turn for some payback, as he came out of the gate strong, claiming first blood while counter-jungling Spooks' Shaco. Shortly after, he secured yet another kill on Swiper's Tryndamere, continuing CMS's advantage. This proved to be just a momentary respite though, as Immunity roared back to crush the mid-game and re-establish their dominant stamp on the match, reminding them why their bot lane is the most feared in the region. Rosie's aggressive support style on Blitzcrank was the name of the game, as he made play after play, along with a kill steal or two, and overdrove Immunity to victory. Securing the Series 2-0, Immunity is showing they are still the team to beat in the Winter Regional. Match 2 pitted the debuting team Avongard Ascension against Curse, who was shut out of a spot at the Autumn Finals by Immunity. Both teams fought tooth and nail in a back-and-forth display of force that spanned the first 25 minutes of the game. However, Ares' support Annie proved to be just too much for Avongard Redemption, continuing to make play after play and help secure a win in Game 1. Game 2, however, was a different story, with Curse in the driver's seat across the board. The bot lane muscle of Aryan Boat was just too much for Avongard Redemption's Spoil and Squiggle, especially in conjunction with Colo's offensive use of teleport. In the end, however, it was Keen's Nidalee whom spearheaded them to victory, as toss after toss found their mark, just devastating the health of his victims. This victory for Curse sets up a rematch for the Autumn Regional match versus Immunity in the second round. The hype around this game was all about Team UTS. The Dark Horse team came out of nowhere to win the Winter Arena qualifiers, but everyone wanted to know how a university team would fare against the big dogs. The match started surprisingly even, with Chenny Boy's LeBlanc reprimanding Choo-Choo's trademark Yasuo. The laning phase was completely solid for Team UTS. All of that changed when Avongard Ascension's veteran shot calling came into play. UTS tried, but they just couldn't keep up. Game 2 saw Avongard Ascension channeling Curse and going completely beast mode after a win. With intense early game aggression by Carbon's Elise, they set the pace of the game and never let up. UTS tried valiantly to hit back, but ultimately Avongard Ascension were in the zone and clinched a convincing 2-0 victory. The theme of this next match was patience. Coming into this game, NV were coming off a second-place finish at the Autumn Regional and were expected to crush your Soul Shell Chopper. The laning phase went as expected for Team NV. Heaven's Soraka was dominant in the mid lane, and First Mate was being his usual aggressive self on Twitch. Their prowess gave NV paramount control, allowing them to snowball and handily take objectives. With a substantial gold lead over your Soul Shell Chopper, it should have been lights out. The only problem was, no one gave them the memo. With NV pushing into their base, taking inhibitors at will, your Soul Shell Chopper rallied and fought tooth and nail to try and hold on. In the final surge into their base, NV confidently charged in, relying on Mattress's impressive Leona ults to seal your Soul Shell Chopper's fate. They weren't intimidated though. They met the charge head on and closed ranks around Denian's Lucian to keep him alive. NV started to fall. Stunned, NV tried to backpedal, but it was too late. Your Soul Shell Chopper had tasted blood and went in for the kill. With NV losing 4 members, your Soul Shell Chopper rushed down to end the game. An epic comeback in Game 1 to the underdogs. Game 2 saw a riled-up NV respond with authority. They once again took a commanding lead in every lane, aggressively taking an early dragon and shoving your Soul Shell Chuffer off objectives. This continued for ages until NV simply ran out of objectives to take outside of YSC's base. NV were wary this time, however, refusing to overcommit. YSC didn't care. With more than 70 minutes of game time, YSC still refused to surrender an inch of their base without a fight. With countless barons and a 20,000 gold lead, NV finally had to commit to a full frontal assault. NV realized too little too late what was afoot, their team melting around them one by one. In full home guards, YSC fortified against the onslaught, going 3 for 0 in the final fight. Jack Attack's teleport down the mid lane gave them footing they needed to catch lightning in a bottle twice and obliterate NV's Nexus in an epic 75-minute comeback. This hard-fought victory for your Soul Shell Chuffer unlocks their face-off against Avongard Ascension in round 2. The competition will be fierce as Oceania's top teams battle it out to see who will emerge as the victors for a shot at Worlds.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome everybody to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I'm of course Max Atlas Anderson, joined as usual by Jake Spawn Tiberi. How you doing, Jake? We've got some fantastic games today.
Yeah, and none better than game 1, which is against Avongard Ascension versus your Soul Shell Chuffer. And what a game this is going to be.
Oh yeah, especially if it has anything to do with the last game that we saw last weekend. Of course, your Soul Shell Chuffer taking down Team NV in the most epic fashion that we've ever seen.
Yeah, 2 really long games. Your Soul Shell Chuffer showing how patient they are as a team, how experienced and how the experience of some of their players came through, and they were just able to wait for the perfect opportunity. The mistakes that came through from Team NV in the game ultimately cost them that game, with Denny coming up absolutely massive.
So massive. The angry guy on the porch, as we said in the game.
But let's not forget about Avongard Ascension, who also came off a really convincing 2-0 against UTS. Carbon on that Elise in game 2, showing how powerful he is in that jungle, maybe expecting a ban to be thrown his way.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, Choo Choo's as well in game 1 on that Yasuo as well. I mean, we were hyping that one up. Didn't have the best early game, but still, he's just so good on that champion. And the late game was just brilliant, especially coupled with Minky Whale on that Lulu, who bought him a Jais. So definitely did well.
Minky Whale bringing us into our first key matchup of the series, which is, of course, Minky Whale against... it's Cardred against Denny in the first matchup, and that's an also really exciting matchup. We already spoke about how exciting Denian was on that AD, playing Lucian in both games, and able to really carry his team to victory, especially in that game 1.
Yeah, it's true. And both of these players both really, really love playing Lucian as well. So we'll see whether that's a key pickup. Of course, Cardred in the autumn round of 8 played a lot of Sivir as well. He played basically only Sivir and Lucian in that whole series. So Sivir, of course, fallen out of favor a little bit. So it does put him on that Lucian almost exclusively. So we'll see whether he's changed it up, whether he's picking up anything else, or whether Denian goes back to his Ashe, you know, some of his exciting picks from his bout in the round of 8.
Yeah, and Cardred might almost warrant a ban on that Lucian this series, especially because Denian does have those backup AD carriers. As you mentioned, the Ashe that he can fall back to and really still have that level of comfort, whereas, as we said, Cardred, really only that Sivir and that Lucian that we've seen recently, especially in competitive play. Yeah,
and of course, Sivir played by double lift a bit, but apart from that, not many people playing that one at all. So there's some exciting matchups though here. Little Cutie Cheese versus Choo Choo's as well in that middle lane. That is going to be outrageous just because both players are so aggressive.
Yeah, 2 super aggressive mid lanes and 2 very different champion pools. Of course, Choo Choo's favouring that Yasuo, Little Cutie Cheese loving the Swain, loving the Ziggs that we saw in game 1. So 2 very diverse and different champ pools, but both super aggressive.
Yeah, they really are. Of course, we do have 2 best of 3s today. Of course, this is the upper bracket match, and the loser of this is going to go down to that lower bracket, and the winner is going to go through to Supernova into that round of 4. So really, really important match. And after that, we've, of course, got UTS taking on Team NV in the lower bracket of our next group. So the loser of that one will actually get kicked out of the round of 8. So both of these matches really, really important for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, the Supernova spot's so important for these teams, especially...
And securing it early is really, really good too.
Yeah, especially because the winner does get to go through to that
wild card. That Cologne in Germany, oh my goodness, it's just going to be absolutely amazing. Hopefully we can get the best of the Oceanic players here as we get into Champion Select here as well. And this is another thing that we've spoken about quite a bit, is the fact that Little Cutie Cheese needs to get that Ziggs banned away against him. Cassidy being taken off the board as well, and Swain taken away. They are target banning Little Cutie.
As you said, 2 perfect target bans towards that mid lane, just really wanting to get their carry of Choo Choo's going, and obviously not very confident doing it against Little Cutie Cheese, and they hit back straight away with that Yasuo ban.
Yeah, they might actually be able to first pick this Orianna as well, which is another one of Little Cutie Cheese's really, really loved comfort picks, and Choo Choo's plays that one as well. So we'll see whether they do go for that one, because I don't know what Cutie Cheese is going to pick up if they're gone.
Lulu also being taken off the board here. Kha'Zix's the last ban, so just getting rid of that really strong mid laner and jungle. And the Syndra pick comes through first for Choo Choo, so obviously really wanted that pickup, willing to first pick it.
Yeah, and LeBlanc is still available, but as we saw, Keen played the Syndra into LeBlanc just the other day, and he just did so incredibly well. Just scatter the weakening, all those distortions, and nullifying a lot of that damage. So we'll see whether they're trying to bait out the LeBlanc pick, because I don't know, because I think that Little Cutie Cheese is probably going to default to Orianna.
Yeah, I think the Orianna pick is logical here, especially if they do go with the hyper carry that is Jax. We saw Jack attack on that, obviously moved away to Ascend. Maybe not
a bit of a troll pick up here.
Not a very meta pick at the moment, it seems. So not expecting that one to come through, although YSSC are really taking a long time to pick up their first 2 picks.
Yeah, they're trying to decide what they want to take away. I think Lucian, as they're hovering right now, is a really intelligent pick. As we were discussing the AD matchup before, Lucian just really contested from both of these guys, and that is going to be locked in. Zahi actually takes away Carbon's Lee Sin as well, so that's definitely a good idea. I think that the Elise is going to come out from Carbon, though, because he just loves that champion.
Yeah, so the trifectas of junglers, obviously Kha'Zix's being taken off the board, now Lee Sin's picked up, so I think the logical choice here is to go Elise, although they don't have to pick it yet.
Yeah, they could take the Evelyn as well, and they can pick it way down the roster.
Yeah, I don't think that Jack Attack does play Lee Sin in that top lane. I think he's more known for his tanks, or maybe that Rumble pickup.
Yep.
So not expecting the Lee Sin in the top lane as Leona is being hovered over.
Ooh, they do take the Evelyn though.
Eve gets locked in, so that's a very, very risky pickup again, especially against such an aggressive early game jungler like that Lee Sin.
Yeah, so they don't want to give away their top laner just yet. Of course, the Jax was available, so that might have been a good idea to take that one away.
And we saw Jack Attack on Jax in the second game of the last series. Obviously able to get to the super late game where he was really, really farmed, but not able to do much in the way of split pushing in the mid game. So maybe they're actually not that scared of Jack Attack's Jax, and maybe he'll default back to a tank here.
Yeah, that might be what he decides to go with. Kale is the hover here for Little Cutie Cheese, just going through some champions that he feels like he can play, and of course, that lends itself. Kale lends itself to Little Cutie Cheese's playstyle just because you can be so aggressive.
And the other thing it does is it also, with this pick potential from Leona, from the really long-range stun of Syndra, just gives that breath of you're not going to get exploded straight away. Like, just give your AD carry a little bit of a second chance, and we do know that Denian is really aggressive in his playstyle.
He really is, and of course Flying Jew getting his Thresh as well. I mean, flying in on those descents is the aim of the game here, and Graves getting locked in almost instantly. Considered a bit of a counter here to Lucian in some people's eyes. We'll see whether Denian does consider that one a counter because he's so comfortable on the Lucian.
And the level 2 that comes out of the Graves Leona is so strong in this matchup. Just so much burst damage with that Sunlight package, with that buckshot. And we also see Renekton being locked in, so maybe a preemptive counter to what could be a Jax pickup.
Yeah, could be a Jax pickup. Could also be a Shyvana who doesn't struggle too much in that lane either. So that might be what Jack Attack does decide to go with. Of course, another tanky champion, and he's not going to get countered by the Trundle, which is what he's hovering right now.
So Trundle, really smart pickup because there's only going to be 2 tanks, and Eve takes a long time to get to her tank stage, which is later game. Obviously, having to pick up the Spirit Lizard goes normally for either, if you're really aggressive, a Blade of the Ruined King, but generally a nice MR sword.
Yeah, yeah, the Hex Drinker maybe?
Hex Drinker, that's the one.
Fantastic.
So
we'll get there in the end.
Generally goes towards that. So I really do like the Trundle pickup just because it will be able to shred that armor.
And of course, Eclipse Leona as well gets a lot of tanky stats from that ability.
Yeah, that's another really good point, actually.
So we'll see whether that's what they decide to go with. Of course, the early aggression coming out of Avongard Ascension is massive here with this champion pool. Of course, once they all start hitting level 6, Syndra's level 6 is massive, and that Trundle has been locked in. I'm really scared for the late game potential here of YSC just because they're monstrous. The Kale and, of course, that Trundle as well just getting huge.
And in particular, now that Jack Attack has hovered over taking that Summoner teleport spell, whereas Minky in the top lane has actually gone super aggressive, obviously wants to exert some early game pressure and has picked up the Ignite. We actually saw Colo last week do the same thing and still be able to beat his opponent around the map without teleport. So look for some really clear calls to come out of AV just because they haven't picked up that Summoner spell, and that holds YSC really in good stead for the late game. Yeah,
and their rotations around the mid game are going to be so important as well, considering this Renekton pick and the fact that they have so much early pressure. If they manage to utilize that and really force some engages early on, that could put them in a fantastic position moving into taking down YSC.
And Eve in particular is really important to this strat because it means that YSC needs to play a little bit on the back foot. So I actually really like this Eve pickup now that we have seen the early game team come out of AV. So looks like both teams got what they wanted, and looks like it's going to be a really exciting game. Yeah,
really exciting game. Of course, Eve being the other champion that Carbon did play in the Autumn Regional. He did pick up Eve and Elise. They were the only champions he played. So he's really comfortable on that pickup, and we'll see whether he can get the flanking done like you need to do on that Evelynn.
Yeah, and Eve typically has a really good level 2, level 3 gank, and then doesn't really visit lanes again, but the pressure that she puts out, just knowing that she could be there at any time of skirmishes, really does something psychological to your team and makes you play a completely different play style. So what that is telling me is that AV want to be the aggressor in this game, and YSC really, they need to not play passive. They need to stick to their guns and really go aggressive in these lanes.
Yeah, it's true. One thing that I really like on the side of YSC, though, is the Kale pickup, because as we can see, Avongard Ascension just has so much pick and burst potential on a single target, especially with Choo Choo's being on that Syndra. So being able to Divine Intervention as that Unleashed Power does come through, you can nullify so much of the damage and really help your teammate through. So we'll see whether Lil Cutie Cheese does have the timings on that Divine Intervention, because that's going to be so key in some of these team fights.
It also gives another split push option against what is a reasonably strong team fight coming out of AV. So, of course, Jack Attack on that Trundle, going to take teleport, going to be looking to do a lot of split pushing. If you send Little Cutie Cheese to that bottom lane, Lucian is a really good wave clearing AD carry, so it gives that 1-3-1 split push, and there's a lot of peel coming out of Zah here, and the Flying Jew for Denian.
Yeah, that's so true. And talking about this bot lane as well, YSC have the most comfortable picks in this Wife Steal bot lane. Flying Jew has played the most games on Thresh, and Denian, as we've seen over the last few weeks, has just been a monster on that Lucian. So coming in against Avongard Ascension, we've got almost the same thing here. We've got Gymnast on his Leona. He has been famous for that Leona play for so long. And of course, Cardred picking up that Graves plays a lot like the Lucian. So you could imagine that he'd be pretty comfortable on that one as well. You could imagine that there's going to be a lot of action here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Graves, although, has that shorter range, which really does leave him susceptible to that little cutie cheese burst on the Kayle. So maybe needs to play this a little bit safer, let the pick go in. And I really think that AV needs to look for a pick before they team fight, because just they're so short range, with the exception of Choo Choo's on that Syndra.
Yeah, how does that make you feel about the early Dragon fights then around the 10-minute mark? Do you think that Avongard Ascension are going to go for these fights when they know that Minky Whale can't come down with that teleport, whereas Jack Attack can?
I think that AV will actually get a nice 10-minute back out of Minky and will try and force the Dragon fight, because I think they do have a really strong level 6 to level 9. So I think they will be the aggressors in the case of the Dragon, and that YSC will be trying to drag this to the late game where they can scale up through that Trundle, through that little cutie cheese.
They're very good at the late game play.
So maybe another 75-minute game coming out of here of YSSC.
Oh my goodness, it's going to be very scary if that does come through, because our voices may actually stop working, and then we've got a whole nother series to cast after this one. So we'll see whether that does happen, but I'm excited to get into the Rift on this one, just because YSSC always show us some incredible amounts of action, and Avongard Ascension have been playing fantastically as well. Of course, against UTS, they didn't seem to be their former selves. Of course, Avongard Ascension, they've had a lot of hype recently. They've looked really good, and of course, teams like Immunity that have said that they are a legitimate threat to them, but we didn't necessarily see that level of play against UTS last week.
Yeah, and it just might be that they didn't prepare as well for UTS as they might have another team, because UTS
got
did
a bit
come
complacent,
through that
maybe
collegiate, a little bit complacent. Game 2 definitely showed how dominant they can be and how clear their rotations are. So look for AV to really prepare for YSSC, have a clear strategy. I'm expecting a level 1 play out of this as well, with the Leona and the Renekton pickup, both really good level 1 champions. So maybe a team fight coming out of here, and as I said, some really clear calls in what their strategy will be.
Yeah, hopefully we do see that come through. As we are in the loading screen, we are going to be getting onto the Rift very soon, and we're going to have a video coming up just quickly. But oh my goodness, if YSSC do this again, if they bring it to the ultra late game, I feel a lot better for their team comp, and we'll see whether the extra engage potential coming out from Avongard Ascension is really going to help them out as far as getting them to die before that point, because we saw this coming out of NV. They just did not have the engage to get into those team fights.
But in regards to AV, they do have those 2 clear tanks.
They do, yeah.
Whereas NV only really sat on 1 tank for a lot of the game. And even in that regard, Shyvana doesn't bring a lot of hard CC. The Renekton, of course, with that clickable stun, might just be able to start the team fight off for AV to maybe not let the turtle go for so long. Because as we said, YSC just so patient, willing to wait for their fight at all costs.
Yep. And they can win a game with a 20,000 gold deficit just because they wait until everyone gets their items and there's no way to use any of that gold.
Yeah, so just a really patient game plan that came out last time. The Leona lends itself so well to heavy engage comps, however, that maybe they won't be able to do that.
Yeah, hopefully that Solar Flare is going to help them out on that front. Of course, does have the Zenith Blade as well. They have a lot of engage options, and you've got Syndra for the long-range engage as well with the Dark Sphere into the Scatter of the Week.
Yeah, we saw how well Keen set up those picks for his team on that Syndra. Really expecting Choo Choo's to play it to that high standard also, because Syndra's just grown in popularity so much in the last couple of weeks. Obviously just lending herself so well to these pick comps that are becoming popular.
Yeah. And as far as, as we are onto the Rift, everybody, we do have a pause coming through. And we'll see whether that is going to go away sometime soon. But yes, we are just going to have a quick video, and then we will come back into the game, everyone. Yes, of course, we do still have a pause on the screen, so you're going to be having a look at our pretty faces for a little bit longer, or not so pretty. It depends on your particular taste there. And, Jake, of course, is very pretty. We've got a thumbs down here in the studio, unfortunately, so our self-esteems are going to be taking a little bit of a hit from this one. But Jake, going into this game, we have sort of spoken it to death so far, but I did want to mention this jungle matchup and the potential warding strategy coming out from Zahi, because when you do have an Evelynn, warding those creep camps is often really, really important so that you know when she's farming her jungle.
Yeah, so deep wards don't work particularly well against Evelynn. You do have to ward the camps, as you said. So you can't really ward the choke points of the river. Obviously, being able to sneak past those is really,
Unless
really
it's a
key.
pink, of course,
Yeah, on Evelynn. So you do ward those areas. Look for one particularly on the Wraiths, because that generally tells you which direction the jungler is going to go. You either generally go race mid lane, or then race back to top, or down to the double golems and then onto a gank in the bottom lane. So really look for these deep wards on the Wraith camp, hopefully kept up by Zahi, because it is really helpful if your jungler can assist in that way. Sending your Flying Dew, if he has to get sent up there, will be in danger of getting that pick. But it just does mean that YSC has to extend into the jungle of AV early. Yeah, that's very, very true. And of course, having the extra pick potential is just so scary coming out from Evelynn, and it does sort of force YSC just to not, even if they wanted to play aggressively like they often do, it's going to be very, very dangerous, which is, I think, just so intelligent from Avongard Ascension. But what it does bring into play is the level 2 invade from Zahi. He can go red buff to red buff here if Eve starts at the blue buff, maybe look to get some deep wards down early, and Lee Sin's all-in potential against an Eve at level 2 is just so strong. So look for him to invade early and then back off and just get some nice wards in place for his team, and maybe play a little bit more reactionary than what we saw Zahi play, and try and counter gank this Eve at the earlier points of the games before she really gets her items and is able to ramp up into this mid game. Yeah, it's true. And another thing that's fantastic about having Zahi on this Lee Sin as well is that they often want to build that Sightstone just so that they can escape using that safeguard. So utilizing that to try and get some wards down in Evelynn's jungle as well is just going to lend itself to this matchup so effectively. That being said, I mean, these level 1 matchups, who do you think has it at purely just with one skill? Level 1, I think it really is in favor of AV. Okay. They've got that Eve. She can scout in the bushes and not be seen as easily, especially if only the green wards come out. And it means that with the buckshot, with the clickable stun coming out on Leona, and potentially the spammable skills coming out of Syndra, as opposed to just the range auto attacks coming out of Little Cutie Cheese, lends itself to a level 1 really well. So look for them to be the aggressors, and look for YSC to just fan out and defend their jungle, or if anything, go for a very late invade on one of the buffs, because they do bring the teleport, meaning that Jack Attack can get back to his top lane late. Yeah, that's true. And they basically just have the death sentence as well. So if they manage to pick up one member, there might be a chance that they can get something down, just because they do have the Light Slinger and the Piercing Light as well coming from Denian. So that's a fair bit of extra damage, but probably not going to be enough in order to secure any kills in the early game. So see whether that works out, and whether Avongard Ascension actually manage to pressure their way into the jungle of YSC. And if Avangard do manage to pressure themselves into the jungle, look for it to be at a red buff. It's really important to deny Lee Sin his red buff, because it hampers the early game and the counter jungling he can get off just phenomenally. So look for it to be a red buff invade if they do go in, and just to take that away from Lee Sin, and maybe Eve to meet him at the her red buff with a little bit of help from her bottom lane, because as we said, Graves Leona just lends itself to a level 2 fight so well. Yeah, so well. And speaking of Zahi on this Lee Sin wanting to get around this map, where do you think the most important lanes to gank are as far as getting that level 3 and trying to get onto this map and making his presence known? I think there's one important lane in this game, and it's mid lane. I think of course. Choo Choos versus Little Cutie Cheese is the place that the junglers will visit early and often, because we have both very aggressive lanes which kind of nullify each other in the bottom lane. And Renekton versus a Trundle, Renekton's going to look to go aggressive, and Trundle's just going to look to farm under his turret for the first part of the game. So I expect a lot of the action to be in this mid lane, especially before level 6 when Little Cutie Cheese does get that intervention. Yeah. So look for Eve and Lee Sin to be in the mid lane. Yeah, we'll see whether they can get around there, and who's going to be counter ganking who, and who's going to get in there and try and get the damage down. And we'll see whether it's Zahi, whether he manages to pick up his red buff after everything, and or whether Carbon does manage to get around there, because we haven't seen him on his Evelynn all that much recently. He's been playing different champions, and honestly, here in Oceania, we haven't seen all that much Evelynn of late at all. Yeah, so Eve did fall out of favor with Kha'Zix, Elise, and Lee Sin coming through as kind of the trinity of jungles that's picked up. Yep. It is an interesting pickup, especially because Elise is still on the board, and we saw how just brilliant
impactful, yeah.
and impactful early. Carbon was on that Elise. So maybe just a particular strategy they want to run, as we said, this very, very early game focused comp. But I do have a lot of confidence in Carbon. He's a very, very smart jungler and can really apply good pressure all over the map, and it will just be amplified by this Elise pickup, Evelyn pickup.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that having the Evelyn flank here on top of a Solar Flare is just really, really important. Of course, that Agony's Embrace coming down, proccing all of that sunlight that's going to be put down onto everyone does mean it does a little bit of extra damage. And of course, Carbon is going to have a gigantic shield in these team fights. So you can imagine it's going to work out really, really well for them if they manage to get off their engages at the right times when YSSC are perhaps sieging down a turret or something like that. If they manage to get that perfect flank, things are going to be so hard for YSSC.
Yeah, and that's where Renekton really comes into play. There's so much potential for YSC to be clumped in these team fights and to get caught as a group. Not only is the pick potential huge, but also the amount of AoE damage that comes out of a Renekton, that comes out of an Eve, that comes out of a Syndra, and then you have that buckshot and collateral damage coming over a team. Just so much potential for big all-in-all team fights, which lends itself well to the composition that YSSC has gone with potentially the 1-3-1 split push, which I would really expect to come out of YSC at this point in the game.
Yeah, hopefully they manage to get that one through. But we are onto the Rift, guys. Finally, the game has begun. Of course, YSSC here on our blue side, on our purple side, sorry. And we've got Avongard Ascension picking up the blue side. So we'll see whether they do end up going for an aggressive start here on Avantgard's side or whether YSSC do manage to try and stave that one off effectively.
And initially it looks like both teams are just fanning out to cover their entrances into their jungle, potentially expecting aggression from both sides. So it doesn't look like we're going to have much action unless it comes in the way of a late invade.
Yeah, we'll see whether that does happen. Of course, both teams just fanning out, as you said. And generally things are going to calm down a little bit. And as we said, of course, the early game going in the way of Avantgarde, and we've got YSSC really just wanting to make sure that nothing does come of that one. And
Carbon going back early, actually, after he gets his ward out, just might have gotten hit by a little bit of a sonic wave there. Nice dance off in the middle between Little Cutie Cheese and Cardred. Points to Kale, I think, in that regard?
Yeah, I think points do go to Kale in that regard as far as the dance off is concerned. Of course, does have that very fancy skin. That being said, Jailbreak Graves is my personal favorite Graves skin. A lot of people don't necessarily like that one, but I'm a Cutie Pie fan and he likes that one too.
Yeah. So we are looking at YSC pinging out their jungle. They are really intimidated by this late invade that could come from AV. So they just have called up Flying Dew and Zahir. Looks like we might have a potential lane swap as well with, of course, Jack Attack bringing that teleport, able to get down to that bottom lane. And it does look like Minky is going to be staying in that top lane. So bringing that Ignite just hampers that lane even further, not going to be able to get back, as it looks like YSC is going for a late invade.
Yeah, Minky, well, we'll see whether he does go down towards that blue buff, but no one is here. Of course, all of Avantgarde Ascension are around their red buff at this stage, so I think this is going to come out for free. No wards there either. And Choo Choo's and Little Cutie Cheese start their back and forth here in the mid lane, and we know that this could potentially be a very, very volatile lane.
So the teleport actually comes down into the bottom lane, so it is going to be Jack Attack going into that bottom lane, not following his jungler around to pick up some early levels, which is interesting. Maybe not intimidated. No, he does head off into the jungle now, as Minky is getting zoned out by Flying Dew off CS. A nice chunk of damage done there.
Yeah, really decent flay and getting the extra damage on the auto attack from that ability as well. So Flying Dew making sure that Minky Whale is not going to enter his town at any point. And as we saw in the mid lane as well, Little Cutie Cheese taking a lot of harass, forced to use his health potion quite early, and Choo Choo's has a lot of damage.
We do have an invade coming out of AV at the blue buff. Leona and Eve have gone over to try and secure that. Jack Attack trying to chase them off, as you can see on the minimap. As we have some action going down in the middle lane.
There's the scat of the week, and Little Cutie Cheese taking a lot of damage, does manage to walk out of there, but Choo Choo's asserting his dominance early.
So the reason Choo Choo's didn't go aggressive there is Little Cutie Cheese has bought that heal. So any flash in with an Ignite might not have ended up in a kill. As we see Zahir here, just picking up his red buff. Eve is still she's up to level 3, so she did get that blue buff.
Yep.
Yeah, just dinged it then. So able to get the 2 buff start from both teams. The invade was matched, and Jack Attack now making his way into the bottom lane. Has got that level 2, and there is a massive wave in the top lane here for YSC.
Yeah, as you can see, Jack Attack doing his best to try and clear out these minions, but a lot of damage coming down. Cardred just auto-attacking that turret over and over again. And Jack Attack trying to convince Avantgarde to leave his turret, but sort of unable to at this stage.
this is a really interesting position for Avongard as well, because they have that Evelyn that is not really all that great at securing turrets, and they're against double range as the hook comes in as it lands.
Yeah, nice duck running, and a double play coming through from Flying Jew as well, as also the scat of the week in the middle lane as well. Little Cutie Cheese getting stunned up by that one a little bit and taking so much damage. Piercing Light onto 2 members as well. Denian really threading the needle on that one very, very nicely. But as we can see, flashing health bar here in the middle lane. Little Cutie Cheese taking so much.
And this is what I'm talking about in the top lane with 2 range carries. As
there's the stun and the flash, and the ignite comes through as well. He has popped the heal. The last auto attack, is it going to be enough damage? He's ticking down. But no, there's the health potion coming through so big in that one.
Great bait by Little Cutie Cheese there, knowing that Choo Choo's wanted to go aggressive, able to bait out both summoner spells, goes back with a slight disadvantage in lane 7, but maybe we'll be able to call in a Lee Sin gank here. Yeah,
Lee Sin has actually entered the middle lane as well, Zahi, trying to make sure that these minion wave experience doesn't go to waste. And of course, Little Cutie Cheese is going to head back into lane. Does have that double Dorans now, so might be able to stay alive a little bit with that added health in that middle lane.
And Cardred and Jinnis are doing a great job in this bottom lane at the moment. Now calling in the Evelyn to try and get the tower push going. Taking so much damage already, and Jack Attack on this Trundle might be in a little bit of danger. This turret might go down. Yeah,
it could be taking a lot of damage. As we can see, the minion score coming through from Jack Attack has actually overtaken that of Minkuel on that Renekton, although Jack Attack now is getting so zoned out from this turret. We'll see whether Zahi does make it into the top lane in time to take down that turret as well, but it looks like sort of your classic early turret pushes that have been coming through of late. Nice play, and there's a Death Sentence as well coming through onto Minkuel. Piercing Light comes down, but they do not want to tank this turret for too long. Flying Jew takes so much damage, the Ignite gets baited out. Minkuel now in a lot of trouble. He's gone way too deep. Does try to get through. There's the Cull the Meek, but just too much, and I think he just got a little bit ahead of himself there.
So Minkuel really tunneling on that kill. Didn't see Zahi coming around, even though he had a ward in that bush. So blowing both summoners, and the turrets are going to be evened out, although we do have AV rotating for a very early dragon.
Yeah, trying to get down to that dragon, make the best of a bad situation. Of course, this turret is going to go down eventually. They do not have the creep wave in order to take it right this second, though. Carbon taking a lot of damage, but this is completely uncontested, this dragon. So that's going to go the way of Avongard Ascension. They're going to say that that one's worthwhile.
So free dragon, first dragon going for Avongard. Impressively winning the tower push, especially with 2 melee characters in that lead, Eve and Leona. Normally 2 range characters will push quicker in the in Flying Jew on that Thresh, being able to hit the turret a little bit more than Leona can, but able to come out of the laning phase, and we're pretty much even at the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, very, very even. Of course, turrets are exactly the same, and First Blood going down onto Minkuel, being picked up here by Denian, which I could imagine is very, very scary for that of Avongard Ascension, just because Denian is just so strong when he does get that lead.
Yeah, so Denian, of course, picking up that BF sword. Now looks like he's going to be wandering into that bottom lane. Jack Attack just absorbing as much experience as possible. Does have that 13 CS lead on Minky on that Renekton, but just need to get that Renekton going so he can, the Trundle going so he doesn't feel the pressure of that early game Renekton as much.
Yeah, trying to get that Trundle away from the Renekton is always a decision you'd want to make, just because Renekton's so strong, and if they do get into a 1v1 matchup before that level 6 mark especially, it's just going to be very, very hard. But they do have 4 men strong here from YSSC, trying to get some pressure down onto this middle lane, onto this bottom lane, but there's the stun coming through onto Little Cutie Cheese. Still can't stand up to the might of the Syndra here from Choo Choo's.
So great rotation here coming from YSC. It looks like Minky Whale had tried to freeze that wave, so just pushing in strong bottom, ensuring that he has to reverse that wave. Of course, Jack Attack with the teleport now can just go back, get a free shop, and then wander top lane whenever he wants.
Yeah, Choo Choo's with the level advantage here in the middle lane as well. We've got to have Little Cutie Cheese just playing so passively, and this might actually be a sign of the fact that Little Cutie Cheese not necessarily in his comfort zone. Of course, so many bans targeted towards that mid lane.
Yeah, as you said, all the bans coming out towards the mid lane. Jack Attack has teleported into this top lane again. Lee Sin trying to get a little bit aggressive Zahi. However, all the buffs are up on the map, and there's not really much movement towards any counter jungling from Lee.
Yeah, so not really taking advantage of the fact that he has so much early pressure, just wanting to clear out his own stuff, and then taking down this ward as well here in towards his red buff, and just going to take his red buff after that one as well. So we've got the lane equalized in the mid lane, and Little Cutie Cheese reluctantly is going to enter that lane again against the super aggressive Choo Choos.
So Choo Choos now has a 13 CS advantage. over Little Cutie Cheese, showing how confident he is on this Syndra, of course. As there might be some aggressive bottom lane, no Gymnast, just scaring off Denian and Flying Dew. Denian's being a little bit passive this lane.
Yeah, this is very, very different to the Denian that we're used to. Of course, not wanting to go too aggressive against the severe pressure from Gymnast and Cardra, especially the burst potential coming from those guys when he doesn't have a turret and when there's a potential Evelyn gang coming through.
Yeah, and Evelyn, of course, not showing up on that mini-map, so just choosing to get out of there, not engage on that. And it looks like AV are rotating towards this mid lane and potentially a blue buff, but it is being spotted out by the Flying Dew.
Yeah, there might be a fight coming through here as we do see the Wet Noodle fight in the top lane. YSSC, so Jack Attack just smacking onto Minky when he sees fit. Zahi just going to activate that Resonate? No, he's not, because Gymnast is here, Cardred as well, and there's Choo Choo's coming through. We'll see whether they manage to steal this one away. Death Sentence lands onto Gymnast. There's the Culling coming through as well. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike coming through as well. Oh my goodness, a ridiculous play with the Zenith Blade coming through from Gymnast, and then they're on the run. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, Zahi just goes so deep, does get ignited. The heal comes through to try and save his life. We'll see whether they manage to get anything else. Death Sentence does whiff just ever so slightly, so Cardred able to get out of this fight, and YSSC so low, but do take the advantage.
So take the kills 1-0 in there, as there has been ultimates exchanged in the top lane out of Jack Attack and Minky Whale. A little bit of mistimed aggression potentially from AVA there. Really well spotted rotation from YSC, as we do have Carbon going aggressive on Little Cutie Cheese.
Yeah, speaking of getting spotted, but there is the Dark Passage, and Little Cutie Cheese able to get out of that horrible situation he found himself in.
Yeah, Jack Attack getting a little bit chunked by Minky in the top lane, as Choo Choo's is trying to get aggressive still in this middle lane, looking to call Cardred and Gymnast, Carbon and Gymnast into this lane to get a little bit of a push going, but not much else happening, and Jack Attack quite happy to farm under his turret at this point in the game.
Yeah, of course, using that passive as well just to get percentage health of those minions' health back whenever they do die, so it can stay relatively sustained, but they are going to lose this middle lane turret, and that gives up so much map pressure here for on YSSC's side, and it means that it opens up the map here for that Evelyn, who is just so sneaky.
Great control here from AVA, able to take an objective after losing that skirmish just by a really good rotation down the middle lane. What this does also is ensure that Jack Attack can't actually freeze his lane at the turret for the potential of being dove.
Yeah.
So means that he has to really push this out, as we do have Minky clearing another pink ward. Just great map vision across the board for this AVA team.
Yeah, they're playing really, really strongly. That being said, it's only a 300 gold lead, considering the fact that YSSC do have a couple of those kills as well, and of course one of those turrets. So we'll see whether this is enough of a lead to try and get Avongard into the mid game, because that's where they're going to hit their spike, and after that, it's just going to be YSSC taking over. Yeah,
the vision control coming out of AVA at the moment is phenomenal. There are 7 wards down on their side and 0 wards down from YSC. So that's just the amount of pink wards that have been cleared out.
Oh,
and
Jack Attack.
As Jack Attack is potentially getting 4-man dove.
Yeah, we've got the slice and the dice. He does get stunned up there as well, Carbon. There are so many members of Avongard Ascension, and Jack Attack stood no chance against that onslaught.
Really confusing play there from Jack Attack. 4 members of Avongard Ascension were MIA, with only Choo Choo's being seen in that mid lane, and still chose to stick around even though Minky was going super aggressive. So maybe just a little bit of miscommunication coming out of YSC.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And as you can see, YSC unable to counter this pressure across the map as well. I mean, there's a creep wave at their turret in the bottom lane, but Choo Choo's just has so much dominance in the mid lane that he'd pushed up to that inner turret already.
The one saving grace is that AV had to throw 4 summoners, 4 ultimates at Jack Attack to get him down, just how tanky this mid-game Trundle is. And it might mean that there is going to be a free dragon on the side of YSC, because they have all their ultimates available. Yeah,
Cardred is a long way away from this dragon as well, and as we can see, Carbon is spotted by the pink ward, so of course YSC know exactly what's going on. There's the Death Sentence, lands onto Choo Choo's, not the target that Avongard wants hit, and there's the box coming through as well. Perfectly placed. Jack Attack gets Divine Intervention, so he's not going to go down. Choo Choo's going to be the first member to die in this fight, and they take the dragon as well. Things going so well for YSSC, and there it is. Minky Whale taking so much damage. Resonating Strike going to finish that one off, and my goodness, YSC just fighting so well this game.
3-for-0 trade and the dragon. Amazing team fight coming out of YSC. We said that AVA did have a stronger mid-game fight, but that's only if they have their ultimates available. Really questionable call there to go in without any of their ultimates, and it allows YSC with this great wave control to push down mid now and potentially take a turret.
And as we saw, that intervention was just perfect, just saving Jack Attack from so much of that upfront burst coming through from AV. As we see the Solar Flare landing, but not much going to come from it.
Yeah, so a little bit of a miscommunication from Gymnast and Cardred there.
As
Gymnast
Zenith
goes
Blade
in.
lands, oh my goodness, Little Cutie Cheese gets exploded, and Zahi now the target. He is managing to safeguard his way out of there. Carbon trying to hate spike his way through the team, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to solidify this one. Gets creep blocked a little bit, and I think that's going to signify the end of this one.
But what it has led to is another push on this mid wave, so once again, great rotation straight down the middle from AV, and a little bit of an overstay from YSC.
Yeah, YSC unable to get that middle turret as well. The stun does land on Zahi there as well, and he does manage to safeguard out the heal having to be blown in order to save Zahi's life. Scared of that red buff.
Zahi 3 times has lived on no health. No health. Just such clutch heals coming out of Denny in there. Although the tower in the mid does go down, so that's 2 turrets in the mid lane to 0 in the favor of AVA as they rotate over to this red buff.
Yeah, their objective control has been fantastic as the replay comes through.
Yeah, so this is the Dragonfly that we were talking about, and if you look at the left side of the map, AVA has none of their ultimates available. Flying Dew here lands a really nice hook onto Choo Choo's, gets the block down, nice 4-man block, and the team fight just goes really south here. Really good intervention coming out of Little Cutie Cheese. Denny able to chase down Carbon, and Zahi lands ward hop over the wall, lands the resonating Sonic Wave into the resonating strike, finishing off Minky, and this leads to where YSC does overstay a little bit, however, and loses their second tier turret. Yeah,
and as we can see now, of course, YSC just going to 4-man push this middle lane and pick up the last couple of health points there on that middle lane turret, solidifying a 1,000 gold lead here for our late game favored team comp as well. So YSC looking good this game, just going to clear out this blue buff as well. Probably going to donate that one over to Little Cutie Cheese just to make sure that he does have all the mana that he needs on that. Kale does, of course, almost have that Nash's Tooth finished off and the Berserker's Greaves as well, which a lot of these Kales have been going for these days.
Super aggressive builds coming out of YSC here with the Blade of the Ruined King build on Jack Attack. No tank items as of yet, and the Lee Sin going pretty aggressive as well with that Lizard Elder. So as opposed to Minky, who has that Sunfire cape, maybe a little bit of tank and mid-game power in the favor of AVA at the moment if they are able to manage to get a fight. However, it looks like Minky's been caught.
Yeah, Sonic Wave does land. He has flashed over and does get the Dragon Rage kick as well. There's the Death Sentence. Minky well locked up for days, and he's just going to get last hit there by Jack Attack. Really nicely played from YSC. Minky was just in the wrong place.
Once again, Zahi just being able to match the rotation so well of AVA. Minky just was not expecting that tank. 0-3-1 now on this Renekton, who is starting to fall a little bit behind this Trundle, especially in an early game matchup. This might spell bad news for AVA.
Yeah, of course. Minky is just going to become a bit of a meat shield here this game, of course. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to make sure that he's in amongst these fights really strong. Jack Attack gets caught. There's the Solar Flare as well, and there's just going to be no chance for Jack Attack to get out of that one. Really nice use of the skills there from Gymnast.
So trading top laners there. Jack Attack just going back in a little bit of an aggressive push, gets caught out by a really nicely placed ward from Gymnast, and Cardred able to mop up this bottom lane farm. So a little bit of, once again, just staying around in the wrong places after they've managed to win a fight.
Yeah, a little bit interesting there from Jack Attack. Unfortunately, unable to tell that there was a ward in that brush and gets picked up for that. But as we can see, I want to comment on the fact that Zahi's just so far ahead of this Evelyn as well. Has just managed to pick up a Giant Spot on the side of Eve, but the Sightstone and, of course, meanwhile, the Culling coming through onto Minky in this top lane. Denian trying his best to try and get here, but he's going to get ignited. The Sunfire Cape doing a lot of damage, and there is the stun as the flash comes through. Nice timing, but Denian falls.
So waste of a summoner spell from Denian there. Does die to a nice Calder Meek, and just so much map control coming out of AV now, taking out 2 more pink wards in the bottom side of the map and able to push into this tier 2 turret. Looks like they're just out-rotating YSC at this point in the game.
Yeah, especially the fact that Denian did get caught in that top lane as well means that there's just more members of Avongard Ascension here. The Death Sentence does land onto a creep, so that one gonna be dying, but not exactly the target that YSC want to be hitting with that crucial bit of CC.
And Minky just pushing the top wave while this is happening. Jack Attack really needs to get up there and join his team. So little health left on that tier 2 turret, and the rotations coming out of AVA right now is what's keeping them in the game.
Yeah, Jack Attack has to use that teleport as well in order to get to that top lane. You would have thought that if he had have just gone there first up, he could have saved that summoner spell, as we did see that Avongard had backed out. Death Sentence is going to be slightly missing here onto Carbon, and the white does want to be taken here by Zahi, but he's very, very scared of the 4 men strong here in this bottom lane.
And this is what we were talking about with the Renekton's rotation, just dragging Jack Attack across a map, even though that teleport is available. Dragon only 26 seconds away, so if YSC want to fight, this Dragon is going to be the time that they really need to pick up a good team fight.
Yeah, that being said, they are just getting out-visioned everywhere. As we can see, there are so many Avongard wards across this map. They have had control of the vision all game long, and as we can see, it's just dots of blue everywhere.
And Eve is really lending herself well to this because they're trying to get out pink wards and they're just getting picked up over and over again. So it's becoming a little bit of a money sink. As we see Minky back up into this top lane, YSC, however, respond with going for Dragon.
Yeah, they are going to be able to get this one, of course. Minky Whale does not have that teleport, so YSC intelligently moving there, but they are going to lose this inner turret, and I think that Avongard Ascension are going to be okay with that.
Yeah, so Dragon for tier 2 turret, great trade by AVA, just knowing that they didn't want to fight at this point because of how strong this Trundle is getting, how important as a playlist.
Yeah, they do have the flay landing as well. The box comes through, but there is so much extra damage onto YSC. That Solar Flare was perfect, and AVA are turning it around. That being said, Denian, so aggressive, flashing straight through. Choo-Choo's does pick up Zahi, though. There's the Divine Intervention, and Gymnast falls. Cardred now flashing forward. Jack Attack is the target. He gets stunned up by the Scat of the Week. Denian now trying to run the heck away. Minky Whale flashes forward, and the Dominus does land as well. Jack Attack is in a lot of trouble. There's the Ruthless Predator. Picks that one up, and Avongard Ascension just smashed that team fight.
4 for 2 in a 4v5. That is a fantastic trade for AVA, and the reason that it went so well is they picked up the pick, and little Cutie Cheese wasn't able to get off his intervention and stop so much of that upfront burst damage that we've talked about. Just completely caught unawares, not expecting AVA to want to fight that 4v5 and just go so strongly in their favor.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate for YSC. They are going to have to gather themselves and try and get into a better team fight. It's not over yet, though, because they are only down by about 300 gold at this stage. This game is so, so close, especially considering the objective gap. I mean, Dragon has been taken, it's 2-1 now in favor of YSC, but 5 turrets to 2 in favor of Avongard Ascension. They have complete control of this map.
The map control from AVA as we go to a replay. Okay, so this is Flying Dew, just getting a little bit caught. Does turn around for the Death Sentence here to go in. And when he does, we just see how much upfront burst comes out of AVA, and especially Choo-Choo's and Cardred. So just able to explode 2 members straight away, and from here, it's almost a kiting back game. Denian just going so ham, gets caught by a couple of things. Little Cutie Cheese with a nice ultimate comes through, but Cardred able to pick him up, and then Jack Attack just has to run away, and this is where it's matched by the rotation from Minky Whale. Denian unfortunately not able to assist, and Minky Whale just popping that ultimate, picks up a free kill on Jack Attack.
Yeah, meanwhile, while that was happening, of course, Flying Dew saving Denian so incredibly effectively in the bottom lane from almost certain death from a gank with that Solar Flare. So that ultimate is going to be on cooldown on the side of Gymnast, so they aren't going to be able to engage with that one, just because we did miss out on that one due to the pretty sweet replay that we did just observe. So Avongard Ascension just pushing with 5 members here in the bottom lane to try and secure that last inner turret.
And not surprisingly, YSC has realized that their team fight isn't working at this point in the game, so they've sent Jack Attack with his teleport to that bottom lane to split push. So he's in the top lane, just split pushing away, and what this means with the Lucian wave clear, with the intervention, it's really hard to dive, so just puts a little bit of hold on this objection control that AV is bringing at the moment.
Yeah, as we can see, AV trying to push up the other 2 lanes, though, but Jack Attack is going to take that inner, and it's going to put them a little bit further in the lead as well. Avongard now trying to get some damage on the inhibitor turret. Nice stun to Flying Dew, and there is a lot of damage going down. Choo-Choo's bursting Flying Dew instantly. Zahi now tries to get the kick. Gymnast goes down. Denian picks up that kill, but now Minky Whale is so deep into this fight. He just gets blown up, and that's 3 for 1 on the side of YSC.
And this is why I said you can't dive this YSC. The box goes down from Thresh, just adding so much control. And of course the teleport comes through and the intervention just saving Denian's life. Really, really misplayed dive there from AV, and just ends up in their team fight getting absolutely wiped and giving even more control over to this late game scaling comp from YSC.
Yeah, and of course Jack Attack did use his teleport to get back into that fight as well. You could imagine that he probably didn't need to, though, just because YSC was so perfectly arranged in order to stave off that attack. So that being said, I mean, he did manage to get that inner turret as well. So that is the objective going their way, and they are now 3-5, and they do have that gold lead back in their back pocket. 1.5 thousand gold, almost the largest that it's been this game.
Yeah, and really, really smart rotation coming out here with YSC looking to pick up this bottom lane turret that's been up all game. The last of the inners left of this. So it looks like this is going to be picked up by Little Cutie Cheese. However, we do have AV going for a Baron.
Yeah, there is a ward. It does get swept out there, but Avongard Ascension do not care. They know that they have positional advantage for this one. They have to try and burst this down as quickly as possible. And as you can see, that health bar not going down as quickly as they'd probably want.
Avongard need to get off this Baron right now.
Yeah, there's the culling coming through. It's actually helping take down that Baron, unfortunately. I think Denian a little bit too excited on that one. Oh my goodness, it gets stolen. Zahi picks that one up. Dragon's Rage comes through, and now it is YSC's turn to do all of the damage. 2 kills already coming through. 3 now. It's a whitewash. My goodness, Avongard Ascension regret trying to take that Baron.
So Avongard go for a really clear call. They think there's no vision on Baron, and they want to get an early objective because 3 members...
There was an objection on that one, I think.
3 members of YFC were caught bottom lane, but just not enough damage coming out of this team, and took so much damage without a pure tank on their lineup. Just not a good call, and ends up in a 3-for-0 wipe, and the Baron going over to Zahi with a really clutch smite, as well as the second tier turret in the mid lane going over, and potentially a rotation to this bottom tier too.
Yeah, and of course there is a big minion wave there in the middle lane as well that was forced to be cleared out there by Choo Choos because Jack Attack did tank up that turret. So they are going to be able to transition to this cannon creep wave in the bottom lane, and that one's going to go down 5 members strong here with a Baron buff on the side of YSC. This could not have been any more disastrous for Avongard Ascension, especially considering their comp, and here's the replay.
So here's the replay. At this point, AV know that the whole of the YSC team is coming, so that's why I said they really needed to back off because they're just not killing it fast enough, and look at how much damage
even with the help of the culling there as well.
So the culling comes across, not really effective. Smite goes down really early here from Carbon, is able to be picked up by Sahi, and this is where Little Cutie Cheese goes Q's, absolutely zoning the 2 carries from AV. Little bit of mismanagement of mana there from Choo Choos does leave him no blue buff at that point, and able to pick up so many objectives across the map. What was an even game is now roughly an 8k gold lead. Yeah, it's absolutely massive, of course. Picking up 2 inner turrets and a dragon after getting that Baron as well stolen away, and nothing could be better here for YSSC. So we'll see whether they manage to transition this into a powerful late game. And as we can see, the Hurricane is now trying to be built up from Little Cutie Cheese after that Rabbidan's Death Cap being finished up as well. So he is going to be gigantic in these team fights. Super aggressive build coming out of Little Cutie Cheese. Are you surprised right now? Not surprised at all. Rushes that Death Cap before the Runan's Hurricane, which we have seen as being really popular at the moment. Denian so close to that last Whisper now as well. Just going to get stronger and stronger. And Jack Attack now picked up that Randuin. Is that tanky front laner that this team needs. Looks like they're going to be pushing into the middle turret. Yeah, they are just asking no questions here. They're going straight into this middle lane. I don't know whether it's necessarily what they want to do because, of course, Avongard Ascension still have a lot of damage on their side. Sonic Wave does land. Noly Syndrome going to follow that one up on the side of Zahi. And the culling has been used here just to try and get a little bit of extra damage down. So not going to be available in the next fight if it does break out. But this Baron buff just makes YSC able to siege so effectively. But what AV has done, which is what we complimented YSC for in their last series, is just got superb wave control top and bottom. So the only wave pushing in YSC's favor is this mid lane, and it's just getting cleared out so easily as we have an engage. Yeah, there's a solar play coming down. The box is placed really fantastically. The tower does go down, and Mickey Well is going to be the first person to fall. That's the tank. Carbon now being focused down. The Mikhail's Crucible needing to be used on him, and it looks like Avongard Ascension have been zoned out of this fight. Nice Stun is going to try and stop this inhibitor from going down, but it doesn't work, and they manage to decisively force that fight. Really well played by YSC. Zahi once again surviving thanks to the intervention on so little health, and this Trundle is so massive at this point in the game. Just no one able to deal with him, soaking so much damage in that front line with that ultimate. Really, really clear call from AV to go in on that fight. They thought that they had something at the dying breath of that tower, but really well turned around by this YSC lineup. Yeah, and as we can see, Minky Well has built double armor items as well. So when Jack Attack uses that Subjugate on him, he just gets so gigantic, so many statistics there in the physical damage department, and he just becomes this super tank for his team. As we saw in that fight, was just taking no damage. And unfortunately from AV, those 2 massive waves we were talking about building up, if there had been one more wave mid lane, would have actually crushed against those turrets. But they were able to rotate and pick up all that gold, all that free experience. So now YSC in the driver's seat, 9k gold advantage.
Yeah, 9,000 gold advantage. Things are looking horrible for Avongard Ascension because this Kale almost has that Ruinance Hurricane, of course, hasn't been back yet, is now backing, decided not to now. And Carbon sitting in this brush. I don't think he's going to try and pick a fight here. Oh, the Solar Flare does come down. Carbon finds Zahi as well. I don't know whether this is exactly the pick that they wanted to. The Dragon's Rage kick was baited out, so we'll see whether that is enough for them to say that that was worthwhile. But I think Zahi just managed to expertly get out of that one.
Yeah, trading ultimates with Gymnast, that's not a bad trade at all. As we said, Little Cutie Cheese going back, picking up that Ruinance Hurricane now. Although being still beaten in minion score, just showing that versatility of that KL ult and how important it is in team fights. Also interesting to note is the fact that even though in the bottom lane, Cardred is 404 on this Graves, he's a Zeal to a Trinity Force to, of course, Denian. So a massive item discrepancy there. Yeah, there's just so much global gold on the side of YSC. Of course, they've taken 2 extra Dragons and a Baron, and now have the turret advantage as well. So they just have so much more global gold on their side. And as we can see, as you mentioned, the trinity of items here, with the Trinity Force, Bloodthirster, and that last Whisper coming through from Denian. And we all know what he can do on that Lucian, and now he's just so far ahead. YSC going a little bit solo Q mode, just pushing down middle lane, even though there are no objectives there. Oh, so wait, guys. Rightfully ping out the top turret. That's where they need to be heading next. They might even send Jack Attack bottom with his teleport. As I said, there's such a strong split pushing presence out of Jack Attack in this point in the game. I don't think anyone can actually 1v1. Maybe the Syndra at this point. But just so much chase potential coming out of that Blade of the Ruin King, and of course that Randuin's Omen. And you think that YSC also really need to try and get some vision dominance on this Baron buff as well. It's going to be coming up in 50 seconds time, and they might want to go for that one before trying any extra. Oh, as Flying Dew does get stunned up, but not going to happen. The shield from the the Dark Passage is going to be enough, and they're going to try and force another fight. We'll see whether they can make it work. So AV has pushed out the middle lane here, so they do buy themselves some time. There's as there is a catch. Yeah, Mikuel trying his best, but he does regret his decision in the end. The culling does come through, and Choo-Choo's, as you can see, takes 3 bolts, and it's so much damage coming out of Denian. And Carbon's still so squishy on this Eve. Gets the ultimate out, but not enough shield coming out on only 2 targets, and still taking so much damage as we see the long-range harass coming out of Choo-Choo's. Yeah, only a couple of damage. Ardent Blaze still doing a lot of work there, as well as the pillar comes down. Jack Attack trying to make something happen, but look at the heal coming through from Little Cutie Cheese. With that Rabbidan's Death Cap, he has so much ability power and can just keep his team topped up. And now the wave is in the mid lane, pushing into the base of AVA, so soon they're going to have to send someone across to deal with that. They have actually chosen to elect to send Choo-Choo's. With that wave clear, look for YSC to go super aggressive on this next push in if they can't get rid of this wave. Yeah, Descent tries to land, but whiffs again. Carbon has been spotted out here as well. Denian going very aggressive, Piercing Light doing so much damage over the members of Avongard Ascension, but they cannot really force their way into the base like they did last time, and Baron is up. Baron is up, mid inhibitor has respawned, so maybe that objective is the next place they really have to take a look at, because it does look like this wave clear from Syndra is just nullifying any push, although they have taken half health of the turret. Yeah, they've taken half health, but it is regenning as well, so if Avongard Ascension managed to stave off this attack for long enough. Oh, there's a Solar Flare. It's actually Avongard Ascension that engaged this one. There is so much damage going down. Look at that. Those orbs doing a lot. Denian does get Unleashed Power, but it's not going to be enough. Jack Attack is on a killing spree now, takes down Minky Whale. Cardred now forced to run away. Zahi in the back of this fight, trying to do as much zoning work as he can, but Choo-Choo's going to finish him off. We'll see whether this is going to be Avantgarde managing to turn around, but it's not. YSC pick up the tower, and they are going to turn around into an inhibitor as well, and they are just team fighting so well. Agony's Embrace comes through. Carbon trying to do a last-ditch effort. Little Cutie Cheese falls down. Jack Attack now so incredibly low. This is Avantgarde trying to turn it around, forcing the flash, but Carbon goes down. Denian finds a kill as well. We'll see whether he turns it around. Choo-Choo's is dead. That's the wave clear. Cardred now the only line of defense here on top of Carbon, but that's going eventually even in that fight. So after a massive exchange, they go even. Carbon got absolutely chunked at the start of that fight from Denian, which means that he actually had to go back and heal, which allowed him to get a really clutch ultimate down, which YSC didn't expect at the end of the team fight, which swung it in their favor. So once again, maybe YSC extending a little bit too far into the base as Zahi went super deep, but in the end, they're able to go.
So deep.
They were able to go even and pick up the inhibitor, which means the top inhibitor's down, mid inhibitor's open. A lot of map control now in the favor of YSC.
Yeah, YSC still holding on to that 8,500 gold lead as well, so probably going to head towards that Baron. They have picked up some extra items. Of course, this Randuin's Omen now being picked up on the side of Zahi, and the Spirit Visage now on Jack Attack as well. He has the Spirit Visage and the Randuin's with that up later the Ruin King for the extra damage as well, so he's going to have so much sustain and just so much tank ability in these fights with all of that extra health as well. So he's just going to be a monster. Jack Attack is huge right now.
Spirit Visage lends itself so well to Trundle because of that passage, because of that Blade of the Ruin King.
And the Subjugate as well, my goodness.
And especially around Baron fights. If they do fight around Baron and it dies, watch how much health Jack Attack gets back just from his passive and that Spirit Visage.
Yeah, that'll be massive. As YSC do take down this dragon as well, early smite, it's not going to matter at all. And we're going to see Avongard trying to get positioning around this Baron. They do have the vision, but they just don't have the fight potential against YSC. They really need to pick if they're going to be able to get anything done here, as Jack Attack's just not scared. He's happy to run right into the middle of that team.
So fearless, just able to tank all the damage, doesn't really care at this point in the game.
As Sonic Wave lands. We'll see whether Avongard are going to be able to defend this one. The inhibitor going down so incredibly quickly. Dragon's Rage kick coming through. Choo Choo's does draw first blood. Little Cutie Cheese going down. This is disastrous. And there's the Unleashed Power as well. That was unnecessarily used. Denian does manage to find a kill into Gymnast, but we'll see whether it's enough. Of course, YSC not wanting to fight this one without their Divine Intervention, which wasn't used in that fight. Flayed back there. Minky Well, unfortunately. Oh, Zahi not wanting to follow up that Sonic Wave, which is an intelligent thing to do.
So 1-for-1 team fight. Little Cutie Cheese got absolutely exploded in that team fight. No chance to get off no chance to get off his ultimate. As we have the rotation coming through to Baron, I don't think they will actually start this one up. This might just be for a little bit of control over the map, because I think it would be a really aggressive move. However, they have now crested that 10k gold lead, and it looks like they're going to go back and shop and just try and apply more pressure over this map, leaving Denny in there to defend 1v5 like he always does. Yeah,
it's just generally what Denian's all about. Well, they have been spotted out by that scrying orb. Carbon going to see whether he can get there in time, but no, they're all going to make it back to base. Denian going to clear out those wraiths, full Genja style, and 7-1-9 is Denian now going for that Infinity Edge for that quadra damage item Lucian that he just feels so comfortable running just because he's such an aggressive player.
Definitely. Nearly gets caught as a culling does come out.
Oh, Sonic Wave Resonating Stride as well. Carbon taking a lot of damage from that one. The flash forward from Zahi, I don't know whether that's necessarily the right idea. Oh, Solar Flare gets whiffed, only gets the slow, but oh, Divine Intervention perfectly used. Now Jack Attack right in the middle of this fight. Does have Subjugate down, and look at him, he's not taking any damage. Collateral damage comes through. Cartridge actually gets Flash Death Sentenced as well. He's now the focus, taking a lot of damage. Flying Jew has so much health in this one as well. Jack Attack is a monster, as we saw. So much health coming back there, and they lose their AD carry. This is going to spell Baron for YSC.
So whilst that's only a 1-for-0, Baron is up. 2 inhibitors down for AVA, not able to leave their base, or it looks like they're coming out to challenge us with Eve. Carbon maybe going for a sneaky steal. No, backs off because there's just so much damage that can be done to the inhibitor turrets, and it looks like it's going to be a free Baron picked up for YSC.
Yeah, and that Baron just went down so quickly. Of course, Little Cutie Chew's doing so much damage on that Kale now, as well as Denian just being a monster on this Lucian. 7-1-10 is the Denian count as far as that monstrous score is concerned, and we'll see whether they manage to pull off this match, because they are going to be able to go into these open inhibitors with a Baron buff as well. This might be the end of the game right here. Oh, narrowly missing that hook did Flying Jew, and they are going to be able to just punish this inhibitor.
So whilst Kadra is still down that Fed carry, looking to take out another inhibitor, now they'll go back and shop, just get a little bit more control, go back and shop, pick up all the items from all that gold they've just secured from that Baron buff and the one team fight, and look to push this bottom lane in as they have 2 inhibitors down.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. We could see Infinity Edges coming through on the side of Denian, and of course that Void Staff being so important for Little Cutie Cheese. Going to have those double AP items that are so powerful in conjunction with one another, with that Rabbinin's Death Cap as well. And look to see the Banshee Veil coming down for Zahi. So monstrous pickups here, as we saw all of those items being finished off. Of course, Zahi a little bit slow to that party, but my goodness, YSC look huge.
And typical YSC fashion, their carries have gone 4 offensive items, no defensive items.
Yeah,
so
that's just how they do.
So much damage coming out of this lineup from
Divine
YSC.
Intervention is as defensive as you need to go.
Exactly right. Just using the repositioning of that Lucian, the Divine Intervention to tank the upfront damage from Syndra, and then it's just all AD damage, and no one can get past Jack Attack at this point.
Yeah, he's just monstrous, as we've said multiple times, on that Trundle. And of course, Minky just not looking at home here on the Renekton. Minky Well's favorite champion is that Trundle, so look to see him try and pick that one away next matchup, because Jack Attack is just so dominant, and this Renekton has just not been what we're used to.
So that lane swap at the start of the game really set the scene for it, as we have an engage coming in.
Yeah, the Agony's Embrace coming through, but it's not going to be enough. Look at the health bars of Avongard just melt to this team. Jack Attack with the Divine Intervention almost unnecessarily. He's not taking any damage, and Cardred finds himself the last member alive for Avongard. He's just going to dance around. YSC taking this game with brutal force at the end here. These Nexus turrets do not stand a chance. YSSC looking gigantic as the Nexus takes the last couple of hits. My goodness, I was not expecting that level of performance from YSC this game.
So Avant go for the final team fight, the last ditch effort with all their inhibitors down, get absolutely blown up. Really well played from YSSC there with such an aggressive team fight.
Yeah, and they were just rotating so well. The later mid-game and the late game is just all about YSC, and that Baron attempt from Avongard Ascension was woeful.
Yeah, so once they got that one positive team fight at that Baron, they were just able to get their vision out, which is what we're giving Avantgarde so much credit for in the early game. Their really deep vision, the really good map control they had going on, but that all swung with that one bad Baron call and just absolutely crushed from then on in.
There was nothing that they could do at that stage. I mean, they just managed to take in turret after turret and then a dragon, and just all of a sudden 7,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, and we saw that a lot when if you take early turrets, but you don't maintain control, there's just so much gold left up on the map. If you come out ahead in these team fights, you're just able to really build a lead out of nowhere. Yeah,
you really were. And you really have to hand it to Flying Jew as well. 21 assists and a kill out of the 25 kills that went down across the entire map for YSC. His kill participation was fantastic, and him roaming around with Zahi really helped him out in that mid-game.
Yeah, and Zahi on that Lee Sin, the other player that really stood up. Only two deaths on a jungle, especially when it's such an aggressive jungler like Lee Sin, is super aggressive, and he came up impressive, and he came up with the Baron steal and a couple of really good dragon swites as well in that game.
Yeah, he was just absolutely huge, and managing to get into these fights at the right times, as we do have the replay here of one of the last fights.
So this is actually the Baron where it all swung around for AVA. So we see 3 members of YSC in the bottom lane taking out that turret, and AV thinks this is their time to go. This is the Baron call, and as you can see, there's just so much mana being expended by Choo Choo's at this point, and he doesn't have the blue buff. When the fight actually starts, he uses about 3 abilities and he's completely oom. So Zahi comes in, able to pick up the Baron steal, and then Little Cutie Cheese absolutely smashes this fight, zoning out the 2 carries and turning around onto Minky Well, able to pick up the 3 for 0, and then go out and collect all the outer turrets and really build their gold lead from there.
Yeah, it's true. And as we saw, Flying Jew had an incredible 3-man flay knocking everyone up. I was looking at that fight and I was like, why is everyone being knocked up? And it was Flying Jew right in amongst it, just creating exactly what YSC needed that fight. So, my goodness, they are looking so huge. And this might be a big upset, and it might be Avongard Ascension being knocked down to the lower tier. Yeah,
so Avantgarde really expected to come here and perform well. As we said, all the top teams are giving them a lot of credit for their communication, for their rotations, and how crisp their play has. But that just one miscall might have cost them game 1, and you have to think how that affects their confidence, especially with YSSC coming off 3 massive wins now.
So massive, and of course, being in that that 2-0 victory against NV that did not feel like a 2-0 victory. I mean, they were down 10,000 gold in the first game, 20,000 gold in the second game. That time, they got that lead, and they're like, wow, this game's so easy when we're ahead. My goodness, because they can win games when they're behind by ridiculous amounts of gold.
Yeah, and I think it's all down to the carries. These guys optimize their builds. They go super aggressive, and they ensure that they're not wasting gold on defensive items. They're just going super aggressive.
Yeah, defensive items are always just a waste of gold, of course.
Just a waste of gold.
Spawn, wow, the build coming through from Little Cutie Cheese is the most ham KO build I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's just super aggressive, as we said, going for that Death Cap, the Void Star, the Runins, Hurricane, and the Nashes. Goodness. Just so aggressive and able to put out so much damage.
And did exactly what they needed to. So, of course, everyone stick around. We are going to have Game 2 of YSSC taking on Avongard Ascension coming up in about 3 minutes. Do not go anywhere.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock. Ha.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game with the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer. Life comes to games like never before.
My goodness. Welcome back, everyone, to me coughing and also the winter round of 8. I'm, of course, Alice, joined by Spawn. That was the most awkward introduction ever, but we just had the most gigantic game, and you can understand why I'm feeling a little bit sick afterwards, because there was so much aggression coming through from YSC, and they just had such a stronghold on that game from about 20 minutes on.
And YSC are ruthless. Once they get a team fight in their advantage, they just push games so fast and turn the tempo up from down here to up here and really go into overdrive mode to take those objectives and really push in decisively.
And they do not believe in defensive items on their carries either. As you stated so affluently in the last game, it was just ridiculous, the builds coming through. Trinity Force, Last Whisper, and of course Bloodthirster Infinity Edge coming on Danny and on that Lucian, and he was just doing so much damage. Those cullings were monstrous.
To the point where Kadra couldn't actually get into some of the fights just because of how much damage was coming out on that short-range AD carry. And one of the team fights, Carbon, had to actually go back before using any abilities because he nearly got blown up.
Yeah, he's like, into the fight? Oh, hang on, no, I'm just going to head back out again, no worries.
Yeah, don't worry, guys, I'll be back. We'll pick up 3 kills afterwards.
Yeah, and they did really well in that case, but it was just too little too late.
Okay, but what we can take from that game in regards to AV is that before they made that one Baron call, they were in complete control of the game.
Yeah.
They won a couple of early game team fights. Their rotations around the map were like awesome. And their vision control was so deep into the jungle of YSSC.
And so many as well. You saw all of the pink wards. At one stage, they had about all of the possible pink wards that they could have across that map, just in exactly the right spot, just to make sure that nothing that YSSC did was going unnoticed by AV.
And you could see the stranglehold that they were trying to put on this YSSC team, because they were scaling into the late game and they were trying to close it out early. So you can see why they made the Baron control. It just didn't go in that favor because there was a ward there.
Yeah, it was quite unfortunate. Of course, YSSC just beelined straight for that Baron. They wasted no time. As soon as they saw Avongard in a group around that Baron, they went, nah, we're getting out of this bottom lane. We're going straight to that objective. And I think that they almost knew that they could get there in time, just because it was about 25 minutes into the game and there just wasn't enough damage on the side of Avongard Ascension.
Yeah, all these early Baron teams revolve around that Blade of the Ruined King, and there wasn't one on the side of AV, and so maybe a little bit slower than what they've used to in practice, just because they didn't have that champion that brings that to the table. And of course, Renekton doesn't really bring great single target damage to something like Baron unless he pops his ultimate, which you don't want to do if a team is bearing down on you. So unfortunately, they had to use so many, all of their resources on that Baron to try and burn it down, and just lost the team fight afterwards. And unfortunately, Zahir came away with a brilliant steal.
Yeah. So what do you think that Avongard Ascension can do to try and pull it back this game? Do they need to go for more of a mid to late game accentuated comp, or do you think that they still need to try and get this early pressure, just don't throw at Baron next time?
I think what they need to do is, first of all, get the lanes that they want. They clearly wanted the Minky versus the Jack Attack lane, and they didn't get it. It was really well scoped out by Jack Attack, took that teleport, was able to teleport into his lane. They got the 2 versus 1 lane swap. And even though they lost the fast push in giving up the first dragon, they were able to pick up a kill on Minky Whale, get him really far behind on this Renekton, and gave Jack Attack that time to scale into the late game. So I think, first of all, they need to get the lanes that they really want and get some deep wards at the start of the game to scope out if there is going to be a lane swap. And from there, I think they just need to play a much more controlled style of game.
Yeah, that's true. And there was also the, as we have Jack Attack and Minky up on our screen, and of course Minky not having the best game that he's ever had that last game, but is known to be strong.
Yeah, so Minky, that seasoned veteran, I don't think one loss is going to get him down at all.
Oh, definitely not.
Yeah, so I think that he was looking for the 1v1 Jack Attack lane, took that Ignite, and it got him a little bit behind. So maybe pick up the teleport this time, go back onto a super aggressive top lane. I really like the Renekton pickup, but just search for the 1v1 against Jack Attack, because we saw that Jack Attack had a little bit of trouble against Intrepid.
Yeah, it's true, but the other thing as well is that Jack Attack looked so comfortable on that Trundle, and Trundle is Minky's favorite champion. So look to see Minky try and pick that one away from Jack Attack as well. Try and get himself onto that champion so that he can utilize it. I remember he was actually practicing on a stream, trying to get that pillar in exactly the right spot for Dragon's Descent, and managing to land it quite repeatedly. So we'll see whether that's what he wants to do as we do go into champion select. And what we haven't spoken about as well is, are they going to change up the bans here? Is it going to be Little Cutie Cheese focused?
I think it still will be Little Cutie Cheese focused.
Ban the Kale though, Probs.
I think Kale needs to be picked up if they're not going to ban it, because it is such a strong champion at the moment. As YSC takes off the Kha'Zix from the field, obviously just doesn't want to play against it at all, especially with such an aggressive smart jungler like Carbon.
Yeah, and of course he probably not wanting to pick that one up himself either. He does have slightly different champion pool here to Carbon. Isn't known to play as much of these early ganking junglers, although he did play a really fantastic Lee Sin, and it's one of the first times we saw him on there, and he was so comfortable as well. So we'll see whether he has practiced some extra ones and what he wants to go for this time.
Yeah, I think the Lee Sin pick was a really smart pickup. It got it away from Carbon, and we saw that Zahi played it really, really well. Just such good early game pressure, and carried it into the late game phenomenally well as well.
Yeah, really, really well. Zig's now going to be taken off the table as well. Little Cutie Cheese never going to be able to play that champion. He's just so, so good, and just has the zone control to make sure that they get those dragons early on and snowball victory. So yeah, really intelligent ban.
So some really respect bans coming out of here from the mid laners. Ziggs goes off the field, Yasuo goes off the field.
I feel good about my predictions as well in the article written earlier.
And they do take the Jax off the field, so I'm not willing to first pick it.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And of course, Jack Attack did have it available all last pick ban phase, but this time not wanting to give that one over. And of course, I think that might indicate a Trundle first pick from Jack Attack.
Yeah, so that might look like they do go to this Trundle. It just counters the rest of the top lane that is popular at the moment so well.
Yep.
And the other thing it does is it also doesn't give AV that option to maybe pick up a hyper carry and try and match the late game T-fighting potential of YSC.
Yeah, that being said, if the Trundle does get taken off the board, we have a possible Lucio Morgana pickup here in the bottom lane as well, which just could be enormous on the side of Gymnast and Cardred, because Gymnast, a brilliant Morgana player, and Cardred really comfortable on that Lucian and picking it away from Denny, and there's multiple reasons why it's a really good idea. That being said, Zahi enjoyed that Lee Sin, and that one's going to be first picked.
Yeah, so Lee Sin is first pick now, locked in, so maybe expect an Elise pickup here.
Yeah.
And I think because the Morgana pickup isn't really that consensus, and I was going to say that there will be a Lucian pickup, but Minky goes straight to that Trundle.
Yeah, picking up that Trundle, as we said, it's his favorite champion. Did not like Jack Attack being on that one when he could have potentially been there, so now Minky's going to show him how it's done there in the top lane. We'll see whether Jack Attack does decide maybe he wants to pick up the Renekton and go for the early pressure.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting maybe a Rumble pickup here, because just how well
true.
Trundle does against these tanky tops.
Jack Attack is so good on that Rumble.
Jack Attack is a really awesome Rumble, so it puts a lot of pressure on Zahi to play a really tanky Lee Sin, but also gives a lot of mid-game control and zone control in these team fights.
Yeah, it's so true. And of course, the first time that we saw YSC coming out, they had these gigantic, ridiculous team comps with Ashe and Rumble and Swain, just with so much sort of wombo combination potential coming through with that equalizer and of course that enchanted crystal arrow. So we'll see whether he decides to go for it. There's only 7 seconds to go and they haven't made a decision. We'll see what they want to put in. There's no time, guys. Hurry up. And there it is. It's going to be actually Denian on the Graves.
So Denian electing into the Graves matchup against Lucian. As we said, it's that kind of pseudo-equalizing the lane by picking a really aggressive early game character like the Graves. Also brings a lot of AoE damage, as we spoke about the Wombo combo that they do like to throw out there. We have seen the Morgana locked in. That will be, of course, for Gymnast, a fantastic Morgana player in his own right.
Brilliant.
But we do have the Flying Dew back on his Thresh.
And as we saw last game, his playmaking on that champion was fantastic, especially teamed up with Zahi on his Lee Sin, which he has again as well. So that roaming potential is there again this game, which could be very, very scary for Avongard. But they now have the Black Shield and they've got Carbon on his very comfortable Elise.
Yeah, so Carbon played a fantastic Elise in the game 2 of the series against UTS, going absolutely massive in the early game, dive after dive, using that repel to the best possible outcomes, and just snowballing the game against, I think it was a Nocturne who was going for the Feral Flare, really farm up style.
Yeah, not a great idea.
Yeah, not a great idea against Carbon, who was just so aggressive. This also lends itself really well to a fast push because they've got the 3 range characters, as we spoke about. So hard to counter that, as Swain's being hovered.
Yeah, Swain being hovered, and of course Jack Attack opting to go for the Renekton as well. We'll see whether he does want to go for that one, because Didn't work out so well for Minky Well, but Jack Attack very confidently picks up the early game top laner.
And he still is got the teleport, so I think that's a good pickup, just in case he gets lane swapped.
Yeah, definitely.
As AV were lane swapped against the last pick, it just lets you to get the free first back, pick up some extra potions, maybe go back to your turret, even allows you to rotate across the map if you want to go for that 4-0 split push.
Yeah, we'll see whether he manages to do that, as they are going to line it up with the last pickup here. And we do have that Lucian and, of course, the Nidalee combination being picked up as well. And with the Elise, is going to really lend itself this game. But that being said, Chuchu's not entirely sure. They're going to hover a few champions here before they do decide to lock anything in. And Gymnast's going to rotate through a lot of ridiculous things because he knows that we like talking about every pickup that's possibly helping.
Exactly right. So we'll just talk about the Anivia for a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be locked in at all.
That's brilliant. Just going for some frog and goes back to the Nidalee now for that that poke comp that they're going for here, which is just almost rounded out perfectly by that Nidalee.
Yeah. Lucian lends himself so well to a Nidalee pickup because of the wave clear he brings to mid lane. With obviously his Q, with the culling as his ultimate, just able to stop these really, really hard sieges. And also because there's not a really long range carry, Denny and of course on that Graves, quite short range for an AD carry, just lends itself so well to a poke comp.
Yeah, and of course YSC now in the opposite position that they were in the last game. They want to get as much work done as early as possible to try and get this game in their favor, because of course Renekton and Lee Sin are going to fall off late, and Denian on this Graves is not going to have the range for the late game to try and peel out of these ones. And
Renekton's in Oceania is so aggressive. Jack Attack straight away swapped over to that Ignite, so he's not going to be running that teleport.
We'll see whether he can pull a Colo and be where he needs to be regardless.
Yeah, looking to pick up that early 1v1 lane, so maybe look for AV to do the lane swap. I really am expecting some nice deep wards, level 1. I think they do have a really good level 1 catch potential with the Morgana and with the Lucian, just bringing a lot of level 1 team fight. Swaps back to the teleport.
Yeah, swapping back to the teleport at the last minute, wanting to make sure that he can match the rotations around the map. And I think that's intelligent here, just so that he can try and be across the map when his team wants to push.
Yeah, so the theory behind Renekton late game against Trundle is that you just kind of proxy the wave and take it away from Trundle so he can't beat on turrets. He's always going to beat you one-on-one, but as long as you just take the wave around from him, he's not really going to be the person that split pushes indefinitely. He does want to get back to his team and, of course, use that ult, because otherwise Jack Attack's going to be so massive with so much damage soaking ability, especially Zahi as well on this Lee Sin, able to get a couple of nice insects off during the game, so maybe lending itself to some hard engage. However, I don't think there is enough heavy CC to catch this Nidalee late game. So look for YSSC to go aggressive early.
I think they're going to try and do as much work as they possibly can early on. And these death sentences is going to be so key for Flying Dew to start this one up. Because as soon as that happens, you've got Never Move coming down on top of that. And we know Little Q Cheese is Swain. We know that he almost does more damage than the numbers state on that champion, just because he's so huge when it comes to that one. And it just means the Sonic Waves are easier to land, and everything is going to come through out of YSC. They're going to try and get the picks and then get it rolling through to take objectives.
Yeah, and Swain, of course, lends himself so well to open area skirmishes. Not great around creeps, but if they get an early team fight around the dragon, look for Little Cutie Cheese to go massive, because he just does so much damage.
Oh yeah, and look to see him flashing into fights as well towards the mid-game. When he does have that Zonya's Hourglass, that's exactly what he likes to do. Even under towers, he has that Ravenous Flock so that he can soak up as much of that damage that he's dealing and give it back to him in health, just so that he can sustain through these fights. And he's just so huge. And with this early game team fight comp that they've got, he's going to be trying to do that early and often.
Yeah, definitely. And he is one of the characters that will scale well into the late game. Swain's single target damage in the late game, because of the amplification on his E, does so much single target burst that if it does go super late, maybe Little Cutie Cheese is the shining hope for YSSC here.
Yeah, that's very true. We'll see whether Choo Choo's can stave it off with this Nidalee, who doesn't often win lane, which is a little bit daunting considering the fact that Little Cute Cheese is so dominant in the laning phase, and Swain has such a powerful level 1 especially.
Yeah, level 1, just all the auto attack harassers that do come out, of course.
With the Torment as well.
Yeah, the Torment that comes across, and level 2 picks up some CC, so even his level 2 and level 3 are also very strong. Just one of those game characters that's really annoying in lane, and because he's not picked up very often, of course, Little Cutie Cheese, one of the only players that plays him professionally, just can do a surprising amount of damage, and you don't really know how to calculate against a Swain in lane.
Yeah, you don't necessarily know whether you're at that point of health where you're going to be in trouble of being killed, and Little Cutie Cheese he knows that. He often flashes for kills. He often gets that Ignite Torment down, and it does more damage than you can possibly expect, especially if you get some auto attacks with that one as well. So we'll see whether it's going to be enough. And my God, I'm just so excited that we're seeing little Cutie Cheese on his Swain again, because that was when I first got introduced to him as a player, and he was just so impressive on that champion. We'll see whether he can show it against Choo Choo's, who is in his own right a brilliant player himself.
Yeah, so these are two of the new up-and-coming mid laners. Like, they've been around for a while, but now they've exploded onto the scene and really getting that recognition that they deserve. So, of course, going head-to-head, seeing who will come out on top, especially because Choo Choo's did really well in that mid lane last game. He was up in
so
CS.
much pressure.
So much pressure across the map, but just late game wasn't able to keep up with the Kayle.
Yeah, and of course, Kayle is going to do that. He does have that Divine Intervention, and of course, just so much consistent damage with that Reckoning. So just it's inevitable that it's going to happen. It's a little bit unfortunate that that Choo Choo's didn't manage to transition into that late game as effectively, but that was mostly to do with team comp.
Yeah, and it was just, as we said, they had so much control early game. That the fact that it transitioned and happened so quickly to YSSC's late game was, I think it would have even caught AV by surprise. So hopefully they spent the end of that game just talking about what they did wrong, clearing up the comms, making sure that they have a really nice strategy that they need to execute at the start of this game so they can move into what looks like a really strong late game team fight.
Yeah, and that's definitely true. And I mean, coming off a loss like this against a team that you're not necessarily expected to lose in can be really detrimental to the morale of a lot of these teams. So we'll see whether Avongard Ascension have sort of the maturity to get past that, just to say, this is in the past, we're going to focus on this game now, and that's going to be our priority. We're going to win this one, take it to game 3, and then finish it off, because that was what was honestly expected to happen this game, and YSSC just looked so strong in that last game. Hopefully AV can try and find it themselves to turn it around, because I would be incredibly intimidated, especially considering how aggressive YSSC were.
Yeah, it's like they don't listen that they're the underdogs. It's like they just go into
they
the
don't
team.
know that.
Yeah, they just go into the game so aggressive, and they just play their play style, which is super impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive and aggressive and rhyming really effectively as well there, Jake. Really well played. As we are onto the Rift, guys, of course, our blue side going to be Your Soul, Shell Chuffer, and Avongard Ascension picking up our red side as well. Right. Go into a hype video just first up. Don't worry about it, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We are onto the Rift. As we can see, there's a little bit of action going down here. Avongard Ascension wanted to try and get a bit of this damage down. Of course, Minky Well is on that trundle around to the side. Oh, that spear looked like it hit, but unfortunately it didn't. Minky might get collapsed on here, and we are straight into this action straight away here, Jake.
Yeah, and we see the deep ward that did come out from YSSC matched on the side of Avantgarde, so they will be able to scope out if there is any lane swaps and maybe look to get Minky into a 1v1 against Jack Attack, because they both have picked up the teleport now.
Yeah, as we can see, only one ward down here on the side of Your Soul Shell Chuffer as well, and it's super deep in the Avantgarde jungle. So, of course, Avantgarde going to have a little bit of a heads up as to who's heading to what lane, but YSSC already know that Minky's there in the top lane, although he does have teleport.
He does have teleport. He is going back now, so maybe look for him to pick up that extra pot and teleport back into lane, just get a little bit of that early game dominance. And it looks like YSSC are going for a late game invade. Yeah, no, they're going to stick around there.
They're going to invade their own blue buff, I think, at this stage.
So I like this swap up from YSSC, because what it does is it makes sure that they have eyes on the Elise early game. And Elise, as we saw from Carbon, is such a good early game champion that if you kind of lose her around the map, you can get dove in really unexpected places, especially from early on.
Yeah, that's true. And as we can see, my goodness, YSSC have so intelligently waited. They spotted the fact that Minky was in the top lane, didn't get fooled, and now they get the lanes that they want. Of course, the 1v1 matchup here with Jack Attack on that Renekton against Minkuel and the Trundle, and that's not how it went. Oh, as the Descendants lands in the top lane, Dark Binding following it up as well. We'll see whether who is going to get the damage down, but Denian has taken so much. Nice early trade here for Avantgarde.
Yeah, Avantgarde coming out ahead in that trade, a little bit more focus damage onto Denian, who'll just heal it up with a pot and a couple of auto attacks from his Doran's Blade. A little bit more spread damage across the wave onto Cardred and Gymnast, as we see Ju is going aggressive again.
They both hit level 2, and he's actually going in with the Flay as well. Black Shield, sorry, going to be enough to stop that one from CCing up Cardred, but they do get a nice trade of damage down as well. Zahi now going to clear out his red buff. Going to try and get a bit of his health back as well before he tries to put some pressure down here. As we can see in the mid lane as well, only one CS up here on the side of Choo Choo's, but they're just going to be farming it out for the early stages, and we'll see whether Little Cutie Cheese does get aggressive the further they get into this matchup. And
it looks like Zahi is on the correct side of the map. Of course, it's so hard to gank that Joy lane early in the game as another hook comes out whiffed, but it looks like Jack Attack is really pushed up underneath that tower, looking to put some pressure on as the binding lands.
The Cocoon actually gets flashed into by Flying Dew. Not necessarily what you want. The heal's forced out as well. One flash being burned on the side of Flying Dew. Still has exhaust, but Denian, really importantly, does, of course, have that flash. But my goodness, that Cocoon was ridiculous.
Carbon is so aggressive on this Elise. Flashing in for the Cocoon. No way they could follow that up, but just shows how much early game action he wants to commit to on this Elise.
Oh yeah, that was ridiculous, and this is what we know him for as well. And as we can see, Jack Attack has got so much damage. I think in his room page must be, because Minky's taking so much.
And it looks like Lee Sin is setting up for a gank down in this bottom lane. So Jack Attack gonna push up this wave, gonna use that passive on his Q to heal up even more. Although Zahi is going back.
Yeah, he's gonna head back, trying to finish off some items here. And Jack Attack just letting him know that they do not want to dive Minky and get themselves into a baited situation here.
Okay, so maybe because they lost eyes on Elise there for a second, they didn't want to commit to a dive just in case. But it does look like, sorry, not Minky, on Carbon, it does look like Minky is in a really strong position to be dove at the moment.
Yeah, and the incredible thing about Little Cutie Cheese as well is he's just so good at farming with Swain's auto attack. And if you've ever played Swain, his auto attack is really hard to land. It's just the animation isn't necessarily similar to a lot of champions, so it can be a lot more difficult. So he's just doing so well. 36 now to 26, a 10 CS lead now in that middle lane with no help from Zahi at all.
Yeah, so junglers have been nowhere near middle lane, which is where we called them to in the last matchup. Yeah. Potentially because Nidalee does want to farm from afar at the start of the game, as we have Jack Attack going super aggressive onto Minky. Carbon coming in for a gank, able to slice away, not quite the dice, but nothing happening there.
Yeah, and Relentless Pursuit being used to get away from the hook there from Flying Dew as well, and Denian nicely dodging that Dark Binding. So CC going to and fro, and fortunately both Denian and Cardred have ways to get out of that one. Zahi now from behind though, lands the Sonic Wave. The Dark Binding going to do nothing against the physical damage here, but nice work getting some damage back here. The hook comes through. Gymnast now the focus, forced to flash. There's a flash through from Denian. He is such a beast, always just flashing for everything, but unable to pick up the kill.
Gets all the summoner spells out apart from the exhaust on the side of Gymnast, so quite fortunate Denian didn't go even deeper to try and pick up that kill, but great gank from Zahi coming in on that Lee Sin, just exerting so much early game pressure and matching Carbon on this Elise.
Yeah, he really is, as we saw in the mid lane, of course. Little Cutie Cheese in complete control of that lane. Choo Choo's being forced to use all that mana to heal himself back up, as Jack Attack reasserting his dominance on this bottom lane now that Carbon has left him alone. As we can see, it has equaled a bit of a lead here at the beginning for YSSC, but as we know, their comp is a little bit more strong at the early stages of this game.
Yeah, and Jack Attack going so aggressive, going to pick, as opposed to Minky, who went for that tank build.
Yep.
Because of the Trundle matchup, is going for that attack damage, of course. That allows it so he doesn't get any of his stats stolen when he does fight, although Minky has hit level 6 and goes aggressive straight away, maybe just trying to push out this lane.
Yeah, has used that Subjugate to try and get a bit of the health back there as well. Oh, that being said, Carbon has found Little Cutie Cheese, but not going to go too far in. And I think it's just going to spell it back here for Cutie Cheese, and he's going to pick up his Catalyst, I would assume.
Yeah, so of course that Swain wanting to rush that roller just to start building up a little bit more than he would, as Jack Attack is going aggressive again, although Minky
he does have that dominance. There's the slice and the dice coming through as well. The pillar not going to be quite enough, but I don't know whether it's going to be, the stun not quite available soon enough here for Jack Attack, but Minky forced out of this lane and doesn't have teleport.
So Minky potentially has to go back, although we do see a roam coming down from Choo Choo's, who is
multiple
behind.
members. This could be very, very scary. As we can see, Choo Choo's has been spotted out. We'll see whether Jack Attack can make it out of here. Nice pillar, making sure that nothing happens. He is going to flash over this wall. Nice jukes coming through. We'll see whether Choo Choo's can get around in time, but I think that Jack Attack might be just going for a bit of a walk through the brush, and whether he can get out in time for his team to come around. We'll see whether he finds him. Choo Choo's now forced out of the way. Little Cutie Cheese nicely flanks to get Jack Attack out of there.
Yeah, so Little Cutie Cheese matching the rotation. Of course, Zahi coming through as the binding lines are flying due.
Yeah, really nicely played there. The buckshot coming through just to try and deter Avongard Ascension from fighting anymore, and effectively done there by Denny, and make sure that Cartridge not going to be able to get any more piercing light damage down onto their team.
So what this does do is it allows Minky to have that little bit of breathing room, because the flash is out of Jack Attack, so can't go quite as deep on those dives. And Minky is holding his own on this Trundle in a bad matchup.
Yeah,
using that ultimate again.
Yeah, that Subjugate is available as well. Doesn't have a lot of mana, so he's probably going to opt to go back now that he's pushed out this wave. But as we know, this is Minky Whale's favorite champion. This is the Trundle, and this is where he feels comfortable. So look to see Minky being knowing exactly his limits.
And I love this tactic from Minky. This is where top laners are a little bit uncomfortable in their lane, so they use their ultimate to farm.
Yeah.
Because no team fights are going to break out at this point in the game. You see it a lot on Shyvana and Renekton. Just use your ultimate, get a little bit stronger, push out your wave, get a free back, and then nothing else happens for the wave. And by the time you get back into lane, your ultimate's pretty much up.
Yeah, and especially when you've got a lower cooldown as well. Ooh, nice quick draw. Ooh, there's the Death Sentence as well. We'll see whether YSC can make something of this, but Denian goes down really, really low from that Light Slinger, and unfortunately unable to follow that one through.
A little bit hesitant to engage onto Gymnast, who does have that ultimate available. Carbon is around the top lane as well. So wise move there from Flying Dew to not follow that one in. You do see that Death Sentence sometimes does get on top of these support players that do play Thresh. So really well thought out there, and just farming up a treat on this Graves.
Yeah, both Graves and Kadra on the Lucian there quite effectively close, as Flying Dew just going to finish off that minion there with that ability. And Minky Whale and Jack Attack again, just smacking each other in their face with their respective weapons. Of course, I don't really know what that weapon is there, as we do have the Soul Shackles coming down from Gymnast and takes the Lantern. Flying Dew just saving Denian from almost certain death there. Nice work staving off the gank in the top lane.
So really, really well-read gank from the top lane there. Flying Dew, of course, using that Dark Passage to get Denian out, just allowing your AD to be safe by staying a little bit further back and allowing him to use your Dark Passage as that repositioning tool, as the as the Death Sentence is whiffed there a little bit.
Yeah, it was a bit optimistic, but I do like it. Aggressive play, but my goodness, Carbon is not giving up here in this top lane.
A lot of damage going out on Choo Choo's from that mid lane as Carbon comes around again for a gank.
Yeah, there's the Black Shield on him as well. The box does come down a fair bit of damage, but oh my goodness, the culling getting so much damage down on Cartridge. Don't know whether he necessarily wanted to go in on that one. Denian now getting caught by the Dark Binding as well. There's the Q landing. First blood though, collateral damage is going to secure that one. Turnaround kill for YSC. My goodness, Avongard had no idea that could possibly happen, and it's not over yet. Zahi now finds his way in, but the teleport being blown by Minky Whale, able to stop more aggression from coming through.
And Avongard really need to get a push on this tower with that teleport, because of course Jack Attacks is down, but he has got this wave pushed up all the way to the turret in the bottom lane, and that's a little bit of a wasted teleport out of Minky Whale. So maybe a little bit of a misplay. Of course, Minky Whale able to stop the teleport of that Renekton as we have Choo Choo's.
Oh, Ravenous Flock coming down here as well. There's the Ignite for the last bit. We do have the barrier being picked up here. We'll see whether Little Cuties can get the last little bit of damage down, but nice use of barrier to stop that kill from coming through. And now Choo Choo's going to, oh, so much damage from these spears. If only he had a little bit more AP, he might be able to finish this one off, as he has actually flashed forward. We haven't seen the mid lane there. The last spear to come through, but not going to be enough to finish off Little Cutie Cheese. He's just going to say sayonara there in that mid lane. And of course, I was wrong about the Catalyst, because he's picked up a Blasting Wand and a Sapphire Crystal.
Okay, so super aggressive build coming out of there. As there's a nice push coming in on the mid lane, hopefully evening out these turrets, as Jack Attack was able to take the bottom lane because of the teleport from Minky Whale. And a nice push coming out of this actually from the top lane, as Denian and Flying Dew look to secure their tower as well. So trading objectives here.
Oh, nice Dark Binding going to hit onto Denian, but he's just going to buckshot Gymnast in the face to say, no, you're not going to CC me up. But
and looks like there's a rotation coming out of Carbon here. The reason You were talking about the Tiamat build a little bit on Renekton, so we'll talk about that while there's a little bit of downtime. So that item, of course, is the Tiamat. The reason it's so good on Renekton, as he's about to get caught. Yeah, the Cocoon does land. There's the Dark Binding. Nice use of that CC, and we've got the culling to come through, but it's going to be Gymnast picking up the kill into Zahi. Just really nice pickoffs and nice chain CC. Okay, so really great move there from Carbon, coming into the top lane, able to pick up Zahi, was a little bit overconfident. They really want this top turret. So the Tiamat on Jack Attack allows you to cancel the animation of the W. That's why it's so popular on Renekton. He hasn't done it there, which is a little bit weird. Instead uses it on his Q, but it allows him to counteract the long animation of the W stun. Yeah. So it just adds a little bit of more damage and allows him to have a little bit more wave clear, as Denian is getting chunked by Cardred in that bottom lane. Yeah, really, really nice use of that Light Slinger passive on that Piercing Light as well. Just getting his combo down and chaining his skills effectively just to get the most down. But Little Cutie Cheese now back into lane, does have that Catalyst now finished up. Going to have a fairly early rower. He's 13 minutes into the game. If he manages to finish that up in the next couple of minutes, he's going to be looking pretty good for a 25-minute maximum Rod of Ages, which is always fantastic. And the contest of the blue buff is coming in from Zahi, not able to get across in time, but they had the timer on that one. So important to deny the first and second and third blues off Nidalee because of the poke damage that she can do in the mid game before anyone has really built up any MR, or as we just see the damage that can come out of those spears. Yeah, that Ravenous Flock going to try and do as much work as it can to heal up Little Cutie Cheese, but I'm not sure whether it's going to quite be enough. Ooh, that spear not going to land there from Choo Choo's Nidalee. Okay, so we have YSC setting up for what looks like to be the first dragon of the game. What AV has to do here is set off, wait for a pick from Gymnast like that, and the follow-up damage perfectly displayed there. Cocoon lands as well. Cocoon. Everything hits. Okay. Pretty good at these skill shots of these guys on Avongard Ascension. So straight away they head off the attack. Zahi getting chunked so hard from that spear and puts down the pick, leads to what could be potentially a free uncontested dragon from AV from Choo Choo's Nidalee. Yeah, really, really well played. And they landed everything, the cocoons, the dark bindings, and the spears, and this is really helping Avongard out. And this is where YSC is strong. This is where they want to be doing the work that they can to try and get ahead in this game, and it's just not working out in the same fashion that it didn't work out for Avongard Ascension last game. And Choo Choo's on this Nidalee, super impressive. The whole team comp leads itself really well to a Nidalee pickup in the mid game because of the Trundle pillar, adding that slow, because of all the hard CC from the Morgana, from the Elise Cocoon, just allows Choo Choo's to really wait for his team to set up his spears and then just hit these long distance, and they just chunk so much damage at this point in the game. Yeah, and they've just got so much range from all of those abilities, like you said, plus the culling as well to come out from Cardred. Ooh, Death Sentence, not going to be enough, and he is spotted out by that ward there as well. Denian now staving off Minky in this bottom lane. He's 2 levels behind, but I think he's going to be able to sit under his turret. So Minky hasn't finished his Blade of the Ruined King yet, which means that Denian will be able to kite him around a little bit. Maybe not a dive situation as of yet, so able to pick up some free farm. They have sent Jack Attack into this top lane. He's a little bit tanky, has some MR, so able to survive the ganks a little bit better than Denian at this point. Of course, has the slice and dice to get away. So smart move there. Also has a teleport available just in case action happens somewhere else on the map. And the other impressive thing as well on the side of YSC is the fact that they've warded up a lot more effectively around their river as well. So as you can see, there's a couple of pink wards towards the bottom side of the map, and Jack Attack has a lot of vision to try and make sure that he knows where Carbon is. And as you can see, he's possibly going to be spotted out here if he does come through to that top lane as well. So really, really nice work noticing the fact that they lacked vision in the last game, and they're really trying to fix that one in this game. Yeah, and they've actually sent Cardred back to match to the lanes. They don't like this 2v1 setup as he goes in on Gymnast. It's just a fight over the ward. Fight over the ward, protecting that pink ward, which is so important. Large gold investment. The longer that can stay up, the better, and a potential bait to come up with a... so next time they go for that ward, they can set up a little skirmish, which could go favorably. As Jack Attack is showing no fear in this top lane, even though he can see 2 people are near him. Yep, manages to get that free 16 gold as well. Carbon going to be pretty salty about that one. And as we can see, Jack Attack just going to head back into this top lane, just more than happy to push this one out as fast as possible, has the wards to deal with it. So Zahi has tried to sneak into this bottom lane, but he has been spotted out, so it will be a 2v2 as he goes in. Zahi with the flash as well, the black shield going to be enough there. There's the Soul Shackles, nice work, breaks the tether and then comes in with this resonating strike. Denian has the flash, but not going to be quite enough damage. Cardred now the focus, but he does have almost the 2v1 potential here. The Ardent Blaze comes through, and then Denian has forced to get the heck out of there. Cardred showing no fear and picks up a free red buff for himself. And Carbon has also caught Denian on the rotation through the jungle, although a fantastic Dark Passage from Flying Jew, saves his life as the teleport came in from Minky.
Yeah, Little Cutie Cheese shows no fear in this mid lane as well. Does manage to get the last hit on that turret, taking down that mid lane, and that is definitely good for them. They really need as much map pressure as they can, but we'll see whether it's not too little too late, because there's an 1,000 gold lead here for the extra scaling team on the side of Avongard Ascension, as it was for YSSC in the last game. Jack Attack has got a lot more pressure here on this Renekton, hasn't died nearly as much as Minky Well did in the last game. We'll see whether he can be more relevant in these fights, but things are looking a little bit grim here for YSC.
I think the important thing from Jack Attack's build is that he's gone damage and then he's gone MR. So Minky isn't going to be this huge trundle with so much armor this game that can just tank these turrets. So I think that lends itself well to a really nice mid-game skirmish from YSSC, with Renekton having some tankness from his health, but more against the AP characters on AV's side. So I think that that's actually in their favor this game, although Trundle has now picked up his Blade of the Ruined King, and we saw how well he can stick to the carries when he has that item.
Yeah, it's really true. And the other thing that I'd like to mention as well is the fact that this Graves pickup against Lucian has not been working out as it necessarily should, as it is considered a semi-counter here for this lane. I mean, we just haven't seen the Graves being necessarily as effective. Did pick up the first blood in a nice turnaround with that collateral damage, but as we saw in that last little 2v2, Kadra just had that one's number so well.
Yeah, and I think it's because of how much pressure comes out of Carbon's Elise. His Elise is phenomenal at exerting power pressure over the lanes, especially in these 2v2 matchups, and just getting inside the head of Denian a little bit and not allowing him to be his aggressive self, because when he was trying it, Carbon was always in his lane. So a lot of credit to the jungler on the side of AVA, really stepping up, although he has got a fairly large CS deficit against Zahi, as Carbon's getting aggressed on.
Yeah, Jack Attack in a lot of trouble here in this top wave. Has managed to flash and slice and dice the heck out of here. Has popped Dominus as well. Oh, Repel not going to be enough. And now it's just Jack Attack trying to go on a wild goose chase here. Is going to try and doesn't have the teleport. Oh, he does have the teleport available. He's not going to opt to go for that one, though. Unfortunately, wasn't able to. Slice and dice comes through, but that's going to be Kadra picking that one up. But that was a long time spent with 3 people in that top lane. YSC, we'll see whether they can get something from it. Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it, but able to push out lane, so hopefully not going to lose an objective on top of it. Dragon is 45 seconds from respawn, so it looks like Jack Attack will be up in time, especially with that teleport, but they will need to stall for a little bit just to ensure that his ultimate is up in time.
Yeah, and do you think that he actually intentionally decided not to use that teleport just because Dragon was up so early? He probably asked his team, said, guys, I want to try and teleport to safety, and they said, no. You just die. It's more important that you've got the teleport for this next fight.
I think he was also giving a lot of credit to Gymnast Morgana. Of course, that Dark Binding coming through would have stopped the teleport.
True.
And there was only really one place he could go to. So I think that that was a really smart move, just to not expend all your abilities as the Dark Passage comes through.
Yeah, Minky Well gets caught. Lots of CC coming down onto him as well, but he does have that Subjugate. Going to get a lot of health back and just instantly runs away. Nice use of that pillar just to zone out YSC.
So great pillar, but the Subjugate was expended, and they are dodging out a lot of these skill shots that caught them out last time. So look for YSC to go really ham in this fight, although Zahi just gets chunked by another Choo-Choo Spit.
Oh, there's the flash forward. Flying Jew not going to find any joy. Nice play though, but does get Dark Binding. We'll see whether it's going to be enough. The box comes down. Flying Jew so low, but so's Minky Well. He's going to get taken down. Little Cutie Cheese with the damage. We've got Carbon now in the backline. Does manage to finish off the support, but not necessarily the target you want. Now the poke's coming through. Now AV are trying to do something, but 1 for 2 in favor of YSC. This is what they need, but is it enough?
So Flying Jew initiating the team fight for his team with a fantastic play into box, and just really lending itself well to have Little Cutie Cheese get that CC down and able to lock up a couple of members. But Jack Attack is getting absolutely pummeled by these spears. It feels like Choo-Choo's has not missed any for a really long time. He's just on point with these spears, really pushing them off these waves, and it looks like they might be able to rotate down now for an uncontested Dragon, although Little Cutie Cheese is waiting for Kadra.
Yeah, and there's a big wave in the top lane as well. Minky doesn't have his teleport just yet. That being said, Avongard Ascension have started off this Dragon. They do have vision control. They have a pink ward there as well. Denny and a Little Cutie Cheese now getting chunked down a fair bit. Denny are not going to be able to be in this fight. Nevermove does whiff. There's the Soul Shackle as well. Gymnast wants to 1v1 Little Cutie Cheese. Forced to flash out of that one. Jack Attack now with that Dominus pop is tanking up this culling completely. Takes the Dark Passage, but Little Cutie Cheese now flashing over. Gymnast is dead. He's just taking down instantly. Little Cutie Cheese finishing off that one, and YSC has said it's their turn to start off this Dragon.
And it looks like they might be able to pick it up, although Carbon is going in and the teleport is coming through.
Yeah, there's a nice repel there to try and dodge out some of that damage, and they're tanking up these things again, and it's been stolen from Carbon. The cocoon lands as well. What a monster on this Elise. Little Cutie Cheese now finds his way into this fight, but Denian's fallen down. That's a lot of YSSC's damage, and Mickey Well finds his way back in. Flying Jew is in a lot of trouble. These spears coming through as well from Choo Choo's as Minky Well finishes off that kill with his chomp, and they just stayed for too long.
And Minky Well showing how strong he is on this trundle, not losing any help, able to chase through. The chase is still going with Carbon and Minky Well not giving up on this one. And Choo Choo's so confident, even though he was low on health, believed, just kept the right distance and able to land some really nice spears to turn the team fight in AVA's favor.
Yeah, just doing it really, really well. That being said, the one thing that we can say about YSC is the fact that they have Little Cutie Cheese on his Swain, 2-0-1, still ahead in CS, and now has that Zhonya's Hourglass finish. So look to see him be able to make some really, really big plays. And unfortunately, he was forced to flash out of that last fight, as we can see now in this replay. So
we can see that Jack Attack has burnt so much of his abilities to do nothing. Little Cutie Cheese flashes over the wall and picks up a nice kill onto Gymnast. And here's a Dragon starting up. So Jack Attack tanks this out with Zahi, loses a lot of health. Unfortunately, this is where things start going bad. Carbon with a great repel misses so much damage, and then Choo Choo's just landing spear after spear, and the really healthy Trundle comes in. Bad kick of Minky out of the Dragon Pit, not picking up the Dragon, and then from here it's just, unfortunately, AVA running down the whole team of YSSC, ending up the fight 3-0. 3-1 if you encounter Gymnast going down at the start, but of course the Dragon was picked up.
Yeah, Little Cutie Cheese now taking a few spears to the face there in the top lane as well. But they are going to be able to protect this outer turret as Jack Attack and Minky Well are fighting each other in this bottom lane. Now Minky Well with a bit of an advantage because he's got that Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, so this is to the part of the game where Minky Well will start faring better and better against Jack Attack in these long drawn-out fights just because of the amount of sustain Trundle brings and the attack speed that synergizes so well with that Blade of the Ruin King. Interesting to note is actually that Denian is going for a Last Whisper before he's going for any attack speed items. Yeah. This is more the caster Graves build that we see just so he can get all his damage off. Maybe a little bit scared to get close to the fight because of how much zoning potential Minky does have on this Trundle and how much armor he is picking up from his ultimate. So nice pick up there as opposed to Cardred, who's just of course going for that Trinity Force after his Bloodthirster.
Yeah, maybe Denian just wanting to opt for a little bit more burst so they can take out a member of Avongard Ascension early on in the fight and then really come down hard on top of them, because YSC, they're losing their window for their aggression. Of course, almost 25 minutes into this game, Avongard Ascension going to start really just getting the general team comp advantage as they start hitting their item thresholds.
Yeah, so this is the part of the game where we really need to see YSC get a good team fight. So they need to group up and try and push a lane whilst the wave clear and the ultimate from Cardred isn't on that low cooldown that it is at level 16. So look for them to group up, maybe head into a mid lane. Jack Attack's teleport will be up before Minky, so they have that in their favor. However, it just looks like that, as you said, that window is getting smaller and smaller, and a Choo Choo's on this Nidalee looks extremely comfortable.
Yeah, Flying Jew just missing that death sentence after dodging out some really nice skill shots there. Just showing that he does have his dancing shoes on after all. And now we've got YSSC sort of grouping here. They do have the teleport available almost on Jack Attack as the skill shots are flying to and fro. The cocoon and the spear just missing Flying Jew. And he seems to be a little bit of a beast as far as dodging out these spells is concerned.
And a potential flank came through while that was happening from Jack Attack and Zah here, but it was scouted out by some really nice wards in the jungle of AVA. So nice and defensive. They know that at the moment YSC are getting desperate for this team fight, so it looks like they're just going to stall out and clear out these waves, which is really impressive.
Yeah, and looking at those piercing lights coming through as well, Cardra doing a fantastic job of clearing out these waves, and we've got Minky Well in that bottom lane as well, and Jack Attack almost with that teleport back available is almost forced to go down here. As you can see, he sort of doesn't really know what to do because he has been pinged out. There is a ward in that brush, but he just doesn't know where he wants to be this game, just because Avongard Ascension, they have a little bit of a lead, and he's Renekton now, and he's just slowly getting zoned out of the area of the game that he wants to fight.
Yeah, so Renekton really is going through that mid-game dip. We see he can't 1v1, he wants a team fight, but he can't really get it, as Little Cutie Cheese has been caught.
Yeah, the Soul Shackles comes through. There's a really nice Zhonya's to avoid the stun on that one. Dark Binding comes through, but that Zhonya's bought him enough time for his team to come through.
And just turns a 3v1 gank around. and just says, I'm not really that scared of you guys. Zonya's out of it, uses that ultimate to really good effect, and Gymnast was kind of like, okay, I've used all my abilities, I got nothing left, so I'm just going to walk away from you.
Yeah, and as you saw, Little Cutie Cheese actually walked back into Avongard, and there was only Flying Dew coming there. It would have been still 2v3, but Avongard's still frightened just because that Swain is so strong.
Yeah, just giving so much respect to this Swain pick, of course. Has that Rod of Ages. Now had picked up his Zonya's Hourglass, as we saw. So really scaling to the late game. Look for when he gets a little bit of magic penetration to become really scary. The other build I really like in this game is the CDR build that we've seen come through from Carbon's Elise. We talked about it a little bit last week, but this is the build a lot of Elise players are now favoring. With, of course, maxing that Cocoon second for the increased duration just allows you to get more CC out, and the more Cocoons that hit, the more of these really impactful spears that are going to hit. Yeah, that's true. It's just the Dark Bindings have been on point, as have the Cocoons, so Carbon being able to throw out more of those is just deadly for your Soul Shell Chuffer, and as we can see, Choo Choo's just having such an easy time with these spears just because there's so much lockdown from the rest of the members of Avongard. So it looks like neither team is really confident to engage. Never move landing on a 2 though. My goodness, and that started the fight. Little Cutie Cheese now has that Ravenous Flock popped, but he's taking a lot of damage, forced to flash out of this fight. And Mickey Well tanking up 5 members already. Oh, collateral damage does finish off Carbon. That's the smite down. Dark Binding not going to find its target, neither does the spear, but it's going to be very hard for YSSC to pressure down this dragon as they decide that they want to go for a turret instead. So YSSC now rushing down the mid lane, able to get the snipe from Denian with that collateral damage. Really well team fought as Little Cutie Cheese were able to catch 2 members. After that push, now they're going to be able to rotate back down to pick up an uncontested dragon. But really nice move from YSSC, able to swing a team fight at a really critical point of the game. Teleport is available here for Minky Well. They might be able to secure this dragon before anything happens. They do manage to get that one down, slicing through that pillar, which could have spelled death. Death Sentence landing on a Minky Well, not necessarily the target that you want. So much chase coming out of AV now. They're not giving up on this team fight. They are not. Never move on. 2 members, though. Little Cutie Cheese, so good on this Swain, is going to be able to get the heck out of this fight, and they do manage to pick up the dragon. So equalizing that gold a little bit more. They're only down by about 1,000 at this point. And we'll see whether Little Cutie Cheese is going to be enough to be able to secure this game for them, because he is basically the late game here for your Soul Shell Chuffer. Yeah, so we spoke about how your Soul Shell Chuffer doesn't really have those late game impactful carries this time that we're used to seeing, with the exception of that Swain. So look for Swain to really start gearing up to the late game. I'm looking for another super aggressive build to come out here. Oh, yeah. As we can see, as we're about to see the Void Staff come out, I would expect potentially a Death Cap, actually, because there isn't that much MR being built up on the side of AV, with the exception of that Trundle. But I just think it's so important to get the Void Staff just so we can get this Trundle out of the way. Because as we saw, Minky was sitting in the middle of 4 of them that fight and not really dying that quickly. Yeah, it's true. He was tanking up 5 members for so incredibly long. That Subjugate giving him so much extra stats, especially now that the Randuin's has been finished up here by Jack Attack. So if he gets that Subjugate on top of him, that's going to be a lot of free stats from Minky Well, and he's going to be able to sit in that team fight for so long, especially with the Blade of the Ruined King as well, giving him a lot of his health back. And as we can see, Jack Attack just does not want to have anything to do with Minky. And this is what I was speaking about, the Renekton tactic against Trundle, is to never fight him. You just take the wave with your AoE, that nice Tiamat, you cull the meat, and then you just don't fight. You just slice and dice outside of the team fight, and you just clean up minion after minion and hope that Trundle doesn't get the opportunity to 1v1 you, because at this point in the game, Jack Attack will lose as the Death Sentence hits. Oh, there's the Dark Binding as well as the Spear and the culling. Cardred finishing off that kill with a spectacular array of abilities being landed there. It was almost too much to call. Yeah, so we saw a really nice catch from the side of Gymnast there. Obviously, when that Death Sentence comes out and hits, you can't move. So that the Black Shield obviously keeping Blind You in position, and the nice Dark Binding comes through, followed up by all the damage. Yeah, just ridiculous. Carbon managing to start that one off. Nice spear comes through on top of Little Cutie Cheese. He may not be able to be the tanky member of that fight. Does have Ravenous Flock. Look at the health coming back. That spear would have killed him if you hadn't have had that Ravenous Flock available to try and heal him back up, but it has deterred Avongard from this turret. They are going to rotate around, pick up this outer turret in the top lane, and maybe more. Yeah, so unfortunately the aggressive teleport coming out of Jack Attack didn't lead to a fight, and actually led to a really nice rotation from AV. Able to come to the top lane, pick up the turret, and another Dark Binding has landed. Yeah, Flying Drew getting caught up. Denian now almost forced completely out of this fight with another fantastic spear. Choo Choo's is playing this Nidalee so well. So many of these spears have landed, and as we've seen, it's been on Zahi when they're at a dragon fight, and Denian when they're fighting around a turret. That's their
wave clear, and it's going to make things so much easier here for Avongard Ascension. Just really, really brilliant spears.
So Ascension obviously really comfortable on this poke composition with the Trundle, with the Elise and the Morgana, just allowing Choo-Choos to sit back and poke down the team before they engage in anything. They're not even really fighting at the moment. They're just kind of skirmishing and then using their pressure to take down objectives. Yeah,
they really, really are. We'll see whether Avongard decide to go for a Baron. They are pinging on it. It was their Achilles heel in the last matchup, though, so I'd still be a little bit worried. I know they've got a little bit of a lead here. They have a fantastic power spike going on at this particular moment in the game where they're feeling really, really strong. And as we can see, Choo-Choo's landing these spears left, right, and center, making sure that time just clearing out a minion, but other times it's been really, really good.
And the Brutalizer has been picked up by Cardred.
My goodness.
So that lends itself to a Youmuu's Ghostblade, which gives you this really powerful culling. So if you pop your Youmuu's, use culling, adds all the attack speed to it, obviously, and just gets out so many more shots. And it's a build that was popularized by I'm a Cutie Pie. It was actually seen as a little bit of a troll build, but we have seen that it's a legitimate build, and it's actually used to great effect by...
Interesting use of the culling there by Cardred on top of a stunned up target that managed to take the Dark Passage away, and nothing came of it. So it's a cooldown not necessarily used to full effect, as Flying Dew picking up all of the traps on his way home.
Just going to recall, so clearing the mid lane of those traps. They are super annoying after team fights. You have to start dodging them, especially if you're low on health. Choo-Choo's is bringing out all this AP. Hasn't even upgraded his boots and has got the Death Cap and the Void Staff now built up.
The classic trifecta of mid lane items, of course, with that Rabidons and the Void Staff. So really, really well done, and has closed the gap there. Of course, Little Cutie Cheese having a bit of a creep lead for the majority of this game, but now only behind by about 5. 0, 0, and 4 on that Choo-Choos, but he's been landing the crucial spears to secure those objectives and playing really, really well this game.
Yeah, definitely being really impactful on that Nidalee, allowing his team to, as I said, not necessarily fight, but just lead to objectives, as we see a flank coming in through Zah here.
Yeah, Sonic Wave does land. Carbon now being a little bit of the focus. Dragon Rage kick coming through, but the Repel is available, of course. Gymnast now flashing through, does have that Soul Shackles on 2 members, and there's Little Cutie Cheese with his very, very perfectly timed Zhonya's Hourglass in the backline, manages to pick up a couple of kills, and of course, Denian picks up Gymnast as well. This is going all in YSSC's favor, and Jack Attack tanking up so much damage in that fight.
Yeah, so Jack Attack being that big meat shield that they need. Little Cutie Cheese once again able to zone off the carries in that fight with a really well-timed Zhonya's Hourglass, negating the stun that was coming through from Gymnast, and it's going to lead to a push onto the second tier turret, although they do have to be careful of these spears coming out from Choo-Choos.
Yeah, Choo-Choos does have some incredible spears, but my goodness, Little Cutie Cheese is a beast on this Swain, and he's just making sure that he gets right in the face of Avongard.
And it looks like it's a perfectly timed rotation down to the Dragon that just has spawned, especially with the top lane pushing so much. It looks like YSSC may be able to pick up a free Dragon and really tie this game back up.
Yeah, they've done so well to get themselves back into this one. Of course, now only almost 1,000 gold, forcing the flash out of Flying Dew, though. He's in a lot of trouble. There it is. Cardred finishes off that kill, and that is just an unfortunate way to walk around that one. Little Cutie Cheese now may have found himself in the wrong position as well. Oh, Never Move used perfectly. Ravenous Flock now trying to heal him back up. The Subjugate is on, and Shutdown comes through from Cardred. They're going to transition this into a turret as well, and that's gone horribly wrong for YSC.
Once again, YSSC staying around for a little bit too long now. There's unfortunately a massive wave that's coming into this bottom lane, going to be able to potentially do a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness, the spear!
Okay, Denian was there, then he wasn't, so that was absolutely huge. That spear was massive, as well as the culling that was coming out from Cardred, and it's going to end up in the first inhibitor of the game.
Yep, taking down this bottom lane inhibitor as well is just so good for that Baron pressure, as we spoke about last game. Dark Binding going to whiff, but Gymnast does not care. They're just going to beeline straight for more objectives, and wow, that could not have gone any worse for YSSC.
Yeah, so YSSC, I thought actually that Little Cutie Cheese had made AV expend enough to kill him. There was a couple of flashes that came out and an ultimate from Trundle, but just that burst damage that came out on Denian unexpectedly just absolutely it took YSSC by surprise, and it's led to this Baron move now.
Yeah, and as we can see, of course, Denian has finished off the Infinity Edge, and the Rabidon's Death Cap has been taken here, but Soul Shackles nicely onto 2 members of YSSC. They're trying to stop this Baron from coming through. The box does come down. Minky Whale's massive now. Has that Subjugate back up. Jack Attack now on his own in amongst everything. The kick back over the wall by Azahi. Cute little play, but Jack Attack forced to flash away, and they are going to turn back onto this Baron. secure that one. Here's little Cutie Cheese trying to come in and get the work done. Kadra now the focus. He's going to go down. The Zhonya's is used now. Little Cutie Cheese trying to be the beast that he is. The Ravenous Flop doing so much healing, but the double kill coming through from Choo Choo's. It's only 1 down, now 2 for Minky Well, for YSSC, sorry, and they are okay with that trade. They do manage to get a couple of members without that Baron trading 2 for 2, but the Baron going the way of Avongard Ascension is going to be huge.
Great stalling from Flying Jew and Jack Attack to really draw that fight out with a couple of nice boxes and a fantastic kick from Zahi to get Kadra back into the Baron pit where he belongs.
See ya, don't kill me.
Yeah, and then just allowing the carries, Denian and Little Cutie Cheese, to come into the Baron pit. Go 2 for 2, although they did lose Baron, so all out, a really good trade for AVA, but I think that YSSC will be happy that they got the Baron buff off the tanks.
Yeah, that's true, and it's now sprung up to a 5,000 gold lead as well here in favor of Avongard Ascension, and it's 37 minutes into this game now. Their Pokemon is really, really going to shine. Nice spear just to pick up that blue buff. Choo Choo's cool guy's not looking at explosions on that one. Little Cutie Cheese going to pick up one for himself, and my goodness, this guy has so much pressure on him at this stage. He's going to try and pick himself up some items so that he can put his team on his back, but it's going to be so, so hard.
And once again, the builds from Denny and from Little Cutie Cheese have left me absolutely speechless. They've gone for the Death Cap over the Void Star and the Infinity Edge over any attack speed. It's a Draven build, Bloodthirster, Last Whisperer, Infinity Edge for this Graves, and he's just looking to do all the up front burst that he can.
Yeah, so much damage coming through, and they're going to tank out this inner turret as well. Avongard Ascension managing to pick this one up, catching a YSSC unawares without a creep wave. Intelligently played, and I don't think they really want to fight them out in the open, especially at this perfectly siegeable turret with a Nidalee on their team. Yeah,
so we've seen how well YSSC play when they're turtling, and even with the bottom turret down, we saw against Team NV that doesn't really mean much, as Zahi's looking for an engage.
Oh, Minky's actually going to get kicked back into the team. Not sure whether this is necessarily what they want. They have to burst him down as quickly as they can. The box gets flashed out of here, and the fight has started in earnest. Jack Attack now has to use that dominance to try and stop himself from falling to that culling. And there is the Zhonya's Hourglass, not necessarily being used in exactly where it wants to. The collateral damage comes through, a lot of damage. There's the Soul Shackles. Gymnast has a Zhonya's Hourglass of his own. Jack Attack now, Gymnast is the focus. He's going to fall down. In the meantime, Carbon fell down to the back line. Zahi is a monster, finishing off 2 in a row, and that's 3 for nothing for YSSC. How is this happening with Baron on some of the members of Avangard, even though Zahi did go down there in the end of Choo Choo's?
So 3 for 1 in the favor of YSSC against a Baron up team and not losing any objectives. We're just talking about this ruthless aggression that comes out from them. They literally don't care whether they look like they're at a disadvantage. If they see a team fight, they just go.
Yeah, and they're saying, no, we've got the late game comp with Renekton and Lee Sin. Don't worry about that one, guys. And they're playing this to the best of their ability, considering the deficit and considering Baron being taken as well.
Yeah, so not minding about that gold deficit at all. Claw it back to about a 4,500 as we see a replay on this fight. This is just Zahi going absolutely ham and the whole team following up. We see that Minky takes so much damage, a little bit of a whiff box there, but allows Minky to use that flash. And then this is where they just keep going. You think maybe this is a bad call. Jack Attack has to pop dominant, but then Little Cutie Cheese just popping that Zhonya is getting so much health back, and Carbon just committing so much more. Flying Jew taking up a really critical spear there, and they all collapse onto Gymnast and able to take him down. And then we see Zahi top lane able to chase down Minky Whale and pick up that nice kill, although he does get killed in return by Choo Choo's.
Yeah, and it's really intelligent play just based on the fact that YSSC just want to fight all the time, and Avangard want to be sieging. They want to be throwing out the poke and trying to get the CC down for the one after the other kills and waiting for the cooldown on those spears to do the majority of their damage. So intelligent move, just forcing the fight on whoever they can get it on. And even though it was Minky Well, they chunked him down so fast, and he just couldn't do the tanking that he needed to.
And once that Subjugate is out of Minky Whale, he actually loses a lot of his tank ability. So him having to pop that so early into the team fight meant that when he got chased down at the end, he just didn't have the defensive stats that we're used to seeing out of this Trundle. Avantgarde have rotated into a nice dragon to give themselves a little bit more of a gold buffer, but we are seeing that even though it doesn't appear that YSSC have a late game team fight comp, they're still willing to team fight.
Yeah, they're still in a team fight, I think, because their hard engage is still very, very strong. But with the culling coming through, getting tanked out here by Flying Jew, he does not care about those bolts coming through into his face. The spear's coming now, and Little Cutie Cheese not going to want to tank too many of those ones at all. And the focus now onto this open inhibitor in the bottom lane, and we'll see whether YSSC can force the fight that they need to try and take this game back.
So it looks like Avongard is looking to pressure this open inhibitor. So really smart move going into that bottom lane where there is no turret. Great pickup from Little Cutie Cheese here with the...
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I don't even know
the Abyssal Scepter.
The Abyssal Scepter. It, of course, reduces magic resist at a flat rate to AoE targets as the hook lands, but nothing much happening here. Spears coming out of Avantgarde. I actually think that Avant aren't giving themselves enough credit. They're really trying to poke, although that one does land onto Zahi.
Yeah, half his health right there. He cannot take any more of those.
I actually think if Avant goes, they're still stronger in a team fight than YSSC at the moment.
Yeah, especially if they fight on their own terms as well, and Minky gets his Subjugate off on top of Renekton while he's in there trying to do the tanking. Because it seems to me like YSSC are tanking, are starting a fight when they get the CC. Zahi now trying to get the kickback, but the nice Dark Binding coming through on top of Minky Well stops any of that happening. Jack Attack now right in the middle. Subjugate is on top of him though. He can't tank as much as he'd like to, and Minky Well soaking so much damage. Little Cutie Cheese now, look at his health bar going backwards and forwards. He's finally going to get taken down, and this might spell defeat here for YSSC. Now 3 members dead. Avongard Ascension being so huge. Look at Cardred picking up a quadra kill in that fight. He is going gigantic. They're going to be able to take down this inhibitor and potentially end this game on top of it as well. Cardred on that Lucian just going so gigantic. 10, 1, and 4 now on this guy, and he's putting his team on his back and taking this one out. Oh, the unofficial pentakill might come through, but no. Scumbag Carbon going to pick that one up as these Nexus turrets fall. And the Nexus, we're going to have a Game 3 for the first time in the winter round of 8. Congratulations to Avongard Ascension for being the first team to tip us over into that 3-game series.
And that's what I was talking about. Avantgarde didn't get any poke down in that fight.
No, but they could just still win.
They still won the team fight. I just think they were playing that a little bit too slow. And if YSSC hadn't gone in there, they might have been able to draw that team fight out a little bit longer. But Zahi went a little bit too ham, and we just saw how good Cardred's positioning is on this Lucian, so able to pick up the quadra kill. Nearly the pentakill, Scumbag Carbon taking that one away.
Yeah, I think it might have been a little bit too long between kills anyway, so Carbon just going to say, nah, it wouldn't have been a pentakill anyway, man. I mean, unofficial, just still not the right thing, so he's probably going to be able to get out of some abuse in that way. But as we saw, I mean, I think Trundle's making the difference in these matchups. And Renekton into Trundle, I mean, Jack Attack was very confident picking that one up, but unfortunately, it just wasn't what he wanted it to be and worked out really, really well in favor of the team with the Trundle. Yeah,
Trundle's ultimate is coming out massive in these fights. And I think that especially against YSSC, the team that wants to run at you and get on top of you when they see their advantage, the pillar's really important as well.
Yeah.
So really good pick up there from Minky. We know he's super confident on that pick. And the Nidalee coming through for Choo Choo's
my goodness, yeah,
was massive. He went 3-0-11, didn't die, and really set up every single piece of early objective control for Avongard Ascension.
Yeah, and that team comp just worked so well synergistically with itself as well. I mean, the Dark Bindings, the Cocoons, the Spears, all of that in conjunction with one another was just securing them so many objectives, and especially in the early game when they're not necessarily as strong as this Lee Sin Renekton team comp, they were still managing to get the damage down and zoning them out of objectives like Dragon, which was just so paramount at the early stages of this game.
Yeah, the early game really did go in the favor of Avantgarde this time. We saw that the whole time YSSC, although winning a couple of key team fights, were really trying to get themselves back into the game with a mid-game team fight that wasn't that strong. So both teams have shown that the team that picks for late game are the teams that are going to win this series, especially around that Trundle pickup.
Yeah, I find it a little bit silly that YSSC didn't go for this late game team fight just because they've shown time and time again that they're fantastic. When a game goes past 60 minutes, I'm going to have my money on YSSC every single time. So unfortunately, not picking a comp that's really going to work out in that stage of the game. But I think if they go back to their roots, go back to these like late game team fighting comps, that things are going to work out. As we see, I think this might actually be the last team fight in the game.
I think this time it is the last team fight. So what we see is Zahi home guard in and land a Q onto Minky Well, go for the inside, but then the black shield pops up. So unfortunately, that's not available. Jack Attacks gets in the middle, gets a really, really nice damage absorb down. But from here, Cardred is just fighting like a beast. The exhaust goes down onto Little Cutie Cheese, mitigating a lot of that damage, and so many spears are hitting at the moment, and Cardred is just completely untouched in the back, just able to do so much damage and pick up the Quadra kill. And from there, because the death time is just so long at 42 minutes in the game, they're just able to tunnel down that bottom lane and just end the game from there.
Yeah, a minute on everyone's going to mean that it's just going to be an easy GG. With Flying Dew the only one up, unfortunately, he's not going to have very much damage to thwart the push coming through from Avongard Ascension. So we are going to have a Game 3 this time for the first time, which is just going to be so huge. But it's looking so close between these guys, and we'll see whether the picks and bans change this time. Seems to me that Lee Sin wasn't necessarily the impact that we were expecting him to be. What do you think the bans are going to have to be as far as stopping this incredible team comp that came through from Avangard?
Okay, so two things. I don't think you can let Cardred have Lucian.
Yeah,
he
I
was
think
just
that's probably not going to happen.
so comfortable on that champion. Went 10-1-5 and came up huge in the last couple of team fights. I think the other thing is if we're going to see a Nidalee pick, it needs to be countered by some harder CC. I need a Leona in there.
Yeah.
I need a really impactful top laner, maybe a Jax that can get in there and really stun up the whole team, because if you let Nidalee poke you down, you're not going to win very many team fights, especially towards the later stage of the game.
Yeah, that's really, really true. And could we see some potentially long-range engage like that Leona, like you were talking about? Maybe a Syndra coming through with the Scatter the Weak into the Dark Sphere stun, just because they were just unable to get onto Choo-Choo's. We saw him in the back of all of these fights, just pouncing around, making sure that he was never touched. He had a gigantic score at the end there. As we can see, he was on 3-0-11 that game and just going huge for his team.
Yeah, so I think that the team fight actually fell into more of a poke comp. They said, hey, we have Elise, we have Morgana, we've just picked up Trundle. This lends itself really well to a Nidalee pick.
Yep.
So I don't think YSSA necessarily saw it coming out of AVA,
yep.
But I think now that they know what's on the board, they need to take one of those key components that we just named away from it.
Yeah, it was definitely fantastically well played by Avongard Ascension. So we'll see whether they can come through in Game 3, which is going to be the final game in this series to decide who goes through to the round of 4. Of course, it's going to be coming 8 teams competing for a place at the International Wildcard Tournament at Gamescom.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Remember, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game with the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer. Life.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. This is our first Game 3 here. Unfortunately, and I'm not sure whether anything's going wrong at this stage, but we're just going to keep on going through. I'm, of course, Atlas, joined by Spawn. And now that we've got a Game 3, everything seems to be very, very confused because it's the first time that it's gone through to that level of a series. And I could not imagine a game that I'd prefer to watch out of these two teams that have just shown such prowess in the later stages of these games and just utilizing their team comp's potential just as much as possible.
Yeah, and what we've seen is that both teams really like to get around the map and fight each other. So they're leading into some really, really exciting games. Objective control has been paramount, especially early in the game, to secure these gold advantages that just lets these teams brawl because they really want to fight.
Yeah, they're really doing it so well as well. So we'll see who manages to get the late game team comp and who is picking up the Renekton's and the Lee Sins and the things that haven't necessarily been working out so well. And it seems to me that Renekton and Graves are picks that I do not want to see. I just don't want it. They just have not been impressive in doing the things that they want to be doing in the laning phases, especially in the late game.
Yeah, I think the Lee Sin's an okay pick because
Lee Sin's fine.
Yeah, it does counter that Elise pressure that comes out of Carbon so early in the game, bringing a lot more damage than other junglers, especially if they're going to take the Kha'Zix off the board.
Yep.
But I think you've hit it on the head with the Graves pickup. I really don't like this pickup at this point in the game. Doesn't lend itself to sieging well. Unfortunately, has that low range, is getting blown up by a couple of skill shots. We saw how quickly Graves died to that Nidalee Spear culling combo there at the end of the game. So just so much damage. Maybe looking towards one of these safer AD carries with a little bit longer range and hopefully picking away Cardred's Lucian if we want to see YSSC get through here. That's the thing. I think we need to see Lucian being picked away by Denian, but there are a lot of other options as well. I mean, the Trundle has just been so good whenever it's been used by both sides of this. So we'll see whether the bans change up. I mean, Swain was still very, very impactful on the side of YSSC, so still a really strong pickup. We are into champion select here, so hopefully we will be able to be getting into this one ASAP. See whether that's happened. But, yeah. Okay, so as we move into champion pick, I agree that the Swain was a really good pickup. So I actually expect a ban to be thrown at that again because it's just such a strong champion and so comfortable for little cutie cheese. We actually see Lulu being taken out from Avongard, so maybe they want to run a specific comp because we actually haven't seen the Lulu ban. No, it happened. It was banned out last game, but it just was a lot further down the roster. It was the last ban that came through when they were the red side here. So, and we see YSSC really wanting to brawl, get rid of that Nidalee straight away that just really kills any sign of a poke comp. The only other champion that really lends itself to a poke comp in that mid lane is the Karma. And it looks like Avant have actually taken Trundle off the board themselves. Yeah, my goodness. A lot of these strong generic picks are going to get through here because with that Nidalee ban being taken away, with the Trundle ban, I mean, we might even see a potential Ziggs or that Yasuo coming through from Choo-Choo's as well. So these last bans is just so crucial. And I think it still needs to be Ziggs and Choo-Choo's Yasuo that needs to be banned away. I don't think you can let Yasuo through at all in such a... As we get Lucian taken off the board from Avongard Ascension side. So that is a bizarre ban, especially when it's such a first pickable champion. That being said, they might be able to get either Yasuo or Ziggs here. Choo-Choo's loves playing that Ziggs and also loves playing the Yasuo, so it's now going to be very, very difficult for YSSC to make a decision as to which one of those to ban, which is why it's taking them so long. Yeah, so once again, I think it has to go towards Yasuo. The reason is because as Kha'Zix gets taken off the board, so they've just left them both up. Yep, they don't really mind. That being said, I didn't know that any of the members of YSSC actually play Yasuo, so this Ziggs pickup instantly is so intelligent from YSSC. And we'll see whether they manage to pick up effectively the champions that they want at this stage, because
my goodness, I feel like Avongard just played that first pick and ban phase so intelligently.
Yeah, so it looks like Avantgard's got exactly what they want in that Ziggs pick.
Yeah.
If Little Cutie does have a Yasuo up his sleeve, he can mitigate so much of that damage in the mid-game team fights from Ziggs, because the first couple of bouncing bombs and that minefield can both get blocked by that wind wall. So really critical that Little Cutie might actually have to pick up a Yasuo in this situation. However, the Swain still is up.
Yeah, the Swain is available as well as that Yasuo. We'll see where the Jack Attack wants to go for more of an aggressive top lane. He could play that Yasuo up there if he feels like it, but not sure whether that's necessarily what he wants to do, and it doesn't synergize that well with the Swain. Jack Attack going to look to the Jax, and Zahi going to be picking up that Morgana for Flying Dew, so taking that away from Gymnast, which I think is really smart.
Yeah, I think that's a really smart move. We saw Gymnast really excel on that Morgana. Got that clutch Black Shield in on the last team fight to stop the Insect onto Minky. Really swung the team fight in their favor because YSSC had to keep chasing. And we saw Jack Attack play Jax, obviously a character he's really comfortable on. And what it does is it lends itself to a split push to get away from this Ziggs being able to blow up your team in an AoE situation.
Yeah. Most definitely. So they do lock down a lot of late game power as well in this Jax, which is what I really like coming out from YSSC, because they're so good at playing this late game, and Cards are going to take away the Caitlyn as well. So I find that really intelligent, and Carbon was fantastic on that Elise. And look at their siege comp. It's insane already with only these 3 picks.
Yeah, so once again, that ranged jungler leading itself so well to early game pressure on these turrets, especially Elise, who excels at turret diving as well.
Yeah.
Caitlyn, obviously the king of fast push, is just able,
the queen,
able to Piltover Peacemaker that wave and really push quickly, especially with the headshots, able to harass a lot of, bully a lot of people out of lanes. So 3 really aggressive and fast push champions coming out of Avongard Ascension at the moment. Looks like they're sick of this late game stuff and they're really pushing to end early. Yeah,
they really are, and they're going to be able to take objectives so quickly and without much of a response as well, just because Ziggs is so good at zoning people away from the objectives that he wants to be pressuring down. And as we can see, Little Cutie Cheese hovering over his Orianna here, and it's very different from what he'd otherwise go with, but I really like it on top of that Soul Shackles and of course having Jack Attack in there.
Ooh, and Denian picking up Ezreal, a little bit of a throwback pick from Denian.
A throwback.
So just going back to comfort picks, which isn't a bad thing in a game 3 situation. This Jax, I want to talk about a little bit because we've got the support mid lane in. We have the Morgana with the Black Shield. Going to have the ball on top of him. So much extra resist, moving so fast through these team fights. He's going to be able to get onto the carries of Avongard Ascension, and 2 carries that are fairly mobile, giving Jax all these all this added utility is really smart as we see a Heimerdinger hover. I really like that.
A bit of a shout out there to the autumn round of 4 where Mickey Well did play that Heimerdinger in the top lane.
The king of 1v2s.
Oh yeah. And he managed to actually do a 1v3 in the bottom lane, causing 1 person to die and 2 people to run away. So he was a monster on that particular champion. Karma being the consideration here in the bottom lane as well for that extra disengage. I actually quite enjoy this bottom lane comp just because the poke coming out from these 2 champions is huge. Karma and Caitlyn, wow.
Yeah, and Karma is fantastic at once again forcing people off turrets early with that Empower Q. And of course that shield with the extra movement speed late game is going to be really critical for this Caitlyn and the Ziggs to get away from this Jax that's going to be running at them.
Yeah, that's true. And we see the Shyvana against this Jax as well. And I mean, I love the Shyvana pickup because that burnout just gives you so much disengage from the Jax potential. Just run in, as you say, just clear out the wave and get the heck out of there. Just don't let Jax fight.
And we saw Jack Attack try and fight this Shyvana so many times in the games against NV, and it was just like, nope, I'm peacing out. So really nice pickup. Once again, just able to proxy these waves away, mitigate some of the split push.
Comfort,
and Zahi going back to his Wukong, which is his jungler.
It's definitely his jungler, and we've seen him do fantastic things. And of course, with that Cyclone and the Shockwave, and Zahi with a potential Soul Shackle as well. I mean, this team fight is looking massive, and that's exactly what YSSC really do well, is have incredible team fights towards the mid to late game. So we'll see whether that's something that they can make work. But another thing I'd like to note is that this Morgana Ezreal bottom lane is what Optic Snipers used to take down Avongard Redemption in the first autumn round of 8 as well. So they lost to Avongard Redemption in the first game, and Avongard Redemption, Smiling Teals using that Ezreal and the Morgana in that bottom lane, and then every game afterwards, Optic Snipers picked that combination away and won both of those games. So really well played.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of research being done in there. Once again, Denian being around for so long is, of course, an old hat of this Ezreal pick.
Yeah.
So comfortable on it, so he's going to be extremely happy. Will be interesting to see what build he goes. The general build at the moment is that BT into the Trinity Force, although we have seen Trinity Force into Blade of the Ruined King, which gives yourself so much peel, especially against the Shyvana. Means he's going to be able to look after himself in these team fights, and they're going to be able to put so much of the pressure onto Jack Attack and Zahi to really engage onto the other 4 members.
Yeah, it's almost a team immunity team comp, isn't it? You've got just leave the AD carry to take care of himself. Of course, he does have that Arcane Shift in order to get himself out of any potential danger, as well as a Blade of the Ruined King potentially. So that could be really, really smart. Plus the Phage giving you that Rage proc and the extra movement speed. So intelligent work often being utilized here by Immunity, and they're a pretty damn good team.
Yeah, so not a bad team to try and replicate. And I love the fact that we said that maybe Avant were going to go for a split push with pusher with a nice fast push strategy on the other 4 members. Of course, against that Jax, that's not really going to work now. So now we have 2 team fight comps once again going head to head. So it looks like it's going to be another really exciting team, especially with Zahi on this Wukong. I'm really looking forward to this Wukong Orianna combo.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is we haven't seen Gymnast on this Karma before. I don't think I've seen that pick come through once. But I really like it up against Flying Joe in this Morgana, because you can break that Black Shield with your inner flame Q so easily.
Yeah, so of course Morgana generally leveling that Q first for the added duration, so that Black Shield is very weak early in the game. So as you said, a Q is just going to go right through that thing, allow all the CC to be on the target. The other thing that Karma lends herself really well to is really crisp rotation. So if you have good communication with a Karma and you get those shields down, especially when it's AoE and you can rotate from the bottom lane to the mid lane, you can get there much faster than people expect and really start to push some early game pressure out on this map.
Yeah, and with a Caitlyn, that is just so perfect. Plus, as you mentioned, Carbon on his Elise being able to hit those turrets from range. Do you think that could mean that we're going to have some lane swaps coming through, or do you think that Jax is probably just too good in a 2v1 situation?
I think that Jax actually is fantastic in this 2v1 situation because of how much ranged harass will come out, and that Counter-Strike is just going to be awesome against that.
Yeah.
So I'm actually looking for standard lanes, and I still think Avongard Ascension have the advantage in these standard lanes just because of how much power the Caitlyn is going to bring by herself against the Ezreal with that shorter range on Ezreal.
Yeah, and the ridiculous thing as well is both of these teams going fantastic throughout this game as well. I mean, you've got Caitlyn, who scales incredibly well with items and is able to do so much damage in the later ends of this game, and Shyvana is nothing to scoff at in the late game either, with Dragon's Descent giving her so much extra tanky stats. So neither of these teams have the Achilles heel of necessarily a poor late game.
Yeah, so both teams are actually fairly equal throughout the whole game.
Yeah.
I would think that the Wukong is maybe weaker levels 1 to 6 in the Elise.
Yep.
But after that, they're very equal. Both have their niche picks. Obviously, Elise with her catch potential, Wukong with his awesome team fight, especially if you can get a gank into the 2v2 lane at level 6, like we said. Look for Zahi to really power farm up to that and get a high impact gank early in the game. So hopefully to swing some of the power in Denian's favor. And I actually like this Ezreal pickup just because of the amount of self-peel he'll be able to bring into the late game. So maybe not the highest damage AD carry, but just so much mobility on this carry for Denian means that he's not going to get caught like he did last game.
Yeah, and he's also been playing AD carry specifically since, I think, 2011, since he went over to Korea for WCG. So he's had so much experience on this Ezreal. I mean, it's not necessarily the Lucian, because Lucian only just recently got added into the roster. He's had Ezreal to play for the last 2.5 years or something like that. Some ridiculous amount of time for him to get as much practice and prowess with this champion as possible.
Yeah, and the thing that we haven't talked about from YSSC is the fact that they've gone back to a wombo combo.
Yes.
So they've got the Cyclone, they've got obviously Ezreal's ult coming across, they've got Orianna's ult, they have the Soul Shackles coming out, they have such a good wombo combo, lock everyone up, let Jax go absolutely mental in the middle of a team fight, and this is what they really became famous for.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and they did it a little bit differently in the first time that they came onto the scene with the Swains, with the Rumbles as well. But they always had this Cyclone to try and initiate these fights as well. So having Zahi on that champion, on his Wukong that he's so used to playing, he's so comfortable on, it's going to be a lot. I think it's going to help YSSC feel comfortable in this matchup and know exactly what to do in each stage of the game, just because they're so used to playing with these comps.
Yeah, and we spoke a little bit in the break about how YSSC looked like they just picked for the lanes last game. Whereas this time it really looks like they've gone back to, okay, we know this is going to be a team fighting game. We know that objectives are going to be heavily contested. Let's look for our team fight comp again. And they really did get out comp last time by Avangard. They fell into a poke comp really, really poorly with not enough
It's
hard
almost
engage.
the perfect poke comp that they got in the end anyway, so really, really scary to deal with.
Yeah, so going back to this team fighting comp with a lot of hard engage from the Wukong, from the Jax, is just a perfect comp, I feel, for YSSC.
Yeah, really, really picking well, but not quite coming off the same for Avongard Ascension as in the last game. They still do have that Elise, and they've got the Ziggs for the poke instead here, and their kite potential with Karma added in and Caitlyn as well on top of that is just fantastic, and I'm just psyched that we've got a Game 3, to be honest.
Yeah, having a Game 3, especially with the stakes so high, of course, the loser of this will go into the loser brackets.
Yeah.
The winner of this automatically goes through to Supernova, so they're going to be super pumped about that.
Supernova pumped about that.
Supernova pumped about that. So as we are about to get into the game.
Yeah, so let's just go to a quick video, and we'll be back very, very soon with Game 3. Welcome back, everyone. We are, of course, onto the Rift with Game 3 of Avongard Ascension against Your Soul Shell Chuffer. And now everything, as we just discussed, is on the line. The winner of this game going through to the round of 4 at Supernova in Perth. And my goodness, things could not be more electric at the beginning of this game as both teams just form up across the river.
Yeah, so Carbon going back for that early buy after getting his ward out. So he's just strolling back down his jungle. It looks like everyone's setting up for standard lanes. It looks like we might actually get our first 2v2, although if Denian and Flying Dew have anything to say about it, they will be rotating into that top lane to get away from that.
Yep.
Just they want nothing to do with this 2v2, and when you have a Jax in that situation, why would you? He just farms the jungle so well at the early part of the game, can follow your jungler around, can lend to ganks even with the counter-strike, and of course can go down and not take any damage from the 2 ranged champions if he has to.
Yeah, and as we can see, there's actually 4 members strong here for YSSC in this top lane. They are not going to get spotted out by a ward here at the top side of the enemy jungle. So might be able to get this late invade down, and it looks to me like the 4-0 split, the 4-0 push strategy is working out again for both of these teams.
Yeah, so the other thing is that Minky has gone back to base and he's going to pick up that extra potion and then teleport to the lane. So that's going to automatically give YSSC the heads up of which lane Minky's in, and it's also going to ensure that they know that the teleport is burnt just by looking at his items. So that's a really big giveaway for there. Look for maybe Jack Attack to walk around in this jungle as Flying Dew gets down. So much harass on Minky already. Walk around the jungle as, no, he just teleports back into lane, so he's not going to get any extra experience. Yeah,
so both of these top laners actually trying to defend this push that's going on here in the bottom lane. Jack Attack just knowing that he's that Jax, has that counter-strike in order to try and get a little bit of these creeps under the tower, and just knows that he's pretty good at this one. Carbon going to steal away the blue buff as well. So both teams sort of mirroring each other with their starts, so no one getting necessarily the bigger advantage.
Yeah, so although Jack Attack did take experience off Zahi, so he was a little bit lower on that buff. Going to lend itself better to Jack Attack in that lane though, just allowing him to survive as Little Cutie Cheese goes for a little bit of extra harass in this mid lane, already showing how much willingness these 2 mid laners have to fight each other.
Yeah, both of them are just so aggressive, and as we saw in the first game, of course, Choo Choo's getting a lot more damage down at the beginning, but last game on that Swain, Little Cutie Cheese was relentless. So we'll see who's going to have the upper hand in the laning phase this time, because these two just seem so even, but so aggressive. And
already we see Carbon joining this bottom lane, going to Spiderfall, popping that W, getting so much early damage down on this turret. Looks like YSSC are going to give up the first turret of the game because AVA are just going so fast into this pushing strat.
Yeah, and as we know, of course, Elise just so much more power early on in this game. Zahi just getting taken down by his own jungle, as it looks, is going to go back, pick up that Spirit Stone, a couple of wards, and try and get the heck back somewhere to try and protect, because Denian and Flying Dew just don't have enough pressure on this top lane. Although they've zoned Minky out a fair bit, Dark Binding just going to whiff there a little bit onto Minky.
But there is, once again, this turret is getting very low. However, Zahi can't really lend himself to a fast push strat, so instead he's going bot to try and hold the turret. So this will be very interesting to see if YSSC can actually stall enough for the turrets to be equalized, as it looks like the move is being mirrored by Carbon. So the turret is going to fall, and it looks like Carbon and Minky will be able to hold the top turret 2v2, so early win for Avongard.
Yeah, and they're going to take that one down. Of course, Gymnast going to be picking up the kill credit for that. Get a little bit of extra gold in his back pocket. And it looks to me like they're going to back and try and head into the top lane. As you can see, Cardred is moving up there now. Minky is just going to hang around here, try and pick up as much experience as he can, and potentially back out of this one. And 2v2 situation going to be started off here. So intelligent play by Avongard Ascension. And as you said, they really do like this 2v2 lineup here as far as Avongard Ascension against YSSC.
Yeah, so I think that Avongard Ascension come into this lane with a massive advantage. They've got that sustain picked up already on Cardred, and of course that Karma is only going to get more annoying with her poke as the game goes on. What will be interesting to see how much resources Avangard are willing to throw at this Jax now, as he doesn't have a turret behind him to help himself defend from the ganks. Let's see how often Carbon goes down to this bottom lane to try and really shut down this Jax, who actually has 20 CS to 3 at the moment.
Yeah, he's doing really, really well. And of course, Minky Well got zoned out so incredibly hard. That was the focus here from YSSC, is to get Minky out of farm range, whereas the turret was all Avongard Ascension were looking for. So Jack Attack being able to pick up a little bit of farm here.
And straight away we have Carbon visiting the bot lane, although not going for the gank. Oh no, he is warding, so he will be going for this gank.
Counter-Strike coming down here onto Minky Well as well. Jack Attack's looking really, really strong in this bottom lane. We'll see whether the Cocoon can land, because that's what Carbon wants to do. Try and get... Oh, it doesn't actually come through. Jack Attack is still forced back, though.
Yeah, so great pressure from Jack Attack, recognizing that he had the 2-level advantage and just going super aggressive onto Minky to try and force him out of that wave. Great gank coming in from Carbon to equal that up. Of course, now this allows Minky to push that wave back out and pick up some levels on his Shyvana that he really needs to be able to duel this Jax at the early point of the game. But it does look like Jack Attack has got through the weakest part of the game, which is level 1 to 5 for Jax.
Yeah, he's doing really, really well. Has picked up a fair bit of farm. Is just going to back now. Has taken that white down for a little bit of extra gold there in the jungle. So probably going to get that Vampiric Scepter, trying to go straight. Oh, no, actually going for a Phage first. So looking for a Trinity first Jax here. And we saw that last game as well. It just lends itself so well to the movement speed from that phase passive, able to keep up with that Shyvana. We did see an early Dragon being snuck from Avangard here that just went down, so that lends itself to a nice gold advantage, about a K. So they've got the first Dragon and they've got the first turret. We're seeing how hard they're going on these early objectives. Yeah, and this is exactly what you were saying. You were saying that they were going to try and push out as quickly as possible. Of course, with this Caitlyn Karma matchup, all they want to do is hit these turrets, and they've done really, really well, making sure that they've stopped all of the action from going down in the top lane and taken down the turret in the bottom lane early on as well. So Minky pushing up so hard with the supported Carbon here. Really, really smart. Although
Zahi is now starting to get towards that level 6 and is really out farming Carbon in this jungle. So whilst Carbon is lending himself well to the objective game, it looks like Zahi is going to get through the first 6 levels unscathed and look to put out some serious damage as he's picked up the double longsword. Oh, the shockwave actually coming down onto Chuchus here in the middle lane, though. He does have the Hextech Minefield. We'll see whether Little Cutie Cheese can get enough down, but they're both with heal, and neither of them have that ignite to try and secure kills, but Little Cutie Cheese really asserting his dominance in that mid lane. Yeah, trying to go super aggressive. Maybe wants to back out of this one, trying to push Chuchus out of that lane so he could pick up another wave. Really nice setup to what could possibly be a gank, because Zahi is about 1 camp away from that level 6. Yeah, doesn't actually blow any of the flash coming through from Chuchus. Does have that heal down now, though, so going to be able to know exactly how much damage you can do without having to account for that summoner spell. So nice work coming out from Little Cutie Cheese. And we'll see what Zahi decides to do, because it's on him at this stage of the game, especially now that he's just hit level 6, to make something happen around this map. Yeah, he really needs to make an impact. Jack Attack actually has the option here to freeze his lane. It wasn't pushed into his turret. It looks like he's actually pushing up a little bit quicker as the gank comes in from Gymnast. Yeah, Gymnast actually forcing the flash here as well. There's a Mega Inferno Bomb. There's the extra damage coming through from the Inner Flame as well with that Mantra, and that's going to force Little Cutie Cheese completely out of this lane, and there are 4 members of Avongard Ascension here to do the damage. So 4 members strong from AV. Denian has just used his ult to try and clear out the top wave. So really smart move to make that rotation down. This is what we're talking about with the Karma, able to move between lanes really, really well, and just going to lend itself to so much pressure at the early start of this game as we have 4 members here attacking this turret. Jack Attack going to teleport to the top lane to stop the push. And it looks like they've responded relatively well, yourself, Shellshuffer. Yeah, Little Cutie Cheese not wanting to actually go into this
go back there and make sure that he has his dissonance available. And Mickey, while taking a lot of damage from Jack Attack, he might need to ult out of this one. Leap Strike is there.
Jack Attack going absolutely massive, not scared of Mickey Whale at all. And Mickey Whale blows a flash for style points. Says, all right, you got me, I'm going back. As Carbon was unfortunately able to pick up this blue buff. So really, really smart move from AV here. Strangling the resources away from Little Cutie Cheese, ensuring that this Orianna has a really difficult time in lane, and as long as he hasn't got that blue buff against Ziggs, it's just going to mean the wave clear on AV's side is so strong.
Yeah, that's true. Does have that Chalice though, so not going to be completely without anything. Gymnast trying to stall out this wave so that Cardred can come in and farm this one out. And he's done that quite nicely. He's just going to back the heck out of it because those caster minions do a fair bit of damage. Essence Foss being used to make sure that Little Cutie Cheese can get as much attack speed onto this middle lane turret. And YSSC haven't really been answered that much. Ooh, and Cocoon just barely going to miss. And Danian's going to get out.
And Carbon taking a nice Mystic shot and an auto attack to the face for his trouble trying to defend that middle lane. We just see how much damage is already coming out of Denian's Ezreal as he looks to be going super aggressive with that Bloodthirster as a first item.
Yeah, straight into the Bloodthirster, as you said, would probably be the option that he's going for here. Not wanting to go for that Blade of the Ruin King for that extra kite. And as we can see, Flying Dew going to clear out that pink ward there. Does have his own there in the little Death Brush. Well, as my friend says, the Lady Brush.
So just moving around the map nicely now. Looks like Denian will be going to that bottom lane to farm. Carbon coming into this top lane for what looks like will be a gank, but is spotted out by that Wars, and Gymnast is mid again.
Yeah, ganking the mid lane, does have that Mantra Dinner Fire there to try and get a little bit of extra damage down onto Little Cutie Cheese and sway this matchup in the mid lane in favor of Choo Choo's. As you can see, he's capitalized on the fact that Little Cutie Cheese has been forced out and he's got a 15 CS advantage on top of that YSSC mid laner.
And that's also the blue buff being taken away from Little Cutie Cheese and not being able to spam out the abilities as frequent as Choo Choo's, who's just repetitively shoving this lane into turret. Looks like they're going 4 strong again, trying to get another early objective.
Yeah, that being said, one thing that's really dangerous is Jack Attack is 30 creeps ahead of Mickey Well. And wow, that was ridiculous. Cyclone plus Sonic, plus my goodness, my brain has just exploded because of how quick that was. And Zahi just bouncing everyone around. That was ridiculous.
So this is the Wombo combo we're talking about. Such a good combo coming out. So confident from Zahi here.
Shockwave was the ability that I was trying to remember.
Shockwave coming out on top of that Cyclone, pulling Carbon in, giving over that double buff to the Orianna, who already does so much harass with auto attacks this early in the game. That's going to be your blue buff back. And that's what you do if someone steals your blue buff.
Yeah, you kill them with 2 incredibly well-timed ultimates, and that was just bouncy time. So Carbon paying for that one, does manage to pick up his golem as he goes back. So you're going to have a bit of tenacity, going to avoid that. But the knockups coming through from Shockwave and Cyclone aren't going to be mitigated by that particular statistic. So they're still going to have fantastic ganks regardless of the items built up here.
And that's just a really well executed game plan from the side of YSSC. As we're seeing Minky actually push Jack Attack in now, hasn't been able to buy. Minky just shoving him repetitively into turret after using that ult. So Jack Attack might need to go back and shop. Does have his teleport up, but if he uses it to get back top lane, it is going to cost some dragon pressure because Minky's is going to be available for that team fight and Jack Attack's isn't.
Yeah, that's true. He does have the Counter-Strike to try and stop that particular teleport. And as Avongard have actually started off this dragon, that's going to be the second for the game for those guys. Of course, taking a dragon incredibly early. And it means that also that YSSC doesn't have the timer.
Yeah, so YSSC still does not have the timer on that dragon, although they have a good idea because they just saw them go away. As Jack Attack absolutely chunks Minky. Denian missing the Mystic shot there in the middle. The scary part for Avongard Ascension, which is what we spoke about earlier, the first game, is that they're taking all these objectives. They've got the first turret, they've got a couple of dragons, but the gold is still so close. And this Jax is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And now they're going to have to throw 2 or 3 people at him top lane because he's got that Sheen, he's got the Fate. He's about 1,000 gold off a Trinity Force, and that's going to be scary.
Yeah, when he gets that Trinity Force, of course, he's going to start building up into that Blade of the Ruin King, most likely after that, unless he wants to go defensive item first, which we have seen. But Blade of the Ruin King's so good for sticking onto these targets. And once he does have those 2 items, he's just so strong. As you can see, using that Empower with the Sheen to do so much damage.
And smart move there from Minky to hold it off the turret, although he takes a little bit of harass. makes Jack Attack take a couple of turret shots in return, as we see Zahi once again. Now the ultimates are back up, trying to get a flank on this Avangard Redemption side.
Yeah, dodging out that cocoon fairly effectively as well.
Sorry guys, Ascension.
Yep.
As we come through, it looks like Wukong is going this super aggressive build. It looks like he's going to be going that Elder Lizard into the Brutalizer just for even more damage. As we see, once again, Jack Attack chunking Minky. Yeah. And we have a little bit of a standoff in the middle lane, as it looks like, once again, AV is going to be pressuring the blue buff. Yeah,
YSSC do not want that to happen, though. Dissonance being used to try and get some more movement speed. This is going down fairly... Oh, wow. That was very close, because that smite was a bit early.
Yeah, so really good rotation from AV once again, getting over for that. A lot of damage coming out of Flying Dew before the fight's even begun, but it looks like they're going to go anyway. Yeah,
Zahi trying to make something happen. Carbon does find his way back into the backline. There's the shockwave coming through. Carbon forced to flash. Mega Inferno Bomb coming down onto Denian's face, and you don't want your AD carry to take that much damage. Meanwhile, Minky going aggressive onto Jack Attack. Does have that Bilgewater Cutlass, didn't even have to use it there. Burnout just destroying this creep wave, and across this map, YSSC taking so much damage.
So YSSC getting a little bit out-rotated. Once again, Avangard pushing them to the brink. Jack Attack is just getting bullied at the moment from Minky Whale, who went back for that buy. Oh, as he goes aggressive and does so much damage, maybe going for a dive here. Jack Attack needs to be careful.
Yeah, Jack Attack does not have any sustain in this top lane. I think that's really what's the detriment here. And as you can see, that we do have the Bilgewater Cutlass from Minky, so the more he auto-attacks, the more health he's going to get back, and that's forced Jack Attack out of this wave, and I think that Minky might be able to take the top turret.
So it looks like Avangard now have moved into this mid-game situation where they've got all the outer turrets, they've built a nice 2k gold lead, no way near insurmountable, but just really crisp rotations. We're seeing how controlled Avangard is in these situations.
Yeah, we'll see whether it's enough in order to stave off the team fight potential coming through from YSSC, because as we saw, when they get that Cyclone Shockwave combination off, things are just ridiculous for those two. And when you've got that decoy to really get yourself into a fight unawares, it's just so scary for Avangard. So if YSSC manage to get the team fights they want, I think things are going to look really, really good for them, but they just haven't quite yet. They've only managed to pick up that one kill.
Yeah, and I think they need to go away from this split pushing a little bit now. I think they need to send Jack Attack back to base after they get this turret. They need to let him pick up his Triforce, and then they really need to start trying to team fight as they go aggressive on Minky.
Yeah, Minky Whale in a lot of trouble. Actually manages to get the Dragon's Descent off, but unfortunately gets cycloned instantly afterwards. Jack Attack going to pay for that one with his life. Repel being used to try and get the chase on here. Decoy from Zahi, but unfortunately the pink ward's right there. And Gymnast manages to pick up the double kill on the Karma.
Yeah, that bloodthirsty Karma support going in there so strong. As Cardra takes a chunk of damage from Little Cutie. Obviously having that double Dorans for the extra mana because he keeps getting that blue stolen away from him.
Yeah, that's so true. And of course, trading 2 for 1 there in the top lane, as we can see. Ooh, my goodness, Little Cutie Cheese taking a lot of damage from that ace in the hole. And they're going to be able to just force Little Cutie Cheese out of there, who's the main source of wave clear, and they're going to be able to take this in a turret. As Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, not going to be enough damage to take down Little Cutie Cheese by just a little bit. We do have the Inner Flame managing to lock down Flying Dew, but there is the Dark Binding, and Carbon getting it turned around on his face. And as we can see, YSSC just flashing red so close.
So Carbon looking a little bit like the Cursed Jungler. They're going super aggressive, trying to pick up that kill, but just not able to. Of course, with that little flash away Flying Dew, able to land the snare as well from that Dark Binding, picking up a return kill. So a nice little bit of revenge. But Avongard Ascension is really out-rotating Your Soul Shell Shuffer at the moment, and I think they really need to group up at this stage of the map. They're just getting outbeaten across the whole of the map, and even though it's only a 2k gold lead, if Avangard can get into the base of YSSC, it's going to spell trouble this early in the game.
Yeah, it really is, and I mean, YSSC really want to scale this Jax into the late game. I'm sorry, and of course the Orianna as well, who's just going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on, and really it's what YSSC want to do. They want to be team fighting, and they're not managing to get there for the team fights quick enough.
And it's because of this vision control that's being put out deep into the jungle on the red side at the moment, because that's where all the pressure was being concentrated. They went top, they got 2 kills. They rotated through that jungle and were able to pick up another turret in the middle. They only gave up another kill there, so really smart play from Avangard as Little Cutie Cheese gets caught.
Yeah, Carbon finding the cocoon there as well, and there's the speed up from Gymnast as well. He's come through, but the dissonance going to be enough to disengage Little Cutie, and Danny going to clear out this pink ward as well. So success for YSSC.
But what they have done is they've made Little Cutie expend so much mana, and Dragon's just about to spawn. So you see Avongard once again right on time, rotating into the correct part of the map and clearing out all the vision as the teleport comes in from Jack Attack.
Yeah, both top laners actually teleporting in almost the same spot. Oh, Mega Inferno Bomb only hitting onto Denian, but that might be the target that they want. Carbon taking down so low. Jack Attack instantly obliterates that one, and Dark Binding lands onto Choo-Choo's. This is horrible. There is the Cyclone and the Shockwave combination again. Mickey Well gets knocked up. He's already used Dragon Ascent. Now Jack Attack wants to get the damage down. Cardred is there, is full health, and he's able to stave off this attack. And as we can see, your Soul Shot Chuff are so low, but they're happy with that 2-for-0 exchange.
Really happy with that exchange. The saving grace in that fight is Cardred's amazing positioning. Full health still on that Caitlyn, whilst pumping out damage, able to, I guess, save that fight for his team, because as Jack Attack wanted to pursue, saw the full HP AD carry. However,
he's just picking up that blue.
Your Soul Shuffer.
Your Soul Chumuffer.
Yeah, able to go 2 for 0 in that team fight, as we're about to see. So this is where the teleports come in from behind. Jack Attack a little bit earlier with his teleport, as it's about to come in right now. Okay, so we see that Carbon goes in super deep and gets forced to repel straight away. Dodging out of the Mega Inferno Bomb. Jack Attack's in the team fight, doing so much damage already. Minky goes super aggressive over the top, and it allows Choo-Choo's to get caught up, and a really nice wombo combo ensures that he gets dropped really quickly. Then from there, it's just a chase through. And as we said, Cardred is the saving grace here, because being full health just meant he scared Jack Attack away. And even though they gave up the Dragon, if Cardred was a little bit lower there, it could have meant that there was a full-blown team fight that went through the jungle of Avongard.
Yeah, that's so true. But you have to say that YSSC's ability to exchange aggro between their team members and duck and dive out of that fight and ensure that they all took almost equal amounts of damage was just fantastic. Making sure they're all on really low health, still managed to take the Dragon and took the 2-0 exchange. And now they have the gold lead at this stage in the game.
Yeah, able to get the gold lead as Flying Jew gets blown
that being
up.
said, yeah, there's Ace in the Hole coming through doing a lot of damage, and it's going to be Carbon to finish that one off. Might have been a Spiderling getting the last hit there. And Flying Jew does not want to be just putting his face places where he doesn't understand.
And Jack Attack needs to be a little bit careful in this top side of the jungle. Of course, Carbon was looking to go up for a gank. Jack Attack wisely moving away as he doesn't have his Summoner spell currently up.
Yep.
So looks like Avongard once again turning their attention to this mid lane. Maybe rotating bot to try and get another outer turret, because of course those inners are just so much harder to pressure. It's only 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, only 20 minutes into the game, but Jack Attack has a Build Drawer Cutlass and that Trinity Force, and Minky Well, as we can see, just forced out of this one. Inner turret in the bottom lane, now going to be the target here, and we know that Ziggs is just such an incredibly good fighting champion, and that being said, they're very scared of the potential Zahi.
Oh, and so much damage going down onto Denian, but Zahi, once he pops that clone, the Karma AoE speed up came out, just getting the whole team away, because as soon as you put that Ori ball on him, that's just so much damage. As Jack Attack, once again, just bullying Minky.
He does monster deeps.
Yeah, he is so strong at this point in the game, and given another 5 minutes, once he's flicked up that blade.
Now just, my gosh, he's just so aggressive, just happy to run at this Avongard Ascension team, and they do not want any of it. They're going to run away every single time, and as we can see, it's zoning them out of this turret, and this is not what we saw last game. Last game, they were able to sit around these turrets, get the damage down that they needed, and even with Caitlyn, who has a longer range than the Lucian that they had last time, they just don't have the poke potential and the CC potential. They only have that Cocoon coming through. They don't have the Dark Binding, of course, because Flying Jew picked that one away, and I really like what's going on here for YSSC as far as the change-ups that they made from the last game.
Yeah, and it's just the ability to be able to team fight again. As we saw last game, they weren't ever able to get on top of this AV team, so they were never able to really get those team fights that they wanted to the later stage of the game, as we have a little bit of a choppy changeover. The thing that AV really need to concentrate on now is using this Karma to get around the map quickly. They need to get their rotations really happening at the moment, because it looks like YSSC have finally figured out the pace of this game, and they're starting to match them.
Yeah, the other thing as well, though, is the mobility boots have been picked up now on Zahi. He has the Giant Spell as well, the Hex Drinker on top of that Lizard Elder, so he's going to be able to move really fast across this map. And of course, he's the one that wants to be starting the fights. If he gets on top of this team while they're in a clump trying to rotate to a different objective and they get seen by their vision, that might be something that they can work on. Plus, they have the dissonance for the extra speed up, and Denian's just generally fast on the Lee Sin. Not the Lee Sin, on the Ezreal.
Yeah, so Denian's Ezreal is actually looking super impressive this game. He's got a 40 CS lead over Cardred.
On Caitlyn?
Who is on Caitlyn, like this champion that is just known for farming. Looks like there actually might be some action in the middle, however. Yeah, no, the supports just bump into each other. Say
just
hello.
Tormenting one another there.
Yeah, there's no objective up, so of course they're not going to fight. Although Zahi looks like he wants to go in.
The flash actually forcing everything. Look at the scatter coming through from Avongard Ascension. That's the power of that Karma.
Yeah, so that's Karma using the coin to speed her team up. Also those shields just getting out of dodge. As soon as Zahi flash, you're like, wow, we don't want anything to do with this. Yeah, so unfortunately that does put Zahi's flash on cooldown. So an important cooldown, you would say, for the engage. However, if they can draw Avangard to this dragon, it might be in their favor, but it looks like Avangard wants nothing to do with that. They're going top lane for the turret.
Yeah, Jack Attack, though, is very, very strong. Does have that Blade of the Ruin King and the Trinity Force. Not necessarily the tanky man that he wants to be, but, oh, Decoy has been popped. Little Cutie Cheese and Flying Dew probably don't want to be tanking up these bouncing bombs too much as Avangard Ascension sort of assert themselves in this top lane, but I think they may have been thwarted for now.
Yeah, and it looks like they want to rotate over onto Choo Choo.
Oh, wow. The shockwave forcing the flash from Choo Choo's, and Little Cutie Cheeseroni is so aggressive on any champion that he plays. Just happy to flash into everything. Carbon now manages to lock down Jack Attack, but Jack Attack's having none of it. Has popped that Blade of the Ruin King. Minky taking a lot of damage. Zahi now the focus. He's going to get taken down. Minky using that Dragon's Ascent to finish off that one. And Avangard Ascension are just grouped up at the right times and able to zone YSSC out of this one. True Shot Barrage to try and clear the wave, and that has effectively staved off this assault so far.
Yeah, it looks like it was just a little bit of miscommunication from YSSC. Little Cutie Cheese had used his ultimate already, probably didn't want to fight at that point, had already expended his flash, but Zahi still really went deep on that one. So, little bit of a turnaround there, only one kill, and we're back to completely even gold.
Yep, just
at 25 minutes in the game. So back to square one, Dragon is up. It looks like because of the way that the objectives currently are, if YSSC can take one team fight like they did in game one, they could really bust this game open at this stage.
Yeah, they can just roll through the mid or bottom lane, taking these outer and inner turrets really, really quickly. Of course, Jack Attack has a lot of damage on that Jax, as well as Denian having a lot on that Ezreal as well, and able to increase Jack Attack's attack speed even more as they try and take this dragon. So that's 5 men strong here by YSSC, and Minky Well is nowhere to be seen. Does have teleport available though, and there's a ward there, but it's not going to be enough, and Zahi picks that one up for free.
Unfortunately for AV, Carbon had to go back to buy, so he wasn't there with the smite. So good call not to fight that. Don't want to give away any more kills to this wombo combo team fight that YSSC are bringing to the table. And Minky able to pick up a couple more waves in this top lane, pushing it out, looking like he wants to get a little bit more damage on, although there is a rotation to match it. Yeah,
and look at Minky Well. He's managed to get back this CS disadvantage. Closed it by about 11 CS at this point when it was 30 towards the middle of the game. So really, really nicely done by Minky Well. But that being said, look at the jungle farm. 72 to 127. Zahi has been farming like a monster, just trying to get tanky for his team. Of course, Jack Attack not going to have those tanky stats quite yet. Has built his 2 really expensive items that he can now transition into being tanky, but so far not going to have the tanky stats he needs, and we're relying on Zahi to be that guy.
Yeah, so Zahi, of course, using his time at the start of the game as Jack Attack goes aggressive onto Minky, just bullying him a little bit in this lane. Once that Blade of the Ruin King is picked up, of course, Jax just becomes this split-pushing nightmare for teams.
Nightmare completely.
Really hard to outrun him, sticks to your carries extremely well. Oh, Denian getting chunked by a support there in Gymnast, who is looking like he's building towards a Morellonomicon, potentially?
Yeah. Interesting pickup. Does have... Oh, there's the shockwave onto 2 members there. Choo Choo's and Gymnast taken down solo. There's the True Shot Barrage. Picks up the kill. Denian will say thank you very much for that one. Nicely played by YSSC.
And that's the wombo combo we're talking about. Has the True Shot Barrage come through as the bottom lane turret goes down? Although, oh, and another catch onto Carbon, just taking so much damage.
Yeah, that attack dissonance command combo is ridiculous. And YSSC, look at Denian. He's just happy to run around. He doesn't mind. He's got a phage. He can run really fast. And now they're just going to tank up this turret. They've got command protect in order to try and do that. Zahi now going to tank it, and that's going to be this outer turret going down. And this is what we were saying. They have so much extra money in the bank, and now they've got a 3,000 gold lead.
As Jack Attack goes a little bit aggressive onto this Minky. This is the problem with Avangard. If they lose a little bit of map control as 2 turrets just fall, you look at the 3k gold lead that comes out of it.
Yeah, boom.
From nowhere, 3k. So we're dragging a couple of towers right back into this game. There was a big wave forming, so unfortunately AV had to send Cardred bottom to deal with that. Now closing the CS lead on Caitlyn, so getting there a little bit stronger, has picked up that last Whisper, which is a very good pickup, I feel, just because of the amount of burst that can come out of this Caitlyn. And as you can see, if you go to the gold, it looks like it's being held once again on the carries, which is really scary.
Yeah, that being said, look at Jack Attack. He's sitting on about 2,000 gold at this stage. We'll probably be able to go back by that Warden's Mail and the Giant's Belt and start becoming a beast. Although, you might want to finish off his boots, get something in there, like the Mercury's Treads, depending on what he feels like. And Jack Attack just happy to go back to base at this stage. He's had such an easy run on this Jax's game.
Yeah, he looks like he's just super comfortable. It looks like he took a lot away from his last game on Jax and is approaching it in a completely different mindset, maybe not trying to duel as much as Choo-Choo's get caught.
He's definitely caught here. Flying Juju's going to lock him down with all of the CC Morgana brings, and Denian going to finish off that kill. He is so comfortable in this Ezreal. 2-0 and 2. Bloodthirster Trinity Force. He's hit his power spike, and YSSC are just, they've turned it on over the last few minutes. Things are just looking all YSSC's favor.
Choo-Choo's maybe just mentally switching off there for a second,
yeah.
wandering down mid lane by himself as he steps on a trap, eats a little bit of damage from Cardred. As you said, it just looks like as soon as YSSC know they're stronger or see that they have a little bit of a good engage, they're just so willing to attack, as it looks like they're going for the flank around the side.
Oh, all of the poke coming through onto Zahi as he tries to get through there. He's just going to put his tail between his legs and get the heck out. Denian happy to tank up anything there. Does have the black shield and is going to be able to take down this inner turret in the mid lane. So extending their lead yet again, just over 4,000 gold, and they've evened out the turrets.
Yeah, turrets are even. Completely mirrored side of the matchups, but there's now a nearly 5k gold lead coming through for YSSC. So this is just going to go from worse to worse as this Orianna scales into the late game, as this Jax gets stronger.
Oh yeah.
It's really time for this Ziggs. Although he's 0-3-0, he has some of his items. He needs to put the boots on and really start stalling out this game and allow some of his carries to get some farm and maybe wait for YSSC to make an over-aggressive move as they did last game.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we're looking at this mid lane and Choo-Choo's has picked away this Ziggs from Little Cutie Cheese, and he's not being what he needs to be on that champion this game.
Yeah, as we see the whole of AV rotate past Jack Attack, potentially coming in for a gank here.
Yeah, he's found Minky, but needlessly does he know that Avongard are all here. He's popped that Grandmaster's Might ultimate, but I think he's just going to get locked up. As you can see, the Cocoon lands, and that's going to be a free kill on Jack Attack. We'll see whether YSSC can rotate around effectively. Choo-Choo's is clearing out a ward here. Little Cutie Cheese gets caught by Yordle Snap Trap, and Zahi now with the decoy flashes in Nimbus Strike, and there's the Cyclone as well. Whoa, True Shot Barrage actually whiffing completely. Dragon's Ascent being forced out from Minky Well, and Avongard Ascension just going to get out. They're just happy with their one kill that they got.
But blows so much to get away, although Minky
teleport
teleports into the bottom lane for a really nice rotation as Zahi's going deep.
Yeah, there's the flash forward. The double shockwave landing as well. Really, really nice work. Does manage to get a lot down. Mickey Well, in the meantime, does pick up that turret, but Choo-Choo's is now here. We'll see whether he can get the bombs in the right spots. Little Cutie Cheese walks straight into that cocoon, but there are a lot of heals coming through. Repel forced out. Zahi managing to pressure that one down, but everything's on a knife edge. 4 seconds on Jack Attack. Minky Well is on this bottom inhibitor turret. Is Jack Attack going to make it? He doesn't have home cards built up just yet. But my gosh, this is all just playing out. Little Cutie Cheese gets caught. There's the ace in the hole, and they are going to be able to take this one down. The bottom turret dies as well. Minky Well finishing that one off, and Avongard Ascension turning it all around now. Only 1,000 gold, and look at the map pressure from Avongard Ascension.
Avongard Ascension coming out huge in that team fight. They sent Minky bottom with a really clever teleport, putting so much pressure on YSSC to make a move, and when they did, they didn't have their ultimates up. Little Cutie Cheese had to go deep by himself to ensure that he got a shockwave off, and what it meant was that they could just kite backwards and really extend the team fight, allowing Minky to pick up an inhibitor turret that couldn't have come at a better time. Yeah,
really, really well played, and now this game is just back. The momentum is now in favor of Avongard Ascension, even though they don't necessarily have the gold lead just yet, and the Dragon's going to be going down, so yourself, Chef Chuff, are going to be able to pick up a little bit more on that front. The thing is that I'm worried about for Avongard Ascension is the fact that the Randuin's Omen is going to be finished off very soon here by Jack Attack. They've already got one on Zahi as well, so his Cyclone Randuin's combo is going to be a lot of crowd control in these team fights. And things were very, very messy. Jack Attack got caught, and that was why YSSC lost that fight. Avongard Ascension have not yet won a 5v5.
Yeah, so I think AVA just really need to keep playing smart. They're not going to out-comp YSSE as the game goes on, as you said. They're actually at a really bad power spike in the game, but if they continue to play smart, continue to send Minky around the map, although he is chasing down Jack Attack and he's caught again.
Yeah, actually, Carbon getting caught on the other side of the map as well. I mean, we're crossing sides. Jack Attack is the focus again, though. Is he going to go down once more? Leap Attack is used. Piltover Peacemaker not going to find its mark now. Jack Attack doing his very best to try and lead them on a wild goose chase. Minky Well does get caught. Leap strikes to his Trinket Ward, but now he's walking through here. Flashed forward by Minky, but he doesn't have his burnout available just yet. There it is. Jack Attack does not have his flash. Minky going to be able to take him down. We'll see whether they can transfer this one. Oh, Choo Choo's is caught as well. Denian finishes off that one. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to be enough. And here's the Baron doing a lot of damage. My goodness, Carbon, what are you doing, buddy? He gets taken down as well. Now that's a 2-for-1 if you count Jack Attack being in that one. And YSSE going to transfer to Baron. My goodness, what is going on?
So Jack Attack coming up with the hero play, just leading the whole of the team as Denian's getting caught.
Yeah, Denian getting caught a little bit there. Cyclone comes down onto Minky Well, not necessarily the target you want. All of the abilities flying out to try and catch onto Cardred. He's the one doing all the damage. As you can see, that Peacemaker doing a lot to Little Cutie Cheese. Gymnast now taking a lot. Denian is just not afraid. Has that trifecta of items. They're going to get them off the Baron, though. Effective work. But Avongard Ascension unable to really capitalize on their kill on Jack Attack. I don't know what Carbon was doing around that Baron pit.
So great turnaround. As soon as Jack Attack got caught, the whole of YSSE just ran towards Baron. Need to create that diversion. So what it did, it ensured that Minky had to expend a summoner spell, which is really important to kill him, and his ultimate. So as that was happening, you saw that Carbon and Cartridge, as well as Choo Choo's, were trying to stave off this Baron attempt from YSSE. Choo Choo's got caught by Denian, who just really played that fight phenomenally. And Carbon ended up getting caught by the Flying Dew and soloed nearly with the help of Baron.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Denian just doing so well this game. 3-0-3 now on that Ezreal. Has that last Whisper finally finished off. And a pickaxe, of course. He's on that Ezreal. Does have the Arcane Shift. Who needs a defensive item? Going straight for that Infinity Edge after his first trifecta of items that he generally gets on his Lucian and his Ezreal, as it seems.
And with this teleport being down on Minky, this is a really scary time in the game. It looks like they've chosen to send Cardred bottom to mirror Jack Attack's Jack, so if they can get a little bit of a jump on anyone, take some health off, they're going to rush Baron as fast as possible here.
Yeah, they are all just clearing out the vision. We've got Jack Attack still in the bottom lane, waiting in the brush, just making sure that they make sure that Avongard Ascension do not know what's going on. And of course, he's going to go back, split push. Cardra going to be forced back down there again, and they can just keep doing this. They have the teleport advantage, so they can have the Jack split pushing in the bottom lane, and he's going to eat towers.
So that advantage is about to expire. Minky is rotating down to match it, although they have also sent Cardridge down here, so a little bit interesting though. Cardridge is going back to mirror his team, so much better rotations coming out from AVA here. YSSE really need to go get this top lane pushing, although it looks like they want to bait the Baron fight.
Oh, look at this. They have actually aggroed the Baron though, unfortunately, and there are some spooky ghosts available. Cocoon gonna stop that flash cyclone from happening. Zahi got very aggressive. Nicer Cocoon coming out from Carbon though, and Jack Attack's still in this bottom lane. Minky Well forced to come down again, but look at this damage coming down onto this turret. Can leap strike away as well. There's the Blade of the Ruined King being used by Minky. The counter-strike gets blocked by the Banshee's Veil as well, so this chase might be on, but I don't think Jack Attack is very scared.
And Minky needs to be really careful. The reason Jack Attack is running there is because he couldn't see Carbon on the map. As soon as Jack Attack sees all 4 members of Avantgarde in the mid lane, he can just turn around and blow Minky Whale up whenever he wants to. I
think he's a little bit worried now though, because he's down a little bit, wants to have that teleport advantage to try and get into this fight at full health. So he's going to head back to base, picks up that Negatron Cloak, not going to be able to be smacked down by all of the magic damage coming through, and I think that YSSE need to control their waves before they do another fight.
And Avantgarde smart, rotating over to this blue buff to try and take that away from Little Cutie Cheese, who needs to be really careful. No, doesn't rotate over. And Jack Attack, once again, looks like they're going to try and come in on this bottom lane, try and get this open inhibitor down, showing a little bit more aggression, although I think that YSSE are happy to fight them here.
Yeah, they are happy to fight them here. As we saw in our game against NV, they were just more than happy to fight inside their base, and they're going to do it for minutes upon minutes until they get the right engage that they're looking for. 2,000 gold in the lead are YSSE, which is not the position that they're used to fighting. when they win these fights in their own base. And they have champions like Jax, like Orianna, that are really strong at this stage of the game.
So what AV have to be extremely careful of here is Zahi with those home guard boots flying into their team for a Cyclone. As soon as he backs away and goes to buy, he's going to come in with so much force. As he cakes a little bit of poke, Little Cutie Cheese is the most aggressive Orianna I've ever seen.
Yeah, that attack dissonance did so much damage to Carbon as well. And look at this inhibitor. That's an open inhibitor that's taken 0 damage from a team with a Caitlyn.
And Carbon has been hit by 2 attack command dissonance, and he's on 25% health.
Yeah, and he cannot enter that fight either. I mean, even though he does have that repel in order to try and get out, he's going to be able to take nothing before he's forced out of that particular fight. And YSSC taking command again.
Yeah, so looks like YSSC able to stave off the offensive in the bottom lane, and it looks like Avant is just kind of searching for a little bit of an answer, going to be able to go down and pick up maybe a free dragon to push their gold a little bit more towards equal, but they're just kind of fishing for the right engage at the moment, hoping they can beat YSSC around the map somewhere.
Yeah, YSSC just so good at backing off, defending where they need to at this stage of the game as well. Now that they've got only inhibitor turrets and an inhibitor to defend, it's so much easier to just recall to base and be there to defend your stuff. So they're going to have Jack Attack split pushing, does have that teleport available, and unless he gets rotated on and killed and then an objective is taken in a 4v5 situation, because it is 40 minutes into this game, the death timers are long at this stage, about a minute to go on that one, and Avongard Ascension just have to play this so intelligently if they're going to win this one, because
you have to think
team fight.
You have to think of the similarities about this game as the second game of NV. It's pretty much the exact same lineup coming out of YSSC, so they must be so confident in their ability to win one team fight and then just push the lane to victory, because they have so much damage on turrets at this point in the game. So look for them to really be patient, as we're used to seeing with these guys. I'm not going to be surprised if this game goes for a little bit longer. Build up some of their items. They are getting towards that 6-item threshold, and then really look for a decisive one-team fight.
Yeah, that is so true. And as we can see, there's a lot of gold on both of the AD carries at this stage. Denian with 1,500 and 2,000 gold onto Cardred there is just looking to finish off that item. As Minky Well and Jack Attack going to smack each other in the face with their respective non-weapons. Will Jack Attack actually take a fair bit here? Dragon's Descent being used by Minky Well. Jack Attack continuing to run. Does, of course, have the Rage available from that Trinity Force in order to give himself the extra movement speed, and does pop that Blade of the Ruined King as well. But Minky Well doing really, really well to push him out. And
this Thornmail really has turned this fight around. Just sitting on so much armor now, Minky Well just going to be a beast on that Shyvana, especially with that ultimate coming through, amplifying all those defensive stats. Going to be really, really difficult at the later stages of the game to peel this Shyvana off the rest of your team. You're really counting on Little Cutie Cheese to get a great shockwave in there and maybe take off some of the help, allowing a Jack Attack to get back into those fights.
Yeah, and make sure Denian has the ability to kite him around effectively as well, of course. Almost has that Infinity Edge, and we'll see whether he builds a defensive item after that. Of course, it's not necessarily the way of the Denian. He wants to have as much damage as possible. As we can see, Zahi just using that Nimbus Strike to try and clear out this wave. And those bouncing bombs now starting to do a fair bit of damage now that that trifecta of mid lane items has been finished.
Yeah, and Little, sorry, just so used to seeing him on Ziggs. Choo Choo's is doing a really good job now at starving out these pushes. He's not letting the minion waves get anywhere near the turrets, really equalizing these waves. And what YSSC has done in return is actually bring Jack Attack into the mid lane. No longer wants to fight Minky, and maybe going to force a team fight around this Baron area. They're going for it.
Yeah, Denian actually starting this one off. They don't have their Blade of the Ruined King here. Jack Attack finally does get here. The Spooky Ghosts have been used. Twin Shadows as they are being used by Gymnast here. And that item really, really good. Does have the movement speed as well available, and they have stopped this Baron effectively. And they're going to rotate immediately to the mid lane. YSSC need to get back to base ASAP.
Okay, so YSSC tried the Baron, didn't work, and now we have AV sprinting down the mid lane. Denian a little bit late to recall, trying to stop some of them, but Zahi is here to finish it off and goes in.
There's the flash, there's the shockwave, only lands on a Choo Choo's, but that's a decent target. Little Cutie Cheese now takes a lot of damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Denian comes through, there's the damage coming down. Little Cutie Cheese finishing off that one, but Minky Well is now inside this fight, trying to get it happening, but my goodness, they trade 1 for 0 and YSSC come out on top.
such a massive team fight. Everyone clustered around each other. Unfortunately, Little Cutie Cheese not able to get off an ideal shockwave. And what that means is they exit the fight on such low health all around, although they did get the 1 for 0, so maybe a Baron Rush is on the table.
Yeah, of course, Carbon is the jungler as well, so the smite is in the death chamber at this stage, dead for another 30 seconds as well. So if they go straight to this Baron, even though it is warded up, of course, they are going to have the advantage. 5v4 and with the smite advantage as well.
Yes, still 7 seconds on Carbon before he comes up, looking for Jack Attack to TP in. They're going for it.
Yeah, they're going straight for this Baron. 5 strong here on this one, and Ace in the hole is going to come through. Jack Attack tried to tank that one out. Oh, as you can see, the nice poke coming through here, but they are going to focus onto this Baron. We'll see whether Avongard Ascension can answer this one at all. Denian now taking a lot of damage. Mickey Well finishes him off, so they trade the Baron for Denian. Their 80 carry. Now Minky does get caught up by the Dark Binding. He's trying to be a tank. Kadra finishes off Jack Attack as well. There is the Shockwave, but only hitting onto Mickey. Finally, he gets taken down, but Zahi as well. So that's 3 for a Baron and Minky Well. I'd take that if I was Avongard Ascension, because Kadra is now on the hunt. As you can see, wow, that was a perfect Dark Binding to stop that assault.
So impressive from Kadra. They're flashing the first Dark Binding, although Flying Dew on point with the second one, able to clean him up, make sure that no one else dies. YSSC going for that Baron, but maybe going a little bit over aggressive. The carry's peeling off, but none of the tanks, so unfortunately for them, Minky Whale able to do so much damage. Now it looks like AV are able to move into the base.
Yeah, 30-second death timers on 3 members of YSSC. This may actually spell the game here for Avongard Ascension, unless they do go for more. Oh my goodness, Choo Choo takes a lot of damage, but the assault is on. Little Cutie Cheese taking a lot of damage. Shut down. Kadra picks up that kill, and this is definitely going to spell the game here for Avongard Ascension. This Caitlyn has all of a sudden come out with this Infinity Edge doing so much damage. Kadra just from nowhere, just carrying his team. As we can see though, Denian now trying to finish this one off. Carbon now trying to get in there. It hasn't actually died yet. True Shot Barrage comes through, hits Choo Choo's, but YSSC doing a valiant effort here. They'd have 2 inhibitors down. Choo Choo's does go down. My gosh, I thought that was the game.
Yeah, it looks like AV might have stuck around for a little bit too long. 2 kills going down now in the favor of YSSC, and they can just steam straight down this mid lane and try and do exactly the same thing that just happened to them.
That is ridiculous. Little Cutie Cheese is still, of course, dead, and it is going to be a 4v3 situation. Kadra, of course, still alive as well. So no creeps available for Your Soul Shall Chuffer. And Jack Attack going to be forced to tank these ones up. We'll see whether he can do so. Minky Well with that Banshee's Veil is going to be able to tank a lot. There is the Dark Binding coming through. Minky Well not going to be able to do anything, but there's the turret. It does go down. They might be able to answer this with an inhibitor. They do. There are home guards coming through here. Zahi now might get caught. Minky Well is in amongst this team and not taking any damage at all. The Cyclone comes through, but my god, Zahi is taking so much damage. There's the Mikhail's Crucible. Fantastically well done. Jack Attack going to block that Ace in the hole as well. There's the Inner Flame. Gymnast now trying to attack onto this enemy team. Does pop that Mantra W to try and get that shield and that speed boost, and now Carbon is here. Both members of Avongard Ascension that were dead are coming up, and I think they're going to go straight for this Baron. No, they're not, because it's dead, of course. And both inhibitors down now. I think YSSC needs to go back to base and regroup, because my goodness, my voice is about to explode.
Wow, what an intense part of the game with both teams going so hard at these bases. Kadra playing these team fights so well, knowing Caitlyn's exact range, not letting Zahi get into the area for that Cyclone knock-up and just doing so much damage at this point. Although Jack Attack has now picked up the Guardian Angel, so watch out for him in these team fights. He has the potential to go absolutely massive, but great response from YSSC there to take an inhibitor back.
Yeah, doing really, really well, and that Guardian Angel is going to be massive on Jack Attack. As we can see, though, we do have the Maw of Malmortius almost going to be built up here by Zahi. Going to be able to do a little bit more damage with that Cyclone. And Avongard Ascension, this looks a lot like what happened to NV. We'll see whether they give YSSC the right amount of respect. True Shot Barrage comes through doing a fair bit of damage. Zahi now still holding onto that Cyclone, not wanting to throw that one out willy-nilly against just Minky Well. Jack Attack gets caught. He does have the Guardian Angel, but I'm wondering whether it's enough. Minky Well now does get Dark Bound, but he's got the Dragon's Descent, and that was an amazing satchel charge. Zahi gets taken down out of this fight. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb, hits onto 2 members. Denian is so incredibly low. This could be the game for Avongard Ascension. They are going to be able to take down the last inhibitor here. There are super creeps in the base. That Bouncing Bomb doing so much work. That was an amazing shockwave. Is it too little too late? Jack Attack here. He has the Guardian Angel. Kadra now the focus. Yordle Snap Trap catches him up, and we'll see whether he can do any work once he comes back up out of this. But I have a feeling this is the game. My goodness, Avongard Ascension take down the 3-game series, and against YSSC as well in the late stages of this game. They came to play, Avongard Ascension.
That satchel charge from Choo Choo's
incredible.
Won the game. Absolutely won the game. Split the team perfectly, had the tanks in the middle, got rid of the carries completely, and just absolutely turned that team fight around. Mega Inferno Bomb coming through, doing so much damage. Really well played by Choo Choo's on that Zig, coming up massive in the last team fight.
Yeah, that last team fight really made up for the fact that his early game was not necessarily as strong as we would have expected, and I was a little bit worried for Avongard Ascension at that stage, but afterwards he just made sure that he was using that Ziggs perfectly, exactly what he needed to do, just to zone out the enemy team and make sure everything could go well for his team as well. And just the displacement from that was just absolutely insane. It was filthy.
Cardred on that Caitlyn, just such good positioning, so much damage coming out at the late game. Ends up 405, 339 CS, and just such a great game from the AD carry for AVA. Really put his team on the back in the last couple of minutes there.
Yeah, that's true. And of course, that means that we do have Avongard Ascension through into the round of 4 here. That's going to be at Supernova in Perth. So they are our first team to qualify. So that's definitely cool. Of course, what Your Soul Shellchuffer, it's a difficult name to say, I'm not going to lie to you, is knocked down into the lower bracket. So they're going to take on the victor of Team NV and, of course, Team UTS that is coming up very, very soon. So, wow. I just cannot believe it. We do have a replay for you of a team fight. That was towards the end of the game. Of course, the Baron, that was taken down at about 43 minutes.
So this is the Baron, where Carbon's dead, and unfortunately, Denian takes a lot of damage there. What happens here is that Minky successfully zones both the carries for YSSC and is able to kill Denian even though his team gets the Baron. Minky at this point in the game is just so huge with all that armor, able to chase through a really good satchel charge there, knocking 3 people off. Zahi tries to go in. Unfortunately, little cutie Cheeseroni's shockwave only hit 1, and this is where Cardred comes in huge. Flashes a first Dark Binding, gets so much damage off onto Flying Dew, and then unfortunately gets hit by the second Binding, but at that point, the damage is done. AVA able to rush down the mid lane and take 2 inhibitors. Yeah,
I didn't even notice that flash. It was ridiculously well done there by Cardred, and the Spooky Ghost coming through with that Twin Shadows. And I have to say, I was really impressed by Gymnast Karma as well. A lot of the times when those engagers were trying to be forced here from YSSC, especially in the later stages of that game, that Mantra W, the shield, was just so strong. I mean, the Mantra E. I keep saying W when it's not.
And we just saw how well AVA works as a team. Their understanding of the game, their crisp rotations. This is why they're one of the top teams at the moment.
Yeah.
They just played that out really, really well, especially when they had a weaker team fight at the later parts of the game. Just able to beat YSSC all over the map and really use their brains instead of their comp to win that game.
Yeah, they really did. And of course, just steamrolling through those couple of inhibitors really sealed the deal for them towards the later stages of that game. And my goodness, it was just so refreshing to see this level of game. And of course, a best of 3 coming through as well. So really fantastic. Good game, well played to Avongard Ascension. And I'm so happy to see them through. I'm excited for the potential rematch between NV and Your Soul Shellchuffer as well, because I can imagine that NV are out for blood after losing with such a massive gold advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to that one. Of course, it will be next weekend. But
potentially, unless UTS take this game from NV coming up very soon.
In case UTS take this game, but fantastic effort from AVA to go through, really putting their stamp on the scene and showing that they are a dominant team.
Yeah, that's really true. Of course, we were talking about Team NV taking on UTS, and that's going to be coming up very soon. Of course, everyone, do not go anywhere. We'll be back with our next best of 3 between Team NV and Team UTS.
beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I'm, of course, Atlas, joined by Spawn, and we are into our second matchup of the evening. Team Envy taking on UTS from the Collegiate League. And my gosh, coming after that last matchup, this has a large set of boots to fill.
Yeah, massive build-up to this game now after that last best of 3. But if couple of teams that can come to it, it will be UTS versus MV, because I'm sure they're both really hungry to get some wins on the board.
Yeah, they are really raring for action here, of course. Avongard Ascension taking down UTS into the lower bracket, and your Soul Shell Chuffer in that gigantic 75-minute game, forcing NV into the lower bracket as well. So these teams fighting to hold on to their spot here in the round of 8 and hoping to try and get over to Perth for that Supernova spot and a little bit of cash in their back pocket as well.
Yeah, so that's the exciting part about this game. This is the first game where someone will be going home after this.
Yeah.
So this is a knockout round. This is a lower bracket. So UTS and MV both have huge pressure on them, particularly MV, who were expected to do well in this tournament.
Yeah, they came second, of course, in our autumn round of 4 at Supernova in the Gold Coast. So they do not want to go home right now, because it would be just horrible for those guys. And, of course, Heaven's Curse just being a massive player. He played for Team Immunity for so long. These guys just have so much history. Of course, BMA coming onto the team as well. Used to be Coena and used to play for, I think, Frenetic Array quite a long time ago.
And Mattress moving back to that support lane, which has really been key. And we saw him perform so well in the first round matchup against Yoso Shofar, just playing a really key Leona game and really performing in his old support role. Yeah, and when he picked up that Morgana, didn't look quite as strong. Of course, was whiffing a few of those Dark Bindings a little bit, but those Solar Flares were fantastic. And on the side of UTS, of course, we have a couple of veterans that you'll recognize. Chuffer, who your Soul Shell Chuffer is actually named after, on the AD carry position. Really, really a veteran of the scene, and I think brings us into our first key matchup of the day. Chuffer versus First Mate is just such a critical matchup for both these teams, because they're really key to how both the teams play. Yeah, and especially considering the fact that First Mate almost needs to have that Draven banned away from him in order for that to come through, because his Draven is so incredibly good, and he's just been lining the floor with bodies every time he picks that champion up. Yeah, so First Mate, as you said, really renowned for that Draven play. He's picked up Twitch a little bit lately. Yep. Can play a little bit of Lucian as well when he wants to, but is really known for that Draven and being super aggressive in the bot lane. Yeah, and that Jinx as well, as he's been playing a fair bit. Likes to have these, not necessarily as mobile carries, but ones with massive damage potential. Yeah, huge upfront burst and can bring a lot to teamfight scenarios with those AoE ultimates. Of course, Chuffer, nothing to scoff at, plays a very, very, very mean Caitlyn.
Oh, his Caitlyn's ridiculous.
Really good positioning, really good control. He's another one of these old school AD carries from Oceania that can really peel for themselves and just have such good positioning.
Yeah, he really, really can. And I'm looking forward to this matchup. The other matchup that I'm looking forward to is Chenny Boy versus Heavens. Chenny Boy showed that he could stand up to Choo Choo's, but now he's got the massive test. This is Heaven's Curse. This is arguably one of the best mid laners here. Of course, you could probably argue that Keen's up there as well on Team Curse, but Heavens has just been massive forever. As we do head into Champion Select, and we'll see whether that Draven does withstand the pick and ban phase. Of course, our blue side going to be Team NV because they did have the slightly higher seed coming down into that lower bracket.
Yeah, so we see straight away that Yasuo has been taken off the board away from Chenny Boy, of course.
Really
plays
smart.
a really good Yasuo. Ziggs being taken off the board. We saw how powerful he was last game. Just such good area control, and Heavens really loves these farm-heavy carries.
Yeah, he really, really loves that. Of course, Heavens has an almost infinite champion pool, so they need to ban away champions they don't want to deal with, not necessarily try and ban out Heavens, because it's quite literally impossible.
Yeah, we even saw Heavens with a throwback pick of the Karthus, so it's just comfortable playing anything in that mid lane. As we see the Kayle taken off the board, followed really quickly by a Leona.
That
Obviously,
is so
they
smart.
watched the NV game one.
Oh, yeah.
Mattress was absolutely huge on Leona.
Yeah, hitting every Solar Blade. Zenith Blades didn't make sense a lot of the time because they were seeming to hit from like lengths that they shouldn't. And of course, NV now taking a little bit more time to think about this next ban. If you were to be them, what would you be putting this ban into? Would you aim for the jungle?
Yeah, I think you have to hit Kha'Zix or Elise here.
Yep.
Like both really, both great junglers, although they take Jinx off the board, which is actually first mate's champion.
That is very, very strange. Of course, Cassidy being taken away from UTS as well, so the Draven is available, and LeBlanc is up as well. So it's time for Heaven's Curse to hard carry in that mid lane.
Okay, so Heaven's moving away from a farm-heavy mid lane champion. Of course, LeBlanc did get a little bit of help in that regards with the changes to a W, but now on the Assassin, now on that really roam-heavy, look for him to push out his lane and try and influence other lanes. As we see that Mascot has picked up the Kha'Zix, that will be for himself, and Xora has picked up Lulu potentially for Chenny Boy or even potentially for Ludwig in support.
Yeah, it's very, very strange though. I mean, Lulu's a fantastic pickup. I think that's great, but over on the side of NV, they're hovering the likes of, okay, thank goodness, because Lucian has been locked in, of course, first mate, opting to go for that one instead of his world-renowned Draven. Well, not necessarily world-renowned, but at least nation-renowned. And BMA looking to lock in this Jack, so they're going to have ridiculously powerful mid to late game with this first set of champions.
Yeah, so Intrepid, of course, that really solid top laner, like a rock up there, and going to have that Jax, which just allows him to split push for days. He's not even going to have to leave his lane to impact this game, although we will be bringing the teleport, as we have been seeing. I really like the Lucian pickup. It's just such a safe AD, especially if you're picking into a blind lane. You don't know if that Lulu's down there or not yet. So just a smart AD. It doesn't really give too much away about the composition. Yeah,
and if that Lulu is picked up, you don't want to pick a Draven just because that polymorph is so incredibly powerful against this guy. If he runs at your team, as he likes to do, he just gets turned into a little bug and then sent on his way home. So nice work. Mascot played a decent Kha'Zix as well, as we saw. So see whether that one comes through. Sora now looking at this potential Shyvana and some really high tier picks coming through on the side of UTS.
Yeah, so UTS getting a really good engage comp here with the Shyvana, with the Lulu ultimate on top of that, and of course the Black Shield, as we saw from last matchup, being quite key. So nice pickups here from UTS and building quite a strong team fighting composition.
Yeah, really, really pulling it out nicely. They do have the Jax versus Shyvana matchup. Wow, how couldn't figure out what matchup meant was ridiculous. But yeah, Shyvana versus Jax, as we've been seeing over and over. Gonna have Shyvana actually played by Mickey well, scaling really, really well against this Jax and actually managed to be a much better tank than that Jax pickup.
Yeah, the Thornmail really turned that matchup around and helped Minky Whale excel in that. Of course, Intrepid, no stranger to this matchup, played it into Jack attack in game 2 of the last series. So going to be quite comfortable and just needs to ride the power spike out when he gets the Trinity Force, when he gets the Blade of the Ruin King a little bit better.
Yeah, BMA looking at this Evelynn as well. He does have his Lee Sin available. That's what I find a little bit interesting because BMA played an incredible Lee Sin in their first game against your Soul Shell Chuffer. Unfortunately unable to, actually in both games, if I remember correctly. So locking in the Evelynn instead, we'll see whether this can bring them as much early game strength as that Lee Sin did.
what it does do is it puts that added pressure on the lanes and ensures that Mascot really has to be reactive with this Kha'Zix, because if he shows himself at the wrong part of the map, they've got the assassination of LeBlanc, they've got the really high damage and catch potential of this Nami Lucian lane now. So that just means that if they don't really keep an eye on this Evelynn, we'll talk about that pick in a second. If we don't really keep an eye on this Evelynn, it's going to quickly get out of hand for BMA. And Chuffer has picked up his Caitlyn.
He's picked up his Caitlyn. So we're all going to finally see the Chuffer Caitlyn that has just rocked solo queue over the last however long Chuffer's been playing. He's a monster on that champion and just so able to muck around with that range as well that he's just so frustrating when you're under a tower. And
a great pick into Nami. Nami is that frustrating support that if she walks at you with a Eon, is it her E?
Tycall's Blessing?
Yeah, Tycall's Blessing on. Just able to poke you out of that lane and allows Lucian to really get into his element. So, of course, those bubbles coming through as well. Caitlyn's net going to be able to get her out of that. So a really solid pickup, and I like it into this McLean matchup.
Yeah, and especially when you've got a Morgana support as well for that Black Shield. I mean, you're just almost impossible to gank at that stage. You have that net, you have the shield, no CC is going to come onto you, and it's just really, really safe, but also has really, really nice catch potential with that Dark Binding and Peacemaker for a lot of damage.
Yeah, and we saw the damage potential of Caitlyn last game. As soon as you get that Infinity Edge, those headshots start doing so much damage.
It was ridiculous.
And Chuffer is, as we said, really no stranger to this character and will be right at home.
Yeah, knows exactly how to make sure that you use those headshots in lane as well. I was watching him play solo queue on this Caitlyn, and every single time he has a headshot up, it's just straight in the face of the enemy AD carry, and it really starts to add up. He just farms safely, and then just chucks in a little headshot here and there. So it's just really, really good to watch, and he's just really good at knowing all the nuances.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we've seen Kha'Zix get through a pick ban phase for a while. So talking about this one a little bit, Mascot obviously showed us that he's quite strong on this champion, and it just lends itself to 2v2 skirmishes, particularly at level 6, really well. Kha'Zix is one of those champions that he can absorb so much damage at the early part of the game because of these changes to his ultimate with that 50% damage reduction, but still dish out so much damage. They nerfed his isolation range a little bit, but it's still around Dragon and stuff like that. Ensures that he's such a dangerous, nearly melee absorb now, kind of like a Renekton, but with such higher mobility and much higher damage.
Yeah, and if he finds BMA in the jungle as well, I don't think an Evelynn can stand even a slight chance against a Kha'Zix, especially when they're isolated.
Yeah, so maybe we're looking for some early invade coming out of Mascot. As you mentioned, this Evelynn does get a little bit squishy around level 2s and 3s, especially vulnerable when she's doing that second buff. So maybe look for a little bit of early aggressive from UTS, especially because they can push up all these waves so well.
Yeah, so much wave clear from these guys. Of course, not having that Ziggs is going to be really important as far as the siege is concerned. But Chuffer on this Caitlyn, plus Ludwig on this Morgana for the disengage, and of course the Dark Binding for the catch, is just going to mean that they can stand around turrets. With the Glitter Lance, my goodness, it's just going to be so powerful. So we'll see what happens. I love the dive coming through from UTS as well. Their team comp is just really rounded.
Yeah, I like the dive composition coming through. I think that NV have actually got a superior pick comp.
Yep.
Purely because of the eyes that you can't always get on Evelynn. That Nami, really key with the bubble, and of course the tidal wave coming through as the ultimate. And of course Heavens on that LeBlanc is just going to be so difficult to deal with, especially in this mid game.
Yeah, and he's just so good on that LeBlanc as well. And if NV have a playstyle, it's get Heavens fed and let him carry. And at the moment, they've got this sort of pick comp with the Nami, with that tidal wave in order to try and disengage and start a fight as well if you try and get that one to happen. And if you land those bubbles, those aqua prisons, then that person's dead. Heaven's just going to delete them from the map.
Yeah, Heavens, we're looking for him to come up really big and Intrepid. Just going to be split pushing his absolute heart out on Jax. I'm sure he's going to really enjoy this game. He's just going to play PvE for about 40 minutes, come out and try and win a team fight for his team. But the matchup that I'm very keen to see is Mattress on this Nami. I haven't seen Nami in a while, not in Oceanic play. Sees a little bit more play in Korea, but is one of those champions that if you can play it well, can add so much to a team with disengage, really good pick potential, and that added burst damage is going to put onto Lucian, especially for around a level 2 fight, could be key in this matchup.
Yeah, and having the heals as well in a siege situation, I mean, especially when you've got peacemakers coming over your face, that ebb and flow is going to be really, really handy. And she just has a little bit of everything as well. I mean, you've got the Tycaller's Blessing to add a little bit of kill potential to your lane and also buff up your AD carry a little bit, much like a Nunu would with the Blood Boil. And then you've also got the Aqua Prism for amazing CC, and the ebb and flow for the heal. So it's sort of a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and one of the funnest passives in the game, of course, that's if you have an ability cast on you, you get a little bit of boost of movement speed.
Yeah,
so
and scales with AP now as well.
Yeah, scales with AP, so something that could get Lucian really highly mobile and potentially get Heavens in and out of these team fights even quicker than we're used to seeing in Old Blanc.
Yeah, so I'm really excited to see whether Mattress can really make this one work. Of course, he's a veteran support player. He's been playing support for so long. Of course, was their jungler for quite some time, but has moved back to his more comfortable role and is now down there with First Mate. And as we saw, they managed to deal with Danian and Flying Jew fairly effectively. It wasn't until the late game that they really struggled to close these games out. And you have to remember that they were ahead through the majority of those games.
Yeah, really came out of laning phase strong, particularly in game 1. Where Heavens was on that Leona. Game 2 on the Morgana, not as effective out of laning phase and maybe lacking a little bit of confidence on that newer pickup. But these older supports that Mattress would be used to playing from when he was on the support role, I'm looking for him to be very comfortable in playing.
Yeah, that's true. But we are onto the Rift, guys. We're going to have a quick video, but then we'll be back for Game 1, UTS versus Envy. Okay, man, Venom's hair looks so glorious. Of course, the game has been paused initially, but we are now back onto the Rift with NV versus Team UTS here from the Collegiate League. Of course, NV being a little bit more experienced, you could say, but UTS does have some pretty big names on it. Of course, Chenny Boy been playing for quite some time, played for X5 back in the day. And Chuffer also a bit of a monster here, and always been playing in that solo queue, doing amazing things on the likes of Udyr, and of course Caitlyn, who he now has for this game.
And so Scrying Orb coming out for Mascot as the trinket pickup, really like that. There's actually 2 on the side with also Ludwig picking this up. So this is UTS. This is something that they did in their first series as well, I believe. So they just come out, make sure they get some safe wards down and ensure that they have eyes on a couple of the other opponents, just so they're not getting early invaded, because it looks like they do like to go into standard lanes. Yeah,
as you can see, Mascot and Ludwig actually going back to base and switching out those trinkets after just initially using those just to protect the wards that they were trying to put down, I assume. But it's a very interesting decision to head back to base and change those ones out. So
and that's what I like about the wards. They really do change up level 1 situations, especially with the difference in trinkets coming out. It looks like all the lanes are going to be standard. Of course, UTS like to play that way, and I think NV are just going to be super happy playing a really standard game and looking to get the first game under their belts, just to get any jitters out that they had, of course, going down in 2 heartbreaking losses against YSS.
Yeah, so I think heartbreaking losses is almost an understatement, considering the leads that they did have those games. But I think we're looking at BMA to really have an impact in the early stages, especially considering the fact that we have standard lanes, because I know he's going to assert a lot of dominance just on this map anyway by being that Evelynn, but I think we've got to look to see him actually try and get some kills early on and not just be that squishy Evelynn that we see a lot of the time when they go into the mid-game with just that Lizard Elder, and they're just a little bit too squishy for these team fights. Yeah, so both junglers starting on blue side of the map. Maybe look for Mascot to go for a bit of an early engage. No, he's just going to go around into a standard path. That is absolutely fine for Kha'Zix. He's one of the quicker junglers, especially when he gets a couple of Qs. As we see a little bit of a brawl in the mid lane between Heavens and Chenny Boy. Chenny Boy getting a little bit of the better. If that had Glitterlance had a hit, maybe would have been a little bit scary. Oh, Match is doing a lot of damage and dodging that Dark Binding really effectively. Piercing Light coming through. Chuffer taking a little bit of damage from that one, but as you can see, he's just happy to auto-attack First Mate as he runs out of there with his supreme range. Oh, and this is what we're talking about with Nami just being so annoying to deal with in the earlier parts of the game. So good at harassing by herself, almost like that old Lulu that could just walk up as the Aqua Prison comes out. Yeah, nice Aqua Prison lands, and of course using that ebb and flow in order to try and stave off a lot of that damage there that was provided by the Dark Binding. But as you can see, they're staying a lot more healthy in this lane. Chuffer is doing quite well, but Ludwig is at about half health at this stage, of course. Envy, just such a practice bottom lane.
And we do have BMA coming in for a potential gank in this mid lane.
He's trying to
hanging
come through.
around.
Wanting
Okay,
to,
he's gone in.
make things happen. He has gone in. Chenny Boy forced to flash actually immediately. He does get stunned up here by the chains. The Ignite is ticking down. That last auto attack not going to be enough, of course. Level 3, you've got those potions to tick up for a fair bit, even with that Ignite ticking down. Tormented Soil in the bottom lane. Intrepid now taking a lot of damage from Sora in this top lane. Isn't quite at his power spike yet. There's the flash, actually First Blood with the distortion from the Q. Amazing work coming out from Heavens. Knows exactly how much damage he can do.
Yeah, a little bit of a misread there from Chenny Boy, not able to get the heal off in time. I think that's why he was actually staying in the lane. He wanted to bait out the flash, but goes down to a really, really good play from Heavens there. So great move there from the mid laner, from Team NV, getting First Blood, and First Mate just taking a couple of tower shots.
Yeah, he's just happy to do that. Got the piercing light when I don't think he was quite expecting to land it. He's just a lot better than he himself believes. So nice work there, Cabin Boy, which is what our First Mate wanted to be named at the beginning. So just a little bit of a shout out there.
As we have a lot of pressure coming out of Team NV, we have BMA actually coming around for a potential tower dive, although it's going to be mirrored by Mascot, who is also coming down into this bot lane potentially. No, he's just getting a deep ward into the Wraith area of Team NV.
Chuffer actually taking a lot of damage. There's the flash and baited out by the heal. Fantastically played by Chuffer. Baits the flash, hangs onto his own.
Yeah, so Chuffer able to get out of there without burning both summoner spells. Really well played. Intrepid going aggressive on Sora here, who's just trying to push out the lane and farm, getting a little bit of the better of these trades early game, but we have Mascot hanging around this bottom lane now and potentially looking for a gank because we have 3 people strong.
Yeah, Sora now just asserting his dominance in this top lane, of course, has a little bit of an advantage early on. Does the Shyvana just with that twin bite and of course his burnout just being able to do so much extra AoE damage as he farms out these creep waves, and Intrepid slightly unable to do that. But it's so scary having First Blood here on top of Heaven's Curse because he knows exactly what to do with the lead, and he basically doesn't know how to play from behind, but he always seems to find his way ahead. Yeah,
Heaven's that really confident mid laner, and even when he's equally kind of plays like he has a lead just because how confident he is in that lane. And as you can see, he's just completely zoning out Chenny Boy, who gets a little bit of harass in return, but these chunks are just going to start really taking their toll on this Lulu in the lane. As we see that Intrepid has burned the flash, teleport. He's gone back to get himself another Duran's Blade, so maybe just going to be able to skirmish a little bit better against Sora on this Shyvana.
Yeah, Ludwig throwing out a nice little Dark Binding. Gets caught by the Aquarism actually. There's the Tycaller's Blessing as well into First Mate, trying to slow down Ludwig there, who does have the level advantage, just evened out now by level 4 being got here by Team NV at the same time.
And this is the danger of Morgana support. If you throw out that bind and miss, you kind of don't have much to follow up.
Ooh, nice.
As Mattress seems to be landing Aquacrism after Aquacrism. That one was Dark Shielded, so really, really good job there. But a gank into the mid lane.
Yeah, forced to use his ultimate there to mimic his distortion and get the heck out of dodge is Heaven's Curse, but he is going to be safe and get the heck out. Does have to already blew his flash, of course, earlier on, but there's the Dark Binding landing on a Mattress. The Yordle Snap Trap as well. There's the Black Shield being used to stop Chuffer from taking too much extra CC, and Ludwig, relentless pursuit by First Mate, not going to be enough to secure any kills or anything, but the poke from Piercing Light really starting to stack up, as we can see First Mate being his aggressive self and shooting off as many of these abilities as possible.
And First Mate and Mattress really starting to show the advantage of having this a little bit of sustain from the Nami, from the Vamp Scepter, just able to be healthier than UTS, and this is really going to start taking a hold because there's already a little bit of a CS lead in the favor of the MV bot lane.
Yeah, as we can see, oh, Heaven's Curse actually managing to distort back after his initial one. Oh, Chuffer taking a lot of damage. My goodness, the Light Slinger not managing to get through before that net did come out, and Chuffer forced back yet again.
Whilst Chuffer's getting forced out of this lane, you can see how well he does know Caitlyn and how confident he is avoiding a lot of these skill shots. The problem with this lane is that the further and further Lucian gets ahead, the earlier he's going to hit his power spike, and the more dangerous it is going to be for this bot lane of UTS to keep coming bot. Maybe look for them to shove out the lane and rotate 4 mid to see if they can get a little bit of a quick push, because they do have these ranged champions, and unfortunately Heavens has picked up a kill but maybe doesn't have enough wave clear at this point in the game.
Yeah, he does he has gone for that Chalice, so he's going to opt for more of a wave clear build, but doesn't actually have it as of yet, of course not. having the ability power in order to back that one up.
And Intrepid more than happy to dual Sora at this point in the game. Obviously has the item advantage with an extra Goran's Blade, has gone back already, and has hit level 7, so has that extra attack speed coming through. Also that ultimate every third strike. As Chenny Boy chunks Heavens, maybe turning this lane a little bit back in his favor. Yeah, managing to polymorph as he comes in with that distortion is really, really important. He's doing it quite well here on this Lulu. Turning it around, even though he is at a disadvantage by about 11 creeps. BMA now looking to try and get in here. Has a pink ward. Knows he hasn't been spotted. This could be really, really dangerous. Of course, Jenny Boy with his heal and flash back up. So he's going to be a little bit more confident in this lane as things come through. But Mascot is now in this mid lane as well. So much focus here by these junglers at the mid lane. Oh, Black Shield actually comes through. My goodness, Mascot actually gets Mimic distortioned as well. And he jumps over the wall after the wild growth. Chenny Boy now the focus. Heaven's getting taken down incredibly low. Hate spikes coming through. There's the ignite onto Chenny Boy, but it's not going to be enough. Really, really well played here by UTS to get out of there quick enough. And more importantly, Chenny Boy able to kill the clone, picks himself up 25 gold. So that's the gank in his favor at that point. Mascot didn't even blow ultimate. Oh no, he did blow ultimate in the end. As Ludwig goes super aggressive. Yeah, there is the Soul Shackles coming through. Mattress taking a lot of damage, completely out of mana. There's the piercing light. Does get healed here by Chuffer. The flash instantly afterwards. Kill Mattress, and Chuffer just showing his incredible knowledge of this Caitlyn. Got the Peacemakers where he needed to. BMA now here, but I think he's a little bit too late. Yeah, and Chuffer the veteran doesn't go too ham on First Mate, who did look like he was read the gank coming down river from BMA. I believe, no, he's in trouble now. Chuffer is in a lot of trouble. The Dark Binding is there, flashing over the Dark Binding. First Mate picks up the kill. Excellently played. I thought they read that First Mate must have known he had a gank coming because of how aggressive he played after that gank, but unfortunately Chuffer going a little bit too hard in that situation, walked up to the bush, able to get the return kill, so very well played from the NV bot lane, and BMA really starting to help out his lanes. Yeah, really, really well played. Sora just relentlessly pushing onto this top wave as well. Intrepid now, he's a little bit low, but he's happy just to, or tried to last hit that creep, I think, but unfortunately didn't manage to because there was a Shyvana in the way. That burst damage coming out of Jax at this point in the game is so scary. Sora has gone for the Bilgewater Cutlass, will be building into that early Blade of the Ruined King. Potentially will mean that he's not that tanky for the first Dragon fight, but he will be able to fight this as Intrepid's going hard. Yeah, there's the stun actually from the Counter-Strike onto Sora, but he always has that Dragon's Descent in order to stay out of this one. Oh, nice Aqua Prism. Mattress is just on point with these. The only way that they've been missing is with that Black Shield from Ludwig, and unable to get it off in time in order to stop that one. Mattress really showing some really good Nami skills. Yeah, so showing his moves out on Nami. We did say that it hasn't been playing in a while. Another Aqua Prism hitting. Heaven's still trying to bully out this middle lane. He does have roughly a 20 CS lead, which is quite impressive against a Lulu, who is renowned for an easy farming ability. And once again, we have BMA visiting this bottom lane. Yeah, BMA trying to utilize that Evelyn's ability to get into almost any lane unseen. He's come into the spot lane just to hang out in this brush, but see whether he can get something done because Mascot is also down here. And as we can see, a fair bit of pressure still being put on Sora. Who is, as far as having these junglers always meeting up, who do you think it's favoring in this particular matchup? If they get the jump on it like they were trying to then, I think that BMA does have the jump because of how powerful Eve's ult can be with the shield as a binding lance. Yeah, there's a tidal wave being locked out there too. Chuffer taking a lot of damage from that one actually. And there it is, there's the culling. Oh my goodness, I'll see whether it's going to be enough damage. Mascot leaps in. Ludwig now so incredibly low, does go down. BMA picks that one up with a hate spike. Nicely played, but Chuffer escapes. Yeah, so Chuffer got away from that one. Mascot able to come in there, offer a little bit of support. Unfortunately, Ludwig does go down. This may lead to the first Dragon of the game, although it looks like Mascot is staying around. Yeah, Mascot does not want to give up this Dragon without a fight. Of course, we've got Chenny Boy coming down as well. Does have that wild growth available, so can pump up this Kha'Zix to be a relatively large dude. And this Dragon's going to do a fair bit of damage at this stage. Yeah, top laners do have their teleports available, so interestingly enough that they're not willing to challenge this, because you can see everyone's kind of at half health and no mana on the side of NV, so maybe a little bit of a cautious call coming out from UTS, not willing to give up more of a lead than what they had to with maybe a misplayed team fight. But potentially Sora could have come down and had a big impact on this early game Shyvana. Yeah, it also gives Intrepid a free teleport there into the top lane as well, because he doesn't need to worry about having that up for the potential Dragon because his team
already took that one out. So nice work. Does pick himself up that Bilgewater Cutlass and the boots as well. Has an extra Doran's Blade now on top of Sora.
And we do actually have Heavens sneaking into the top lane for this gank, and Intrepid's going aggro.
Yeah, Sora actually is going to be forced to use the Dragon's Descent. There it is. Does have the Mimic Q, and there it is. The Distortion coming in to finish that one off. Probably didn't even need the Ignite.
And this is why we're talking about Heavens being such a good pick for this LeBlanc. Sorry, he's just so well at reading, so good at reading the map and able to be where his team needs him. And just that roam and pushing out this Lulu early is going to really lead to so many key opportunities for his team to get ahead.
Yeah, and of course, it looked like Chenny Boy was trying to come down to the bottom lane. A lot of pressure being put on by UTS here. First Mate and Mattress. They do have the support of BMA at this stage. The Black Shield is down. The Tidal Wave comes through. Chuffer now the focus as per usual. The Exhaust coming through on top of him. There's the culling. Mascot takes a lot of damage from that one, but First Mate just going to back off. Chenny Boy now in a lot of trouble. Heavens does take a lot of follow-up damage, lands the chains. We'll see whether it's going to be enough. Actually forces the flash out of Heaven's Curse. He does not want anything out of this Lulu, who still has that wild growth available. That's what you really have to take into account. Yeah,
so really great exchange there from Chenny Boy, able to blow a couple of summoners, the flash from Heaven's Curse. However, still 20 down in this lane. Heavens is still 2 kills to 0, and Sora's potentially going to start looking at dirty farming. No, he's going to take out the turret. Very good decision there. Although he doesn't look like he can duel Intrepid at this point.
Yeah, he doesn't have his Dragon's Descent here, even though Intrepid actually noted that creeps are more important than killing this Shyvana.
As Mattress is going aggressive again on this Nami, really showing how much of a lane bully this is, and trying to force Chuffer off farm. However, as you can see, Chuffer only about 7 CS behind, more than happy to farm at range with this Caitlyn and just power himself up into the mid game. And we have First Mate actually going Trinity Force first.
Yeah, which is very, very strange. Does have that Vamp Scepter for some extra sustain. BMA now hanging out, trying to do some work here. Maybe pick up a kill into Chuffer. I'm so impressed by Chuffer's CS, though, as you pointed out, because he's been forced back almost double the amount of times that First Mate has, but he's only down by about 10.
Yeah, so doing an extremely good job in this bottom lane. BMA with another visit, and as you can see, Heavens is just drifting off to the side of that lane, exerting even more pressure down there. Although we do have Sora with a nice rotation into the mid lane, may be able to push down this turret with the help of Chenny Boy. Heavens still goes aggressive.
Yeah, unable to land the extra silence there with his mimicked Q, the Sigil of Silence. And it looks to me like Sora and Chenny Boy are going to be able to get a fair bit down here. Heavens doesn't have too many of his cooldowns available. Is going to go aggressive onto Sora, but he's pretty tanky at this stage. Does, of course, not all have all that much magic resist, but just happy to tank up the damage from Heavens, who doesn't have much of it. Chenny Boy now is the focus. He's going to take a lot. Dragon's Descent does come through. Wild Growth comes down, but it's not enough. Intrepid picks up that kill. Now Sora trying his very best to get the heck out of here. The flash does come through, but there's the follow-up flash from BMA. Burnout is available, doing a lot of extra damage. Leap Strike after the flash. Intrepid has to try and get through here. He doesn't have his Bilgewater Cutlass. Oh my goodness, that was so incredibly close, and Sora gets away.
Yeah, Sora gets away. They trade the kill for the mid turret, so not a bad effort there from UTS. They're also going to pick up this bottom turret, so lending themselves into a really strong mid game. They've actually only they've narrowed the gold lead down to 400. So very good effort from UTS, being 5 kills to 1 to get the gold lead back to so close.
Yeah, and it might lead NV to feel like they have a false sense of security. Of course, they've got 5 kills to 1, but if they don't note the fact that there are 3 outer towers down on the side of UTS, who've been making use of this the incredible push potential from Shyvana, and of course Caitlyn coming through with the extra auto attack range. My goodness, UTS have just been rotating to objectives really, really well this game.
I love the pickup of the Ninja Tabi from Sora in this game. Obviously, with the Evelynn going AD more these days, so attack damage focused, counting on those auto attacks. First Mate, that auto attack AD carry, and then you have Intrepid, who is also going to be doing it as they have a little bit of a swack in the top lane.
Yeah, Sora almost has that Dragon's Descent available, and as you saw, he wasn't doing too badly in this trade. With that Blade of the Ruined King now available for both of these top laners. Ooh, as you can see, Sora landing that Q. The Grandmaster's Might has been popped here. Dragon's Descent is available, but we'll see whether it's going to be enough. Mascot and Chenny Boy both here now, though. Intrepid gets obliterated. Really nicely baited out by Sora.
Great rotation from Chenny Boy and Mascot to get into that lane. Also sending Bloodwick to the middle to potentially stave off any push. They just shove out the lanes where they've taken the turrets and then rotate for a really nice, clean gank.
Yeah, Heavens not quite landing the chains there onto Ludwig, who has the black shield in order to stop that silence from coming through anyway, so that's going to be absolutely sweet. Ooh, Aqua Prison just slightly whiffing there on the side of Mattress, and Chuffer just going to be able to auto-attack his way through. Ooh, Sora now from behind. Really, really nice teleport. There's the Tidal Wave, but it misses onto Sora, which is so important, forcing the teleport in response out of Intrepid. He's actually come into this bot lane and thought he might have actually cancelled that one out after UTS did back out. Nice Aqua Prison to stop Mascot from coming through with that big leap, and hasn't quite hit level 11, and look to see that leap getting evolved as soon as that point does hit. But as you can see, 7 seconds on this Dragon. UTS rotating for that one really, really nicely after that sort of slightly failed gank in that bottom lane.
But burn both the flashes from the AD and the support, which could be critical in the next fight coming up, particularly because...
Everyone's in an awkward position at this stage from UTS. Heavens now here does land the chains onto Sora. Doesn't have Dragon's Descent available just yet, but it is going to be up very, very soon. Of course, we do have a 1,000 gold lead here on the side of NV, and they just took 2 turrets in a row. Dragon is available. UTS could find themselves getting collapsed on. Nice Distortion does a fair bit of damage. Aqua Prison on Mascot. That is not good. Wild Growth coming through very prematurely this fight. There's the culling, forcing the leap in the wrong direction. There's Sora. He's forced to engage this fight, but it's not going to be the right decision, as you can see. But oh my goodness, is he going to escape? Yes, he is. He's a genius. Don't even worry about it.
So Sora, I was going to say, missed the memo on the fact that his team wasn't fighting there, but that offensive Dragon's Descent just led into the perfect disengage. They give up the Dragon, but they weren't able to capitalize with any kills, so it's only a 2.7k gold lead.
Yeah, 2.7k gold lead. That being said, I mean, NV managed to get 2 out of turrets and a Dragon and managed to even out this gold. Extend their lead, I'm sorry. Heavens now actually landing the chains. There's the black shield. Intrepid actually gets caught up. Heavens tries to tank the turret for as long as possible. Leap Strike is not going to be available. The last turret hit, and Heavens' his clone is going to go down as well. Very, very sad here for him. But Intrepid, he's not having the best time at this point.
Yeah, super aggressive gank there from Team NV, going full ham. But unfortunately, that black shield came through at the perfect time for Ludwig. Onto Chuffer there, able to kite back underneath the turret, blow the Soul Shackles, and pick up a kill for, I believe it was Chuffer?
Could quite well be.
Yeah, I think it was Chuffer that picked that one up.
Yeah, really, really well played anyway, and just showing that their team comp is really, really, really great at getting these catches at the right times. Of course, Intrepid underneath that inner turret isn't necessarily where he should have been, but that Dark Binding really on point there by Ludwig. And
we say this a lot about Morgana and utility mid laners, but they just lend themselves so well to protect one person comp.
Yep.
And in this case, with the long range Caitlyn, it just lends itself to having so much peel without actually having to be close. It's just a really smart composition to play against such a dive-heavy focused NV team.
Yeah, it's really, really intelligent. Of course, Mattress doing well with that ebb and flow, trying to heal up his team as this poke comes through from the Peacemakers and the Dark Bindings. And I like the Nami pick into this Morgana, actually. Oh, Chuffer might be in trouble here. Oh my goodness, so much damage coming down. There's the culling coming onto Shenny Boy as well. Dark Binding not going to find its mark. Heaven's going to be able to walk out of that one. And Chuffer now forced out of this fight. And Sora getting hunted by Intrepid in the meantime.
Yeah, so Sora, unfortunately, has to run away from Jax as he's picked up his Lane Room King. BMA has been caught.
Oh, there's a Yordle Snap Trap as well. Really nicely done. Sora now right in amongst this. Gets caught by the Aqua Prison. Very, very nice, and that's going to stop that fight from happening. And BMA, wow, that chain CC on top of him was just brilliant.
Yeah, so the Dark Binding into the Yordle Snap Trap, able to lock BMA up for about 4.5 seconds there, just keeping him in
the activation time of the Yordle Snap Trap just made up for perfectly by that Dark Binding.
Yeah, really clever play there from UTS, and you can see how much more comfortable they are on these comfort picks like the Caitlyn. I like the fact that Mascot went back to this Kha'Zix, and you have to say Sora in this top lane matchup, now 30 CS up, nearly 40, is doing a fantastic job against a veteran like Intrepid.
Yeah, and of course now has the level advantage on top of that as well, so looking really, really good. Of course, Jax is going to probably scale up a little bit better than this guy, but we saw Minky well play that Shyvana to great effect against a Jax.
Yeah, so, and I think the turning point of that game, as I said before, was the Thornmail, so look for that to come through, especially with 3... I guess Eve is kind of hybrid. She does a lot of magic damage, but relies on those auto attacks late game to really make an impact. As the Aqua Prism just misses Chuffer, nearly got him in mid-flight there, so that was a little bit dangerous. But look for that item to come out, although the Spectral Cows just come out from Sora in that top lane. Maybe worried about a little bit of the mixed damage and the possible assassination from this LeBlanc that is 2-0, 168 CS.
Yeah, probably wants to make sure he has that Banshee's Veil as soon as possible. Oh, BMA trying to clear out this pink ward, but Channy Boy and Ludwig will have none of it. He's heading back. Dark Binding is on cooldown now, so I assume BMA is just going to walk in there and take that one out. No problem at all. Oh, Intrepid has found Sora here in this top lane, or has Sora found Intrepid? Both teams now trying. The fight breaks out in the jungle, actually. Yordle Snap being put down in a nice position. There's the culling, but not going to be able to have the range, but it has zoned out Chuffer and Ludwig really, really nicely from this fight. Dark Binding lands on the first mate. That's a nice target to have locked up, but oh, there's the Aqua Prison. Is it going to have the follow-up? I don't think so. Unfortunately there, and it has forced Envy out of this one. They've dived a lot of turrets and taken a lot of turret hits, and unfortunately not going to be able to follow up on a lot of that really nicely landed CC. And all the while, Mascot in this bottom lane is pushing the tier 2, so getting a lot of damage done as they're still trying to slow down, and they're going ham. Yeah, Mattress actually gets locked up there a lot. Oh, Sora taking a lot of damage. First mate actually finishes him off. There's BMA coming in from the side, does have that Agony's Embrace down. Tried to soak up a lot of that damage with the thing. Oh my goodness heavens, not managing to land the chains. Hasn't really been landing the skill shots necessarily as he wants to in the last couple of minutes of this game. Look to see him trying to get a few or more of them down, and this fight has been disengaged from yet again. So maybe the re-engage coming back through with Chuffer landing a massive ultimate there onto Heaven's Curse. That's why we see the Caitlyn into the LeBlanc so much, because just the amount of damage you can get out before the fight maybe deters her from doing the human cannonball as we saw in the last team fight, just jumping in with both the distortions. Interesting to note is that Mascot got the call from his team to just stay bot, so they were happy to trade 1-for-1 and play this objective game that's so strong with this Caitlyn Lulu pickup. Just taking another objective in the bottom lane and equalizing the gold, only 600 difference. Yeah, as you can see as well, 5 turrets to 2, so UTS really, really having their eye on exactly what they need to be doing. They need to be killing turrets, and they've got Caitlyn, and they're utilizing her strengths so incredibly well to get themselves the global advantage. Yeah, so now we're 5 turrets, 2-2, so Chuffer going back, potentially picking up a last Whisper for his next item. Let's see how much gold away he is from that. No, he goes for the Zeal instead. Okay, so he's getting a little bit of attack damage, a little bit of attack speed, a little bit of crit. And a little bit of movement speed as well, which is important. Yeah, and the movement speed. Look for him. Oh, as we might be getting Sora caught in this bot lane. Oh, Sora doesn't actually have Dragon's Ascent available just yet, and it's actually, they've all disengaged, and I think they probably thought that he might have backed away. Yeah, I think he's actually just called their bluff there. Just sat in the bush. Not really, moving. Really nice. Oh, UTS. Oh, he failed the flash there over the wall. Really unfortunate. Grandmaster's Might now being used, but Soul Shackles is coming through. It landed just after the Leap Strike came through and managed to get the stun. Nicely done. We'll see whether Intrepid can get through here. The ward comes down. There's the counter strike as well, and he's not going anywhere. Mascot cleaning up that kill, and unfortunately Intrepid getting caught quite a bit this game. So Sora also going aggressive onto Heavens. Oh, maybe able to catch up to him. No, I think Heavens is out of there. There's a distortion. But the Baron call is being made by UTS. Yeah, of course, with Heavens in this bottom lane and the teleport available from Sora. Ludwig doing his best to try and zone this one out. And there's the teleport coming through. This Baron is ridiculously risky, but it's going down so, so low. The culling comes through. Ludwig taking a lot of damage. This might actually be a throw. Look at the low members, and NV have found their way here. This might be a monstrous amount of kills coming through from First Mate, but they do secure it. Mascot does take that one down. We'll see whether there can be any follow-up kills. Sora now is the target. Double kill. Finally coming through here by First Mate, does flash over the Dark Binding, gets the triple kill, but the Baron does go over the side of UTS. Who wins out in that trade? Because that's a lot of global gold coming through for that Baron pickup. So because the kills were focused onto First Mate and potentially this top lane will go down, you have to say that MV will be happy with that trade. However, getting the Baron buff onto Chuffer, keeping it on Mascot for a little bit of more tanky ability, I think that it's nearly a draw. It just depends if any global objectives can go down after this. Yeah, NV, Heavens BMA are managing to get a fair bit of work down here, but oh my goodness, there's a jump in from Mascot. Happy to jump into 2 people as the... actually on the replay of the Baron. So this is where we see the teleport in. As we go back to live, when we see actually Heavens throw himself into Mascot. Yeah, managing to get Mascot, but Chuffer went down, manages to take him down as well, as NV managed to take down the outer turret in the top lane as well. I'm sorry about casting over that replay, but unfortunately there was action going on across this map. Yeah, so a lot of action. Chuffer able to pick up that shutdown on to Heavens, which is so important. Heavens going extremely aggressive with this build, straight into the Rabadon's death cap after that Athene's Unholy Grail. Able to pick up the outer turret in the top lane, which is
equalizing objectives and giving NV the lead again. However, you have to be worried with how well this Caitlyn and this fast push comp has moved into the mid game at this point.
Yeah, it's true, and they've managed to almost take down every single inner turret as well, only the one remaining in that top lane. And we've just got to see whether Envy can hold on to their inhibitor turrets, because they're the easier ones to defend. Of course, being so close to your base means that you can get back to defend those ones quite easily. Chains land onto Sora, though. He might be forced to use his ultimate to get out of this one, but no, Heavens just wants to pick up his blue buff. And that gets donated over to him from BMA. Good guy, BMA, just not worrying about picking up that particular buff. Does have the Randuin's Omen as well as that Negatron Cloak as well. Starting to get a bit beefy. And as we said, not going to be that squishy Evelyn that can sometimes happen, unfortunately. Oh, Mattress just doing a bit of juking around with that extra movement speed from his passive.
So Mattress coming out with a Spooky Ghost this time. Twin Shadows on that Nami pick. I love that pickup. It's so much more catch potential as Heavens comes in from the side.
Yeah, it's trying to get a little bit of damage down potentially, but uses that distortion just to get out. Ooh, but he's gone back to it as well. I think UTS probably saw that one going for the flank here from the back. Ooh, Active Prison landing on a Chenny Boy, but no follow-up going to go through. And as we can see, we've got Intrepid here. Does have his teleport available, can get into this fight. See whether it does get started off, because I think Heavens may actually potentially be caught. He used his Mimic in order to get out of this one, and Sora now is on the hunt trying to find him.
Smart move from Heavens there to cut off the creep wave, ensuring that the push down the mid lane was completely nullified, allowing Jax enough time to push out that wave and ensuring that Mascot had to go across to clear it out. Heavens playing super aggressive. Oh, lands the chains. And looks like NV are going to be pushing this bottom lane 4 members strong.
Yeah, and using that distortion to go to the left to dodge out of that Dark Binding was really, really cute as well by Heaven's Curse after he got that QR combo down. But they're pushing up a lot of these waves, and you can see UTS now forced to defend here in the bottom lane. And I think there's a bit of a stalemate that's been met here, Spawn, just because neither team can really push against the other just based on the wave clear.
Yeah, I think that UTS are a little bit more confused than MV at this stage. Heaven's clearly looking for some assassination, whereas UTS are trying to get a couple of pushes going, but being thwarted in their rotations. Just very clean play.
Sora might be caught out at this stage. The Aqua Prison, not quite landing. The chain's not going to land either, so the CC not going to be there. Sora's going to walk away. Yeah,
look for the next bit of action to be in about 1:20 when this dragon respawns. Maybe we get some buys in beforehand. As Chuffer gets a little bit caught by Mattress, but just trades a little bit of damage in the jungle, not much doing. And he's picked up that Phantom Dancer now, which means that we're expecting this Caitlyn to do a lot more damage in the next fight.
Yeah, he's going to walk around from that bottom turret and offer his Piltover Peacemakers in order to try and clear out this wave, but it's all looking on a knife edge at this stage. Oh, First Mate actually forced to use his Relentless Pursuit just to get away from that turret after taking a shot to the face.
And do we, I think that MV are actually a little bit surprised at how well UTS has played the start of this game, really understanding their composition and rotating well around the map.
Yeah.
Heavens looks like he's a little bit out of touch on this LeBlanc, missing a couple of critical chains, so maybe the nerves will be starting to kick back into MV as they remember how the last couple of games did go to them when they were forced into the late game.
Yeah, that is so, so true. And of course, with this Caitlyn, just as we saw in the last matchup that we watched, Caitlyn can be so devastating in the later stages of this game.
Yeah, just lending herself so well with that range, although we do have to remember that First Mate is 5-0-1 on this Lucian pick. Going to be bringing in so much damage into the next team fight. Nearly has that last Whisper finish as well. Yeah,
and this is where he's really, really strong. At about this 30-minute stage where it's hitting just almost the beginning of the late game. Oh, Tidal Wave coming through, and we've got an immediate tower dive, and Ludwig gets just completely destroyed. Sora now comes through, but is forced immediately out of that fight, jumping over everything. Envy now very, very low, but I don't know whether UTS is really going to have enough to re-engage this fight. No mana onto Mascot. He gets Aqua Prisoned, and he's just dead. Chuffer now is going to be the next focus, but he's at full health, and I don't think Envy can take him down, but that's 3 for nothing.
First Mate doing so much damage out the back of that team fight, completely unharassed, and you have to wonder, what did Mascot use all his mana on? He came into that fight completely just got exploded as soon as he tried to go in. Looked like UCS had a little bit of a turnaround there, but just so much damage coming out of First Mate, and Heaven completely swinging that fight, and it goes 2 for 0 and the mid turret.
Yeah, I think that Void Spike actually being used to clear out the waves is really what's drained Mascot of all of his mana. As you know, whenever he uses that ability, often goes it takes a lot of mana. So maybe that was what he did, but here's the replay of the fight.
So BMA here, on top of a ward, but of course Eve not being able to be seen, flashes over, gets a nice ultimate down, and able to just chase the carries out of the fight. Unfortunately, Ludwig gets exploded straight away, and this is where you think that UTS might be able to swing this, because we see that Mascot is coming around from the back. However, as soon as he goes in, you just realize that they don't have enough damage. A really clutch Crucible coming out of Mattress there, and able to swing the fight back around. First Mate doing so much damage, able to also pick up Chetty Boy at the end of that fight, who's not having the best of game on this Lulu. 0-4-3 in total, and just a massive turnaround for NV, who might now pick up this Dragon and really solidify a good gold lead.
Yeah, that and the fact that Heaven's Curse has picked up the Dragon and picked up his trifecta of items as well. UTS now trying to clear out the vision at the Baron buff, but Heaven's Curse going to be picking up the blue buff on the side of UTS at the same time as putting a lot of pressure down onto this inner turret in the bottom lane. So UTS need to try and get around there as soon as possible. Chopper just using that 90 caliber net to get over there. Oh, the Mimic Distortion actually being used, and then immediately back to the first Distortion. So much just distance being covered by Heavens.
Heavens just throwing himself into the team fight, looking to see if anything's happening. Looks like UTS might want to follow that up, but there's an immediate back ping out of there. Obviously, a little bit of communication going on. A couple of members wanting to fight. Don't think that would have been the smartest idea, so good disengage there. And Heavens is just fearless at this point of the game. And Baron, of course, has respawned, so look for MV to now start exerting some map pressure in that direction, especially because of how strong First Mate is.
Yeah, and Mattress just using those Spooky Ghosts. They know that nobody's going to be nearly around, and the cooldown on that item is going to get reset as those Spooky Ghosts do come back into your back pocket as well. So it's a very, very cool change that did happen onto that one.
So Evelyn going with this earlier tank build is a very good pickup as Mattress whiffs the, well, sorry, we have some action in the middle lane. Heaven's going very, very far up, able to get out.
Yeah, Mikhail's Crucible being used by Mattress, just saying, nah, Heavens, just get out of there, buddy.
Yeah, so as I was saying, a little bit earlier into this tank build from Eve has ensured that she stayed relevant through this mid-game.
Yep.
We did say that went double offensive item, as we have some action around the Baron pit.
Yeah, BMA getting sped up here by Mattress, and I think they may have got split a little bit. Sora wanted to come in from the back. Tidal Wave comes through as well as the culling, but most of that culling damage does get mitigated, and we've got Sora coming in from the back line. But already BMA takes the first kill. Mattress does go down in response, but Sora not going to be able to follow that one up because he gets taken down so low even after that wild growth came through. UTS now on the run, forced out of here. Chuffer finally getting a little bit of focus in these team fights.
Yeah, so Chuffer able to kite back, took a little bit too much damage to continue the fight. Look for MV to now rotate over to Baron. Nice play there from Sora to come around from the backside and pick up a return kill. However, just not healthy enough to contest this, and it does look like MV are going for this Baron.
Yeah, trading 1-for-1 for those supports is going to be okay, but MV do get the positional advantage, and they do push up all of the lanes and get the Baron. My goodness, NV taking a commanding position. Now double the kills of their opponent with an 8,000 gold lead, almost out of nowhere at this stage.
Yeah, so NV just rotating around the map, securing objectives for themselves, able to get a couple of picks that's really led to this lead, kind of appearing out of nowhere, as you said. And this must be terrifying for UTS, because Heavens is going to go back. He's got a large chunk of gold. That QSS is now being picked up by First Mate on Lucian. He's going to be untouchable and nearly be able to peel for himself. He's got both the cleansers now on the QSS, on the Mikhail's Crucible from Mattress. So look for him to have a massive impact. He's 7-0-3 and just really, really dangerous part of the game for UTS.
Yeah, and he has so much damage and now no fear of CC, which is just horrible. If he gets polymorphed, then nope, just pops that QSS and he's going to be fine. 7-0-3, as you said, so my goodness. First Mate does need a lot of focus from UTS in these fights if they are going to win them. They have been showing that they've got lots of life in these team fights, and Sora is massive, does have that Spirit Visage and the Randuin's Omen on top of that Ninja Tabi and Blade of the Ruined King for some extra damage as well. So is that beefy Shyvana that we were talking about before? Doesn't quite have that Thorn Mail yet in order to really stave off a lot of that damage there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm looking for the next pickup to be from Sora, is that Thorn Mail, just to mitigate even more damage coming out of this, as Heavens once again throws himself towards the team.
Yep.
Gets back out. So that Thorn Mail is just going to lend itself so much to the auto-attacking team that is Team NV at the moment, but you suspect it might even be too little too late as we have some nice deep wards going out into the jungle. It looks like they're going to be rotating for this top turret, and you'll think that UTS almost have to let this one go.
Yeah, you'd think so. Oh, Chuffer taking a lot of damage here as well. He's not the one you want to go down, and Heaven's actually flashing out of that one. Chuffer being forced to get the heck out. He's going to have to go back to base, and it looks to me like UTS are just not going to have enough members here for the top lane, and it's already gone down just so ridiculously quickly from First Mate. With that passive, and of course with that Sheen procs as well, it's just meaning he does so much damage.
Heaven's clone just saved his life. As soon as Chuffer went to cast his ultimate on him, the clone went off and it actually cancelled the ultimate coming out of Chuffer.
Goodness,
as we have Heaven's going big in the mid lane, doing a massive chunk to Ludwig, although nearly getting caught up in that bind.
Yeah, they are going to try and clear out all of these wards as well, and it looks to me like Envy just have so much control around this map. They do have to infiltrate, though. We know what happened when they were facing off against your Soul Shell Chuffer. BMA now trying to engage. Tidal Wave comes through, gets a knock up on 3 members, but it's not going to be enough to get them to dive. They're just trying to make time for Intrepid to push that top lane. And look, all of UTS just coming through. Intrepid going back, almost called him Jack Attack at that stage, but he's going to go back and try and get some damage down. UTS's Sora is here, is trying to stun it up, but oh my goodness, takes a lot from that Counter-Strike. And as we can see, look at all of the poke damage coming down from NV. They have that Baron, they have a lot of regen. As we can see, Mascot now taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, the Black Shield is going to be enough. First Mate almost obliterating that turret completely. And where the heck did Chenny Boy just go? Ludwig now gets culled. He's going to get taken out as well, and this could quite potentially be the game. My goodness, Chenny Boy took so much damage almost instantly.
Heaven's doing so much damage at this point in the game, of course, has that Void Staff built up as well as another needlessly large rod. He's just so rich. All 3 inhibitors down. You have to think that this is going to spell good night for UTS, who have put up a very good fight in this first game, but have just been out-muscled by a really strong Team NV.
Yeah, really, really well played by Envy. By the numbers, managing to utilize their comp to its full potential. They are diving pretty deep now. We do have the Counter-Strike coming down, getting a little bit of a stun, but I think this is going to be the end of the game. Of course, First Mate being a proper AD carry, focusing down these turrets, getting the damage down. Nice 2-person Aqua Prison. Sora's going to go down. Heaven's just padding that KDA quite nicely with that kill, and it looks to me like they're going to be able to take this game down. Very nicely played by Team NV, and they are 1 game up and 1 game closer to not being kicked out of this next matchup.
So Team NV just hit the switch at the end of that game. They saw that it was almost like UTS didn't know that it was only a 4-man push mid when that tidal wave came out, and Intrepid just all the time in his world by himself, loving that split push game. As we said, he'll just play PvE for as long as they let him.
And with that skin as well, it's just such a cool sound when you smack on a turret.
Just letting himself listen to the nice smooth rhythm of Jack taking out turrets, able to get onto that inhibitor, really starting the beginning of the end for UTS, who put up a good fight, you have to say.
Yeah.
Rotating well in that mid game, but ultimately getting outscaled, and you have to think it was that Baron call that got First Mate that triple kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not quite working out in their favor, although they did pick up the Baron, getting those kills onto First Mate. Just, as you could see, I mean, the damage that he was bursting out towards the end of that game was ridiculous, and managing to afford that QSS just meant that he was so safe at the same time. My goodness, it was just working out so well for those guys. You can imagine that First Mate is going to be a target in the next game. They're going to try and make sure that he does not get the lead that he got last time.
Yeah, but First Mate he's such an interesting AD at the moment, because we thought coming into this, he was like, okay, he's going to pick Jinx if they leave Jinx up, maybe Draven if he leaves Draven up.
Yep.
Now he's brought out the Lucy, and he's shown that that's nearly worth a ban.
And his Twitch is also fantastic.
And his Twitch is great. So there's not 4 bans that you can throw at him. So I think that in the end, they need to focus a lot more attention into Chuffer's lane, get Mascot down there a little bit more, and try and swing this Hamilton Mattress First Mate bot lane, because they look extremely strong. Yeah,
really, really strong. And Mattress just seems to have slunk back into that support role just so effortlessly from the jungle as he does transition down there. And BMA is just a monster in that jungle as well. So really, really looking fantastic for Team NV. I think we do have we'll have a replay coming up just shortly. We'll be able to illustrate. Oh, actually, no. Not going to have any of that. We're just going to get straight into the next game. So we will be back very, very soon with Game 2 between UTS and Team NV. Don't go anywhere.
Beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, everyone, of course, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. Of course, it's getting a little bit late tonight. Thank you so much for sticking around. We now have Game 2 between NV and UTS, and my goodness, it seemed to me like that game was all about Heaven's Curse. I mean, just throwing himself at Team UTS over and over again, despite whether he landed chains or not.
Yeah, so Heaven's on that LeBlanc going massive in that game, just putting out so much burst, willing to start the team fight for his team, just throwing himself into these battles. He missed a couple of those crucial chains that we did mention, maybe blowing off a little bit of rust, maybe a little bit of nerves, seeing that how important these games are.
It's true, but they managed to close this one out.
But in the last team fight when it mattered, absolutely blew a couple of carries up.
He really, really did. And I think that was a lot thanks to Mattress as well on that Nami, pulling out this support champion that we haven't seen a lot of, and using those tidal waves to really start these fights, which is often used just for disengage.
Yeah, the Mattress versus Ludwig leads us to our second key matchup, which was actually a very interesting matchup because we see Mattress being this veteran in the bottom lane, playing these older support champions like the Nami, very comfortable on Leona. And then we see Ludwig, who actually played a Morgana, had a little bit of trouble at the early game, but then really got into it with landing some couple of really clutch black shields.
Yeah, of course, having that those black shields in the bottom lane is just fantastic against the Nami as well with that Aqua Prison, which is just so monstrous. As you can see on your screen, of course, Ludwig there versus Mattress. The Mattress being the man who was in the jungle and has now moved over to his original position as support.
The other thing we want to mention quickly about Ludwig is he actually takes a lot of the lead in the bottom lane. He was trying to land a couple of Dark Bindings early on. Unfortunately, unsuccessful a little bit because of that bonus movement speed that Nami does bring, but really was looking to get into the face of First Mate. Didn't look intimidated whatsoever, and had a couple of really good ultimates after the tower dives had come through to kind of slow down the Team NV when they were going really ham in the later parts of the game. So he was trying to do his bit. It looks like the bottom lane of UTS is their strongest lane at the moment, and they look to be putting up a really good fight against Mattress and First Mate. Yeah,
it's brilliant that Ludwig is showing so much strength just because Chuffer seems to be the backbone of this team and often making a lot of the shot calls as well, if I remember correctly. So having a solid support in that bottom lane really means that Chuffer can shine in that role as AD carry.
Yeah, and Mattress coming back from the jungle to bottom lane looks like he has a much better idea about how these rotations are working now. He's the one that quickly initiates them. He's couple of tidal waves on engagements under the turret, especially that last one in the mid lane, were phenomenally picked up 3 people in the knock-up. So pulling out the Nami support, we were wondering how it was going to go, and I guess we got that answer. That was actually a really good game from Heavens.
Yeah, it was really good. And yeah, Mattress just coming out really strong. With and of course in the laning phase, the ebb and flow, and of course the Tidecaller's blessing just being monstrous. But we are into the pick and ban phase, and Kale being the first one to be taken off the table.
Yeah, Kale just such an annoying champion in that mid lane. Heavens came up huge in that last game. You don't want to give him a comfort pick like Kale that he can just scale up with and really impact the team fights. Yasuo being taken off the field from MV, obviously a little bit of a respect ban there for Chenny Boy, and they've actually taken off the Eve, which just brought so much of that map pressure.
Yeah, really well played, and I think that if they pick away the Lee Sin as well, it's going to put BMA onto a champion that is not necessarily as comfortable, because we did see him do fantastic things on that champion in the first series that we saw them in, even though they did.
Cassidy being taken off the field, of course, and standard purple side ban. Just don't want to give that one away. He's such a strong champion at the moment. Once again, one of those annoying champions that you just don't want to have to deal with.
And his late game potential as well is just ridiculous. And he gets so annoying because he can just get out of these team fights with Riftwalk on no health at all and can just really tilt you.
And he's a little bit more versatile nowadays. As we see the LeBlanc ban coming through, obviously Chenny Boy doesn't want to pick that up as a first pick. A little bit of a respect ban towards Heavens, who did play so well in that last game.
Yeah.
Able to get into these fights and really disrupt what UTS were trying to do with their protracted sieges.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that NV was not scared to first pick that LeBlanc as well. It's just Heavens just so confident, happy to play it into whichever matchup he wants. And we'll see. The Zig's actually getting taken away here as well. The Lulu is still available. Chenny Boy did have some decent plays, although he didn't necessarily go fantastically in that last game on that Lulu, but it is still available for them if they want it.
Yeah, Yeah, so Lulu's still up. Also, Kha'Zix is still up for mascot. We've seen that he's willing to first pick that. It does unfortunately leave BMA on Lee Sin, which was such a strong pickup in the last series. So maybe look to take that one away. A little bit more of an ambiguous pick. And of course, Jax is kind of the unspoken. If he's up, you take him as a first pick as well at this point in the game.
That's true, but we have seen Shyvana's doing fantastically well against this Jax so far leading up to this, although Intrepid was not afraid to fight Sora at any stage. The Nasus first pick lock-in.
Wow.
That is very, very different.
So that's an interesting pickup. BMA straight away just pounces onto Kha'Zix, and they've looks like
Someone
they've
say
got
leaps onto Kha'Zix.
leaps onto Kha'Zix, and we see that there's also a Lulu pick that has been locked in. So that's a very diverse pick. It can be that support Lulu. I'm sure that Mattress would love to pick that up.
And it's also Heaven's most played champion as well in that mid lane.
And also Heaven's really comfortable on that one, as you're saying, and just can go into complete farm mode and then turn around and just have so much damage and utility in the mid game.
Yeah, and build the most ridiculous items as well at the same time. But UTS seem to have a very interesting plan. Sora picking up this Nasus, wanting to go into that late game. Chuffer now does have the option of going for this Lucian as well. So Chennyboy hovering that one, seeing whether they want to pick that one up. First Mate was monstrous on that champion, but as you can see, there are no AD carry bans, and First Mate, brilliant Twitch, brilliant Jinx, fantastic Draven, probably one of the best in Australia as well. So my goodness, it's very, very scary seeing the fact that First Mate basically has the cream of the crop as far as those AD carry picks, even after the Lucian's taken away.
Yeah, but taking the Lucian away just forces him onto one of these less mobile carries, and maybe they're hoping that with the Nasus out there, Lucian does very well against Nasus just because of his E gets rid of that movement speed slow that can be so detrimental to ADs.
Yep.
So if he's forced onto someone like a Jinx, like a Draven, a little bit more immobile, maybe able to pick up some kills on First Mate in these team fights, or at least take away a lot of his damage with that Wither.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can manage to do so. Mascot has actually locked in that Wukong as well. It's one of his most played champions there in the jungle, and trying to go a little bit Zahi on this one and try and farm up to that Cyclone point and really lock in some kills. We'll see whether they do opt for an Orianna pickup, but that is another champion that Heavens is fantastic at, is that Orianna. So he might even just lock that one in and take that combination away.
And Kha'Zix Orianna, of course, lends itself very well to team fights,
with
particularly
Lulu
if
on
you
top
put
of
a Lulu in there as well. However, potentially looking for that Lulu to go mid lane. I would be looking for NV to pick their bottom lane here, potentially leaving the top lane for the last pick just to see what comes out. And we do see the Draven is being hovered.
No, it's not going to happen because First Mate may as well pick up that Draven, and he is going to. And we've got the Fat Man, the Gragas, not going to be picked up. I've got to stop talking about these picks before they get locked in. Heaven's going to be taking away that Morgana, probably for Mattress there in the bottom lane. As he said, picking up their bottom lane, and this is looking like an absolutely terrifying one.
Yeah, so Morgana just lends herself so well to Draven because of that Black Shield, able to get a lot of the CC effects off him.
Yep.
And also just in the laning phase means that he can go completely ham and just run at your AD carry pretty much.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Look for that to be the pickup in the bottom lane. Not expecting that Morgana to be mid at all, of course, because Heavens loves that Lulu.
I miss mid Morgana, I'm not going to lie to you.
Late game, we're starting to see how NV are really evolving this team comp. They're going to really protect this Draven. He's going to have a lot of PL through this Morgana. Of course, BMA going to be able to dive onto Chuffer, potentially take him out of the team fight, get a nice knock up across there. So nice team fight coming out of Team NV, and it looks like UTS is actually going for a little bit more of their just comfort picks. It looks like if they're going to go out this game, they realize how much at stake, probably a little bit nervous, so like, okay, let's just play what we want to play, guys. These are the characters that we play in solo queue, obviously. We're very, very comfortable on them, so if we're going to go out, let's go out playing our style of League of Legends.
I think that's exactly right. As the Orianna is being hovered over here by Mattress, would be very, very interesting to see whether Intrepid is going to go that Lulu in the top lane, as I may have alluded to earlier on, because I do like the Orianna pickup with the leap and, of course, with the wild growth as well. Might be a little bit all in as far as the team comp's concerned when you've got First Mate without any escapes, though.
Yeah, the thing about this is if you go so AP heavy, it lends itself so well to a Draven comp, because if you don't build that armor against Draven, he literally two-shots you.
Smacks the heck out of
So
you.
going all these AP champions just means that they have to build double MR items, potentially first, and then it just lends for First Mate to go absolutely crazy and just start critting people's faces off.
Yeah, and of course, Intrepid only just coming into this team, was playing as a sub for NV. We don't necessarily know his champion pool quite as well, but obviously plays this Lulu as well as Heaven's Curse. And this is a lot of the time the assumption that you make when NV picks up this Lulu because Heaven's Curse is just so ridiculously good at that Lulu pickup. But now it's just going to be on Intrepid in the top lane, and Mattress first mate going to be Draven and Morgana in this bottom lane. But the thing that I'm a little bit worried about on the side of UTS is I don't see all that much synergy within their team comp. Can you work out what their aim is?
So it looks like they have a little bit of anti-dive through the Wukong. Of course, Cyclone's a great initiation, but also a very good anti-dive.
Yep.
They have obviously the wave clear through their AD carry. If you're going to pick the Nidalee, you generally pick the Lucian just to add the wave clear through the culling and the piercing light. It looks like they have decent catch potential. But as I said, I think they're not playing for a particular comp. They're just more playing for what's going to do well in lane. Can they get ahead? Maybe try and get this Nasus a little bit fed to the point where he's just going to run over this Lulu in the top lane. Because if Nasus gets a little... If Nasus gets ahead in this lane, it's going to be very, very ugly for Team NV. Because with the exception of potentially First Mate, I don't actually see anyone that can really kill him 1v1.
Well, that's true. And he's probably just going to be able to split push his way to have the polymorph is going to be a useful tool against him, I guess. But that's more like in a team fight scenario, isn't it? Yeah,
interestingly enough, Exora actually hasn't swapped over to the Ghost. I do like Ghost on Nasus. It's up much more frequently. It solves a lot of his karting problems.
Yep.
Flash not as useful because obviously you need to stay in melee range for this.
And
Nasus
there's no Jarvans
really
being played at this stage either.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that synergizes really well with Nasus's kit. However, you can understand with the potential of the peel coming out from Team NV regardless, that he's maybe just going to be used as a wither bot until he can split push his way to the point where people have to follow him around the map.
Yeah, and splashing out of the Soul Shackles and the Shockwave is going to be important in team fights as well. You could definitely imagine. And my goodness, it's just the all-in potential coming through for NV is just monstrous. Having this BMA on Kha'Zix, get Wild Growth, have that ball in him for the extra MR and armor, and have the Shockwave available with Mattress there as well, and then First Mate in the backline just throwing these monstrous spinning axes at your face and getting adored for it.
And Team NV have got this comp that runs really, really quick. If they start winning a team fight, they're going to be able to chase people down with days, of course. They've got the dissonance that comes out of Orianna. That's a really, really good chase tool. Lulu lends herself well with, of course, the... sorry, not the help pick.
She's got 7 abilities, and I don't actually know what her speed up one is either.
Yeah, so her Whimsy, I think it is.
Yeah, I think it's Whimsy.
That speed up scales really well with AP as well. And of course, then the Glitter Lance can go across the whole team, slowing them down. That slow also scales.
From so many different angles as well.
And then the amount of catch potential that comes out of Mattress, that comes out of BMA. Like, if they get ahead in a team fight, just look for them to keep chasing and mow this team down, and BMA just to get resets everywhere and jump all over the team.
Yeah, it's just going to be ridiculous, and especially after they hit that level 11 point on BMA as well. I mean, his Kha'Zix is just going to be out of control, being able to jump in there with the Wild Growths and everything like that. That being said, I mean, the team fight coming out with any team with a Wukong is always going to be scary, and with Chuffa on the ever-powerful Lucian that's just shown so much of a performance, especially today, has been omnipresent throughout every single matchup. He's either been picked or banned. Of course, been banned only once in that last game between your Soul Shell Chuffa and Avongard Ascension, but otherwise just doing fantastically well. Actually, has Lucian had a 100% win rate today?
Yeah, I think he might have.
Yeah, so really, really good, and it's going to be on Chuffa in order to carry that through for the 100% win rate for the entire day.
Yeah, so Chuffa, pressure on you, buddy, as we look to load into the game. The other interesting thing to note about this team comp with the Nasus is the fact that they're going to be looking for really late game. Nasus
the infinite scaling factor.
Needs to get to a 30-minute game to become relevant, and Lulu's going to hit a power curve much sooner. Lulu's wave clear is like second to none at the moment with the bans that have come through, so look for a little bit of fast push to come through. And as I said, if they catch anyone with this Draven, First Mate is going to have an absolute field day just because of the amount of MR that is going to need to be built on UTS's side.
Yeah, like consider, and if they don't build the MR, if they're like, oh my goodness, this is First Mate on Draven, this is one of his most played champions, he's fantastic at it, we have to build armor, then they're just going to get obliterated by the likes of Orianna and Lulu.
Yeah, and Heavens' Orianna is nothing to scoff at. The absolute farming machine. When it comes to killing minions in the mid lane, you'll probably take Heavens over nearly anyone. He's just so good and consistent at farming. He just is an absolute beast in there. So look for him to be super comfortable on this pick. And I think that Team NV have actually got exactly what they wanted, even with a couple of target bans being thrown through.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I think that MV also have a lot of options as well. They just so practiced. They've got a lot of champions in their champion pool. They can basically pick up whatever they feel like. And as we know, I mean, Heaven's Curse alone plays about 15 different champions at the pro level. So it's just really, really scary because you can pick a team comp that you want to ban out. As we get into the game, we are going to go to a quick video, but we'll be back very, very soon with game number 2 between NV and UTS. Welcome back, everyone. We are, of course, onto the Rift with Team NV taking on UTS for game number 2. NV taking out game number 1 and are now on our red side. UTS pulling up the blue side. And we've got defensive starts on both sides.
30 seconds until minions
Looks like they're just spreading out across the river. We've seen this a couple of times. UTS actually not going with their 2 scrying orb strat. A little bit disappointing to not see that. I actually like the mix up at level 1.
Just looks cool,
It's
anyway.
quite cute. They are looking like they might be going for a late invade, and it really intelligent here from NV. It looks like they're looking for the lane swap, really want to hamper this Nasus early game and potentially close it out before he can even become relevant.
Yeah, that's true. And First Mate getting those spinning axes has so much extra auto attack damage early on in this game. I don't think that Nasus is even going to be able to get near the creep. I beg your pardon, creep wave.
So looks like we're going to have red starts for both junglers. BMA on this Kha'Zix, of course, very, very comfortable. Mascot on Wukong. We've seen him once tonight, unfortunately unsuccessful from Zahi. Maybe not his fault.
I don't think so.
Played a very good game, in fact. So look for this gank to come through from BMA early. Kha'Zix does, of course, have so much damage in the earlier parts of the game, as opposed to Wukong, who does need to wait for that level 6. And it looks like Intrepid will be following him around the jungle, just helping him clear, stealing some experience as he goes, and potentially getting to this 2v1 lane at level 2 so he doesn't get absolutely smacked out, as we have Mattress zoning out XOR in this top lane.
Yeah, XOR doesn't manage to dodge that Dark Binding. This is almost exactly the same as what happened in the last game.
Yeah, we've seen that
that particular exchange so many times.
So many times. So we do have a blue buff invade coming through from Team NV, so really smart taking this away from, taking it away from Mascot, as we see that he actually mirrors it on the other side. Chenny Boy getting aggressed on from Heavens, who does hit level 2 first.
Oh, that Clockwork wind-up doing so much work. Does have that Command Protect as well for the trading potential, but look at Chenny Boy already getting pressured down so much. Oh, wow.
So Heavens using his Command Protect to just protect himself from that minion aggro. Of course, that passive coming through from Orianna just lends itself so well to auto-attack harass at the start of the game. However, Chenny Boy does have that heal, so maybe not shying away from that too much. Maybe even appreciating a little bit of the trade.
Ooh,
as we see the first gank.
Yeah, Mascot coming in really early. That Nimbus Strike forcing out the flash. Nice spear actually following up as well from Chenny Boy. Knows exactly where Heavens is flashed to and manages to pick up a little bit of extra damage there. But that's the Summoner spell down in the mid lane that's really, really important. Heavens not going to be able to go that aggressive anymore.
And maybe Heavens, like us, was expecting Mascot to farm up to his level 6 like we have seen Wukong's do. However, just super aggressive, coming straight from that blue buff into lane and really putting down some damage, as we see the bottom lane going in as well.
Yeah, the Zenith Blade coming through and does manage to get the stun, but the flash out of the way instantly by Intrepid in order to save his bacon. That being said, that is another flash down across this map, and UTS really forcing out these summoner spells early, which is definitely working in their favor.
Yeah, really key for them to put some early pressure out so they can start farming this Nasus up. It will be interesting to note whether Sora goes for a Spirit Fire Max underneath this turret to try and keep it alive a little bit longer. We did see that a lot coming out of Jungle Nasus when it was popular. He was very good at holding turrets because of that reason. So maybe a little bit more wave clear will be coming out with that Spirit Fire as we have some more aggression in the bot lane.
Yeah, there's another Zenith Blade. Ludwig actually taking a turret shot for that one, but not going to come of anything. And of course, Intrepid not too bad on this Lulu as far as just farming under this turret and making sure that he stays a little bit safe as well. Does have that speed up for a lot of extra movement speed to keep himself worthwhile. Of course, 8 to 8 as far as these top laners / bottom laners are concerned.
And we do see that even though Team NV have the 2 range carries, because of the jungle attention that was focused top, they are keeping the turret a little bit healthier on the side of UTS. They're nearly pushing in for the first turret of the game down bottom. Of course, making use of that Lightslinger passive from the Lucian and getting a lot of damage down on this turret.
Yeah, not too bad. 15 stacks now on the Sora count, but there's the dive coming through. Sora taking a lot of damage. All these spinning axes doing a lot of work. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, of course, Intrepid trying to hold on to this tower, but the dive has actually been persuaded at this stage, and Sora just going to get the heck back to base.
Yeah, just going to go back, use his teleport to get back in.
Ooh,
Wouldn't
nice
be surprised if we see a couple of tanky items coming out. This will allow Team NV to, of course, get a lot more damage down onto this turret, potentially even though it looks like UTS is still a little bit ahead. As Intrepid goes a little bit aggro, takes a shot to the face for it though.
Yeah, just going to get pierced with light there. And then the Lightslinger passive just putting it back into his face, but a nice little lance landing down and just making sure that Chuffer knows that he can't offer too much. Sora now taking a lot of damage here as well. Forced out the teleport into the top lane.
And we are seeing
oh,
this.
Chenny boy, watch out. BMA is now here, takes 2 turret hits. That command protect is there, but Mascot now goes on to first mate. He has to pop his speed up, but he doesn't even need to pop his flash. Not too bad at all. Not scared of the pre-6 Wukong ganks too much.
Did get the exhaust out of Mattress there, and we are seeing that Nasus is maxing his Spirit Fire first, so maybe for a little bit of that wave clear that we were talking about, able to pull it back into UTS's favor. They are getting a little bit more out of this lane swap as we are about to see the first turret of the game go down, so really well played at the earliest part of the game from UTS.
Yeah, UTS managing to draw first blood when they weren't the ones that instigated the lane swap here either, so nice work making sure that they know how to play whichever game NV forced them into.
And what this also did is it got Chuffer away from what we thought was going to be a very aggressive bot lane in first mate's Draven. So it's allowed Chuffer to get a 10 CS lead at this part of the game because so much jungle pressure has been focused top. It has also put not only the Lulu a tiny bit behind, but also given Chuffer a little bit of breathing room against first mate.
Yeah, making sure that he doesn't have to face off against that Draven is very, very important. Just because first mate, as we've seen, has taken many a life on that Draven. Oh, Zenith Blade actually landing here onto Intrepid. Nice shield to come through to obliterate some of that damage. And Eclipse going to proc and take him down a little bit there too. But Shuffle was more than happy just to farm out. Doesn't really mind. Oh, Dark Binding just going wide.
And UTS also going for this early dragon potentially down the bottom lane as Chenny Boy runs into BMA.
Oh, BMA gets taken down almost instantly. First blood being taken down here on the side of Mascot. First mate doing a fair bit of damage there as well. Heaven's Curse now in a little bit of trouble. Mascot now struggling out, does just decoy out of that, and Intrepid with 0 mana isn't going to offer very much help here at all. And my gosh, that damage onto BMA, he must be running full damage Masteries and Runes because he took so much. Oh, Heaven's now actually, the Nimbus Strike is the target onto him as well.
Yeah, so Heavens, of course, is just trying to ward off this Soldier onto Dragon early. As we see Mascot going super aggressive, we've actually seen Mattress move away from the top lane, and Draven's getting aggressed on here from Sora, and the teleport comes through from Intrepid to match it.
Yeah, Intrepid coming up into that top lane to try and offer his support as well. Not sure whether that was entirely necessary. Of course, this Dragon is available, and having that teleport is very important. It's going to be up definitely quicker here for Sora on that Nasus.
And Intrepid really miscalculating the damage that is coming out of Chuffer and Ixora. With this max Spirit Fire, took a decent chunk of damage as first mate comes out of the bush.
Oh, there's the stand aside as well. Mattress is here, misses the Dark Binding unfortunately, but Ludwig is also up here. 3v3 now in that top lane. We'll see who has the better matchup. Of course, Sora doesn't have all that much mana at this stage. And the turret is available there for NV as well. I don't think much is going to come from this one, especially when it's even. But we have the cheeky 2-man Dragon being started off here by Team NV.
But they are taking so much damage, and that has been read by Chenny Boy, so they needed to stop that and get out. Chenny Boy stops it straight away and able to pick up potentially 2 pink wards here, so a big gold investment from Team NV and nothing coming from it.
Yeah, nothing coming from it, definitely. And first mate now in the top lane by himself against Chuffer.
And you would have to think that Chuffer with this BF sword might actually be able to aggress as BMA goes in.
Yeah, he jumps in again. The heal actually being used onto him as well. There's a Dark Binding. Ludwig takes a little bit of damage. The flash, and then the Cyclone gets whiffed, unfortunately. The culling in the top lane meanwhile, but we're going to have to head back down to the bottom lane to see whether anything happens. There's, oh, that Shockwave almost hit onto 3 members, forcing the flash out of Ludwig with the Dark Binding. But my goodness, First Mate getting chased down so far. Sora manages to pick up that kill. He gets taken down in response in that top lane.
So First Mate able to cash in some of those Draven stacks. I think he just got 238 gold additionally on top of that. So we'll keep an eye on how those stacks are going. Envy now rotating into a nice Dragon Call. BMA so low though, so they're going to have to block this spear. Wow, that nearly got through.
My gosh. Well, BMA manages to seal that one with a very nice smite.
Of course, coming out of that jungle. So we do have roughly a K gold lead in the favor of UTS. So playing this early game very well. Also, Chuffa still excelling in this top lane. He's got a 13 CS lead, so he's keeping it there. And we have to say that we thought that this Nasus wouldn't be very useful if he went into a lane swap. He's actually doing a really good job of for his team, helping out with this lane pushing.
Yeah, oh, nice spear landing on top of Heavens there as well. And that Wither is really, really nice in order to try and get these spears to land really effectively coming out of Chenny Boy. But he's very, very low in health. Probably going to want to get the heck out of there in this Spirit Fire. As you said, the wave boost is brilliant.
Yeah, so maybe underestimating the versatility of this Nasus pick a little bit. Able to end a lot to protecting turrets. Of course, so much damage has gone down onto Team NV's top turret as well. Whilst UTS are yet to lose any of their turrets, and their bottom turret is 100%.
Yep, no worries at all. And the bottom turret, of course, taking a lot of damage. Oh, Ludwig has found First Mate as well. Chuffa doing a lot of damage. There's the Solar Flare. Chuffa just going to pierce First Mate's face with that light, and it's going to be no worries at all.
So UTS really rotating around the map well here. You got to think that maybe Team NV are getting a little bit overconfident. They're just leaving themselves in the lane with no ward coverage whatsoever. And looks like they're going to pick up another kill in the mid on Heavens. Yeah,
there's the flash and the pounce coming through, and that's going to be Heavens going down. There's a Dark Binding on a Mattress, but he might be in the wrong position. Jenny Boy actually taking a lot of damage. BMA comes through for the follow-up kill, and then Sora now, with no mana, is just going to be forced to flash over that Wraith Wall. And a pause does come through.
Yeah, so as we see there, with the rotations coming through from UTS, Hamilton Mattress able to get into position and land a really clutch Dark Bind to keep Nidalee under that turret. But just such good map movement overall from UTS going out so far. They've got a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, they've got a 2,000 gold lead, and I think that NV are just getting a little bit complacent at this stage. They think, oh, we've got our comfort picks, we're just going to easily win this game, and we're just going to throw it away. But as we can see, we've got UTS just pushing this top inner turret, and if they don't play very, very carefully on the side of NV, then I mean, this game could just get away from them. Yeah, so the objectives are going down so quickly on the side of Team NV. They've lost their bottom turret, they've lost their top turret. Now they're into the tier 2 on this top side as well. And this mid lane is being continually pressured by this Nasus pickup with the match Spirit Fire as we are back into the game. And it looks like Mascot's going to be able to steal away this red buff, but not if BMA has anything to say about it. Yeah, they do manage to put a ward in there as well. Both teams just having a bit of a ward fight there. And this red buff going for a jolly old walk around, and eventually UTS are going to get pressured enough to get out of there. Of course, First Mate being in that top lane means that they do have a little bit more manpower. So X-Warrior in this mid lane, picking up the early Ninja Tabber against so much of this AP damage. Interesting pickup. Mascot taking a little bit of damage after that Dark Binding lands, but all in all, looks like, oh, Chenny Boy lands a really nice spear and already doing so much damage on this Nidalee. He's gone tier into Chalice. Tier into Chalice? This guy's going for the late game, I believe. Yeah, so the late game scaling coming through from UTS would be nothing else we would expect from a Team NV game at the moment. They're just the late game kings. And we are seeing that we have got the AD carries a little bit further ahead. Chuffa's able to pick up his Bloodthirster before First Mate does. So Chenny Boy landing another spear, just absolutely chunking out Heavens in this mid lane. Oh, just missing that one. Yeah, unfortunately, there's the Command Protect just being used to tank up a bit of this damage from the traps, trying to get them the heck out of there. And First Mate using his brain a little bit more here, not going to push past that river too far. Yeah, so we still have Ludwig following around Chuffa. That is, of course, our key matchup, whereas Mattress is trying to help out this mid lane that is continually under siege from this Nidalee, from this Nasus with such good wave clear, and those spears are hurting. Yeah, it's getting ridiculous now. BMA actually starting off this fight. Sora taking a lot of damage. He's pretty tanky, though. We do have the Shockwave coming through, swapping places with that Cyclone, but that's going to be BMA sacrificing himself. Whirling Death does come down, gets a bit of damage onto Mascot, but that's not going to be enough. They do manage to trade 1-for-1. Sora going down. He's a big tank, but trading it for BMA means that it's pretty even.
Yeah, so trading top lane for jungler there and a nice push coming in on this mid lane. So good team fight there from MV. Maybe starting to turn this one around. Overconfidence maybe on the side of UTS as Heavens' back is stopped. That blue, his blue buff has just spawned, so he's going to be looking to get that very, very soon. But maybe not the power spike that they're expecting this early with a double AP comp.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. Intrepid now going with a Chenny Boy does have a fair bit of that mana advantage. And of course, just so much harass potential coming out from that Lulu. First mate now just going to try and clear out these creeps underneath the turret.
And we are seeing Ludwig poised top forward gang. However, we do have 3 members strong of NV, and a max range spear just takes half of Intrepid's health away. Yeah,
half of his health already. Doesn't even have that Athene's Unholy Grail built up yet with this mana-focused build. And actually ahead in farm against Heaven's Curse, which I almost couldn't say because I've never actually said that phrase before.
And he's just doing so well hitting all these spears. It looks like they're nearly homing at this point. A lot of this has to be credited to Sora visiting this mid lane and doing so much work with that Spirit Fire, continually pushing into Heaven's turret and making him uncomfortable on this, as we see a gank coming in also.
Yeah, Heaven's taking a lot of damage. Look at the Cougar form damage as well coming out, and oh, that spear very, very nicely dodged out of the way by 3 members of Team NV.
And it looks like Sora has actually rotated over and is picking up the blue buff on the side of UTS, so getting that away from Heavens, that's just going to hamper the farming even more, although it looks like he's been spotted out by BMA.
Yeah, BMA actually taking the blue buff as well. Sora not going to get anything for that. There's the Dark Binding, doesn't quite land. My goodness, that was so, so close. There's the flash forward from Mattress. Does actually land the Soul Shackles as well. Sora is not long for this world. Intrepid picks it up with a Glitter Lance. Yeah,
so Intrepid able to follow through there. Good rotation from the whole of Team NV. However, it is forcing First Mate off this top lane, and it looks like Chuffer might be able to pick up a second turret.
Yeah, that being said, Chenny Boy's been found here by BMA, or has it been BMA found by Chenny Boy? He is so squishy at this stage. Only has that Lizard Elder. There's a nice, oh, the flash being forced out here by BMA.
So the turret has been picked up top lane. It looks like they're rotating down with Chenny Boy going super aggressive onto Heavens, who is out of mana, and Ludwig comes around, but
my goodness, so aggressive play coming out here on the side of UTS. And those spears, if any of them had have landed onto BMA, he would have definitely been dead. Heavens took a lot of damage as well. He's completely almost out of mana. And now UTS just putting the pressure down into this onto this mid outer turret. Things are looking very, very dangerous here for NV. There's the Cyclone coming down and the tower dive coming through. We do have Chuffer using that culling to try and get a lot of work done, but Chuffer does end up finishing off that turret and they're just going to back away.
And another objective picked up for UTS. That's now a 2.5k gold lead, and they're just relentless.
Oh, that was incredible amount of burst damage coming out from Chenny Boy, landing the spear and then immediately flashing afterwards to try and get that execute damage down on that Q in Cougar form. Ridiculously well played, and my goodness, Chenny Boy is an impressive Nidalee player.
And Chenny Boy has just solo secured a dragon for his team by putting so much pressure on this mid lane, but First Mate is starting to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's starting to hit his First Mate level, where he just really does start to do a lot of that damage. As we can see, those spinning axes really starting to punish Chenny Boy, and he's not going to be able to hang around in this lane, even with those heals. Oh my goodness, Heavens almost getting hit by that max range spear.
So it looks like at this point in the game that the AD carries have both elected to go Bloodthirster. Of course, now Lucian is going to go into that Trinity Force that we have seen so much. First Mate taking down this turret, hopefully equalizing some objectives for his team. However, chased off by Chenny Boy.
These spears are so close, or doing so much damage. Chenny Boy is just really showing that he's a fantastic Nidalee, and Intrepid taking a lot of damage from that piercing light as well. Dark Binding trying to catch Chenny Boy from across the wall, but he's going to have none of it.
And if we look at the map control coming out from UTS, of course, that dragon was still up. They have the perfect triangle of wards in the blue side of Team NV's jungle, just showing how the vision control impacts the game and just letting them know that they could take that objective from free. Whereas Team NV have got their top side of the map warded, now they're just expiring, but not much action was happening up in that top side after that second tier turret went down.
Yeah, it's really well played by UTS, and to be perfectly honest, I think that it's caught, as we said last game, NV by surprise.
Yeah, so NV, especially with these a little bit strange picks coming out of UTS, maybe thought that they had a little bit of an easier game than they did.
Yeah.
But so far, this Nasus pick, 30 CS up nearly on this Lulu in the bottom lane, has the Frozen Heart complete, so it's going to be incredibly tanky, and looks like he's on like quarterback duty. He's going to run straight at that Draven in team fights, try and take him out. So all in all, you have to say that it looks like UTS are doing a fantastic job against this Team NV.
That being said, NV are doing a fantastic job of dodging out of these spears at this point. Oh, that being said, it does just land, of course, Cast a Curse. BMA now very, very far forward. There it goes. Oh, amazing stun onto BMA. He does get Wild Growth, but he's going to get taken down almost instantly. Soul Shackles does come through. Whirling Death's there as well, but Chenny Boy picks up the kill onto First Mate of all people. There's the double kill coming through for Chuffer after a really nice spear. Piercing Light does manage to get him a triple kill as well, and Chenny Boy has been deterred from this turret, but oh wow, that spear would have meant death for Intrepid, and this could even be an inhibitor.
So aggressive from Team NV, just going in on these fights without a care in the world. This is going to be the first inhibitor turret in the game. I don't think they're going to be able to get the inhibitor off it just because of how quickly the death timers are. We're only 19 minutes into this game. However, they are going for it.
Yeah, they're going for it. We'll probably be able to get this inhibitor, and they're going to try and get the heck out of there. We'll see whether NV can find any follow-up damage, but there's not going to be any home guards built up on the side of NV, so they're not going to be able to chase anyone down. And Chenny Boy's got a blue buff. He's happy just to throw more spears.
That's an 8k gold lead at only 20 minutes into the game. UTS are really bringing their A game here. We might potentially see another game 3 because it looks like NV are being caught completely by surprise in these rotations.
You could almost say they're being caught with their pants down at this point, Spawn, because they were not expecting to have to deal with a downed inhibitor at 20 minutes into this game, because that's just unheard of, especially against such a monstrously powerful team that we saw. Oh my goodness, half health onto Intrepid.
Yeah, Chenny Boy is playing phenomenally on this Nidalee with those double buffs, and they've just been able to strangle Heavens out as he goes a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, just using that pounce in order to get away. There's the heal actually being popped just for an extra movement speed. Oh, that Dark Binding getting dodged out of really, really nicely. Oh, wow, Heavens takes a face load of spear, and he's going to have to get the heck out of here.
Yeah, so Chenny Boy 1v3ing by himself with more reinforcements arriving on the tide of Team NV. They want nothing to do with this Nidalee at this point of the game. And
yeah,
we have Chuffer going aggressive.
Yeah, being used against First Mate here. He's going to have to get out. Oh my goodness, he takes so much damage. I think that was actually a piercing light finding its home, and First Mate being forced to get back to base. As we can see, Sora pushing up this bottom lane as well, and as there are super creeps in the mid lane, BMA now trying to get a bit of work done here. Chuffer, there's the shockwave, but it only lands on Ludwig, and he's so tanky. Solar Flare does get juked out of the way of as well, and oh my goodness, Mattress, that was just the tip. Almost taking down Mattress. And my goodness, they're going for Nexus turrets at this stage. UTS are wasting no time, and is this going to be a little bit of an overstay? I don't even know, because they are going to get this Nexus turret.
So they get one Nexus turret. Looks like they're going to stay
Oh, there's the flash forward. Whoa. Mattress taking a lot of damage. Chenny Boy finishes him off, and that's going to be the next Nexus turret going down. NV are getting destroyed this match. Half health on the Nexus. This is going to be a game 3. UTS just coming out so huge. My gosh, what an upset.
What happened then? We see the most bizarre picks come through from Team UTS, and they absolutely face roll. They just go so aggressive. That's a 21-minute victory.
21-minute victory, and that was all Chenny Boy. Those spears were ridiculous that game.
And Sora on Nasus ends up with 100 farm nearly in a 2v1 lane where he got stuck there for so long. We thought that Nasus was going to get absolutely destroyed by this Draven.
And builds Frozen Heart against double AP and then still goes 1-3-8. Like,
and Ninja Tabo.
Yeah, not struggling at all.
No sense was made this game, but it ends up in a win to UTS, who have come out huge and forced to game 3. You have to think that NV are completely shocked at the moment.
Yeah, they're going to have to be startled. They have no idea what to do. I think that they're going to have to put on their serious pants for the next game, because they cannot afford to lose this, because that's going to be so embarrassing for those guys, because they're second seed going into this pretty much, and they're against UTS, who have just come out of nowhere, and my goodness, they played so well that last game with some really weird picks.
Well, let's break it down a little bit. We said BMA, so ridiculously comfortable. As we're going into a replay, this is where we see Chuffer go super aggressive, I believe. He just... Oh, no, this is where the tower dive. This is where things really started to turn. So this is... We see Chenny Boy go super aggressive over here. He starts landing a couple of spears. BMA actually tries to get into the back line and land a nice shockwave... Kha'Zix combo, but it just doesn't come off. There's no opportunity for it at all. Exor is so massive, flashes in there, and BMA is just caught completely by himself. Unfortunately, there's a good shockwave that goes across, but this is where Chenny Boy just starts cleaning up. He lands spear after spear, and Chuffer just there to clean up, also help. That's a triple kill for Chuffer at this point. And then Chenny Boy goes completely ham, just throwing spear after spear. And if you think that if Intrepid got hit by that one, that would have been the clean ace. And this is where they pick up the inhibitor.
Yeah, they pick up the inhibitor off that and then just snowball it to victory. And it was just so clean as well. They managed to get that particular objective and then went, yep, now it's time to win the game. They didn't stall, they didn't screw around, they didn't do anything. They just made sure that they won. And when they saw the opportunity to take those Nexus turrets, they destroyed them.
Yeah, they didn't kill anyone, and then they just ran straight up to Nexus turrets, Pop saw his ult and started fighting again, get another 3 kills, and then just end the game.
Yeah, and then the flash forward from Chenny Boy finishes off Mattress almost instantly with the execute from the queue. Really, really well played, and now it's going to be Lucian with a 100% win rate still today.
And you have to think of how much pressure this puts on MV. They got exactly the picks they want. Heavens got Oriana. First Mate got Draven. Mattress was on Morgana, who he's played twice now. And then BMA on Kha'Zix. You got to think that they got exactly what they want, and they just got stomped in 21 minutes.
They did. Stopped in 21 minutes by UTS, who've just come out of nowhere, of course. And so we have to get into the third game. I cannot wait to see what happens. We're going to be back in about 3 minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll have Game 3 between Team NV and UTS coming up right after this.
Hey, beautiful.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. I am, of course, Atlas, joined by Spawn, and we're up to Game 3 between UTS and Team NV. And I, for one, was not expecting to have ever said that.
Yeah, I think I speak for both of us. We're slightly confused here because that was not the result we were looking for from that second game. It just looked like NV got the perfect team comp, exactly what they wanted.
Yeah.
And
UTS got a weird team comp that didn't look like it would work.
And they built into double AP, Frozen Heart first Nasus.
Yep.
And then ran down mid lane and ended the game in 21 minutes.
Yep. That's just how you do it. You have to kill that Nexus, and that's what they decided to do at 21 minutes into the game, and there wasn't anything MV could do to stop it.
And you have to think if there was an MVP of that match, it would go to Chenny Boy.
The MVP. Yeah.
Going up so high, going so well against Heavens, who was on his Orianna, able to take him down with a Nidalee and had some very, very nice spears in that game.
Yeah, and my goodness, the Orianna from Heavens has often been given accolades in a lot of these games, and it just looked lackluster, mostly because he just didn't understand why Chenny Boy was so incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, Chenny Boy flashing in, a couple of pounces, able to take down Mattress in that last team fight. I think I blinked and he was dead. So it's just one of those games where NV need to get this out of their mind as we jump into Champion Select, because if they linger on that game, it could really be a morale effector.
Yeah, that's true, and the thing is, with that morale boost, I mean, UTS can carry that on into this game as well. They know that they can win, and they can carry it forward. And, of course, Chuffer is a very, very seasoned veteran player, as well as Chenny Boy. And Yasuo going to be taken away first up here as well. Chenny Boy never going to play that one. And Evelyn being taken away from BMA.
Yeah, so you have to think now how much pressure is on Team NV.
A lot.
They came into this expecting to take one of the Supernova places. They've lost 2 close games against YSSC, and now they've been rolled over by UTS in a Game 2 into a Game 3. UTS have absolutely nothing to lose. They came into this tournament through the collegiate lead, a little bit of a massive underdog if we
they did, of course, win against CMS in order to get this spot as far as the first seed in that collegiate league, but my goodness, I mean, that was close against CMS, and UTS this game just looked like a completely different team. They're just... I don't even understand what happened, to be honest.
Such control. MV take away that Nidalee. Very, very good ban. The LeBlanc, Ziggs, and Cassinan also being taken off the field. Quite standard bans there. Of course, you don't want Heavens to have that LeBlanc, just because of the damage that he was able to do the first game. Cassinan and Ziggs, those 2 annoying champions in the mid lane. We probably won't see them much in the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, that's 5 mid lane bans as well, just making sure that they get none of those. Of course, Nidalee being taken away from Chenny Boy is very, very good.
Yeah, so smart ban there. We'll see what MV are happy to pick up as a first pick. I would be expecting that Lucian just because of the Lucian curse, obviously winning 100% of games. So whoever gets him will probably win this match in Champion Select, and it looks like it is being hovered over.
Your crystal ball is quite effective there, Jake. So going to be able to lock that one in, potentially. I mean, they haven't locked it in yet. Yes, it is going to be taken away. So Lucian, if NV do manage to get their, I guess, expected spot, is going to mean that Lucian's going to have 100% win rate.
Yeah, meaning Lucian's going to have 100% win rate. Of course, UTS want none of that at the moment. They've obviously just played Lucian on... Chuffer's played Lucian. I was about to say Lucian's played Chuffer.
It's a bit the same, isn't it? Maybe it's a bit of this voodoo, the fact that Lucian is just going to win every single game.
But of course, the Caitlyn still is up, and we saw that matchup in the first game was a little bit equal, not really going against Chuffer very much, so I think that he'll be quite comfortable picking a Caitlyn up again. And we, of course, have all these supports open. We have the Thresh, we have the Morgana, we have the Leona, which just lend themselves so well to these pick comps. And we're seeing Kayle get through Champion Select, as well as Mascot's Wukong, which was really good last game.
Really good, and especially with now having that potential Divine Intervention on top of the Wukong as well. That Cyclone does a lot of damage, and if he can be like a squishy damage Wukong with a Divine Intervention on top of him taking no damage, things could be really, really ridiculous for the UTS if they manage to get the start that they want.
And you have to think of how much pressure this puts on NV now. We've seen how successful Kayle has been this whole tournament. Just that Runan's Hurricane build that comes out so much AoE damage, but also split pushing. You can't really send anyone against a 1v1 Kayle once she picks up those 2 items along with her boots. Just the intervention, of course, nullifying so much damage and allowing her to come away with some clutch 1v1s. So it'll be interesting to see how NV respond with these 2 picks, lending themselves so well to a team fight, but also an anti-dive split pushing comp.
Yeah, and they do have 10 seconds to go. Of course, BMA hovering over some interesting pickups here. Wow! Wow.
Okay.
Okay, so Heavens is actually locked in the Cassiopeia. I haven't... I was not expecting that.
I wasn't expecting the Cassiopeia. The Thresh comes through. I was expecting the Leona to go down just because we've seen how well Mattress plays that, but also a very good Thresh in his own right. This Cassiopeia pick, though, this is the pick of the match. There's so much single target damage, great AoE lockdown, and if it can be played correctly, has a kite potential to really hurt this Kayle in the mid lane. However, a very, very risky pickup by Heavens.
Really risky. You get a lot of movement speed if you do land those Qs, but they're really, really difficult. Of course, Heavens did show us that he can land those ground abilities when he played that Karthus the other day, but they didn't win that game, despite having a 20,000 gold lead. And some really strong picks coming in response here from Ludwig, for Ludwig and Chopper.
The team fight from UTS right now is terrifying. That Twitch does so much damage late game. That rat-a-tat-tat just comes across the whole team. And the lockdown from Chenny Boy just going to synergize so well with that Cyclone coming out of Mascot on Wukong. This looks like it's going to be a very, very difficult game for MV if they get into this mid-game stage.
Yeah, and first mate now hovering over the Shyvana. Of course, wanted to go for that one. BMA now looking at his Lee Sin as well, which I'm really, really happy about for especially those NB fans at home.
Yeah, if BMA locks in Lee Sin, it is a perfect response to this Twitch. Obviously, two abilities that can reveal the stealth. Also, the kick on an immobile carry is super important, able to get him into the middle of the team fight. And it looks like they have a nice front line now. And Galio's just been locked in. Okay.
What? So that's going to be a top lane Kayle?
So top lane Kayle, mid lane Galio.
This is, but, oh, wow. Okay, Idol of Durand and Cyclone.
With
That's
rat-a-tat-tat.
insane. That
And the
is
Solar
ridiculous.
Flare coming across. All that splash damage. This team fight comp out of UTS is phenomenal. It's crazy. And Galio, after copying a lot of, we'll say, negative feedback and the need for a rework, is seeing one of his first professional games in a very long time.
And I only just played All for One Mirror Mode Galio match, and it was the most entertaining thing I've ever done. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Chenny Boy on this Galio and trying to make some work happen here. Has picked up the heal as well as Heavens with that one as well. I would have liked to see Ignite coming down for this Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Ignite for Cassiopeia, especially against Galio, could have been key because of how much health he can get back and the bonus stats from his W. I don't even know
His
the names
Bulwark.
of Bulwark. There we go. So Galio, of course, being that beefy mid laner that can scale off MR as well as AP. Of course, his passive is he converts a percentage of his MR into AP.
Yeah.
So watch out for that one. Chalice into Abyssal is generally the build that we see. Potentially seeing a roller in there as well, just for a little bit of tanky stats.
Oh my goodness. And of course there's the fact that the Abyssal Scepter does synergize so well with Sora on that Kayle in the top lane as well.
All the shred that's going to come through from Sora, going to come through from the Galio if he does go that Abyssal build, and then just a rat-a-tat-tat coming across. It's going to be very, very difficult to itemize against this UTS side.
Man, I am just, the more I think about the engage potential coming through for UTS, the more terrified I am for NV, just because you land that Solar Flare, and then Cyclone comes in. You've got Sora doing so much sustained DPS, and then Chenny Boy can flash on top of everyone and get that Idol of Durand, and everyone is going to have the right amount of tenacity.
And NV had a very, very good game one where they got their map pressure out and their wards out very, very deep, meaning they didn't get caught. In game two, their wards were non-existent to a certain extent in the lower side of their jungle, and they got caught in a couple of rotations. Chenny Boy led some people on a 3v1 chase where he did very, very well by himself. If they don't get wards out against this team and they get caught in a jungle fight, this is going to be petrifying for the amount of AoE CC that they bring from UCS alone. What I will say, however, is that Cassiopeia, Lucian lend themselves so well to single target damage that if they're able to find one person without the rest of the team, it could be a really quick kill, and then a key part of this UTS strategy will be missing.
Yeah, that's so true. And I thought you were going to say that this was going to be petrifying, guys, because that's very, very close to petrifying gaze, which is what Heavens is going to be looking to do when he tries to catch people out in this jungle, because I think that that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to catch people, like you said. Otherwise, I think that UTS might just do the same thing that they did last game.
Yeah, and this team fight lends itself really well for just running at people. Of course, Cassiopeia deals with that very well, that ultimate, the AoE stun if you are looking at her. However, Cassiopeia is known to be this squishy mid laner as well with not many escapes. So if Mascot can get some early pressure into this mid lane, especially with the Q coming out of Galio doing a lot of burst damage early in the game, it's going to be a difficult lane, I feel, for Heavens.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard, I think, and especially with the fact that Chenny Boy wants to build so much of that MR, it's just going to mean that Heavens is not going to do the damage that he wants to do.
Well, the Q's actually going to heal Chenny Boy if he puts Bulwark on. That's the way that ticks work because of how little damage it does, and then it gives you back a certain amount of health.
Yeah,
it's actually going to heal him.
diminishing returns, I think.
Yeah, so it actually could potentially heal him in this lane. So it's going to be, as I said, it's a very difficult lane for Heavens to actually get out of. Maybe just look to farm up in it. Yeah,
it's going to be really, really strange, and of course, I haven't actually experienced a Galio-Cassiopeia matchup for an incredibly long time.
Yeah, I think about Season 2 was the last time I saw these characters in the same game.
Yeah, that's true. And they did have their time. Of course, there was some Cassiopeia play, I think, started by Reginald there in that middle lane a long time ago.
Yeah, Reginald and Ocelot, really, the two famous Cassiopeia players. Obviously, she can turn ganks extremely well, so if you run at her, be very scared at level 6.
Yep.
The triple Dorans into the Sorcerer Shoes is a very popular build just because of how much early game potential it gives you. But also the Tear into Chalice is the recent popular build that was brought out a little bit. Yeah, and you could also imagine that the Ryle's Crystal Scepter into the Leandry's Torment could also be very good with an early Haunting Guise coming through there just for a lot of extra Magic Pen for that extra damage. So. Yeah, so that's exactly what I'd be looking for Heavens to go. Triple Dorans into the Ryle's, into the Haunting Guise. Yep. Just for all that penetration and the extra damage, especially against this Galio that's going to be stacking MR. It's going to be really important to get that flat damage across. Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. But that being said, it's going to be hard to tell exactly what's going to happen just because we haven't seen these champions for a long time. And I'm just excited to see how it does work because Chenny Boy has confidently picked this Galio almost instantly into this Cassiopeia. And my gosh. Looks like they knew exactly what they wanted. But yeah, let's just go to a quick video and we will come back for Game 3 very, very soon. Welcome back, everyone. We are, of course, onto the Rift with NV versus UTS for Game 3, the deciding matchup here with Heaven's Curse bringing out first damage there onto the likes of Chenny Boy, who's not going to take almost anything from that particular Q. And my gosh, this mid lane matchup is exactly where the majority of our attention is going to be, just because Cassiopeia and Galio, two champions that I would never have expected to see. Yeah, so Cassiopeia and Galio, of course, we've talked about the matchup a lot, and I think it's up to BMA to really impact this early. If BMA can get a couple of early ganks off, especially because Galio is going to be looking to stack this MR, maybe swing the lane in Heavens' favor, allow him to farm uncontested, could be the thing that they MV need to get back ahead in this series. Yeah, we'll see whether they can make it work, because it's going to be very, very scary when Chenny Boy does build up a lot of that MR and just becomes unkillable for Heavens. Okay, and it looks like UTS are initiating the lane swap this time. They were happy with the way it worked out. Sora actually did very well in the 2v1 with the Nasus build. Probably looking to do the same here with his Kayle, and we do see that it's going to be standard starts with a lane swap initiated by UTS. Yeah, this is the first time we've seen Mattress on Thresh for quite some time as well. We'll see how he does without having as much, I guess, practice today especially. But as we can see, the harassment coming down from Heavens. Straight off the bat, ooh, nice Resolute Smite into the face of Heavens. Yeah, so that Resolute Smite slows... for those that don't really see Galio much, of course, it is a movement. It's a movement speed slow, and it is, of course, his primary damage source. So look for that to come out. It is an AoE ability as well. So it looks like... Team NV want nothing to do with this lane swap. They're swapping back straight away and getting their Joy lane into the top. Yeah, how do you think that Kale's going to go against this Shyvana, though? Because I haven't seen that matchup myself for quite some time. I think that Kayle will do very well in the early game. Levels 1, 2, 3 will be extremely hard for Shyvana to get near the wave. But if Shyvana can get on top of Kayle, it's going to be difficult lane for Sora to be able to deal with the amount of consistent damage that KO brings. In saying that, as they both bring teleport, I don't expect many kills to come out on the side of Shyvana, just because of the heal, the intervention, and the kite ability that comes out of KO, as Mattress is getting chunked.
Yeah, unfortunately, unable to land that Flay effectively. Venomous Cast doing a fair bit of work getting some damage down onto both members of this top lane duo. And Heavens just doing his Cassiopeia things, which is push into the turret as much as possible. And we can see Chenny Boy actually going down incredibly low. Oh, there's the flash actually. Q actually not landing here onto Sora. Really, really not normal for BMA to miss these Sonic Waves. And that's why I didn't really quite manage to say it correctly, but Sora is going to escape with his life.
Yeah, so uncharacteristic as Mattress does stop the engage coming through, lands the death sentence.
Yeah, lots of damage coming down onto Chuffer, actually. There's the Expunge, or the Contaminate, as it is now called. And First Mate looking to try and get some work done. Mascot is in the top lane, does have that red buff, so can possibly get a bit of work done here. Looking for a first blood opportunity. May not be able to find it, of course. Chenny Boy now in this mid lane as well. Oh, we do have a nice playback. There's the flash forward from Ludwig as well. Forcing the flash out. Oh, instantly. Brilliant death sentence, and Mascot takes a lot of damage, down to about 200 health, and is forced to go back with his tail between his legs.
But what this is doing is it's putting so much pressure on First Mate, and he's losing farm by 10 again. So Chuffer so confident in this lane, able to do so much work on this Lucian, as we see Chenny Boy just farming as Lee Sin's back into the bottom lane.
Yeah, there's the flash forward from Intrepid as well. He wants to tank up this turret, wants to get that kill. There's First Blood, Twin Bite secures that one. Nicely done. BMA not happy with his last gank, comes in and makes sure that he gets the right one this time. And Chenny Boy in the meantime in the mid lane is going down so low, just cannot keep up with Heavens.
Yeah, and we saw this last on the first game when Heavens actually went really aggressive on his LeBlanc and got the first blood. It's like Chenny Boy plays to his heal bait.
Yep.
And tries to bait out that flash if he is extremely low. Of course, going to be a much easier task against the Cassiopeia, who doesn't have a silence like LeBlanc does. As we're seeing the top lane get a little bit zoned out from Chuffer and Ludwig not being able to deal with the level 2, as we see Ludwig maybe going to go a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, we did see a nice piercing light doing a lot of damage across both members of UTS here, and sort of meaning that they do not want to actually go into this when they see that amount of damage. Just having a net. All of his abilities as First Mate, and now he's going to be able to get an extra point into that piercing light as well. Okay,
so whilst Exora got first blooded as the hook whiffs in the top lane, he has built up a nice CS lead, 16 ahead of the Shyvana, so that's just the range coming into play as Heavens is trying to zone Mascot out of this lane, who's just going to absorb some experience. As Chenny Boy has had to go back, he is now picking up that Chalice, so look for the MR stack to start coming into play.
Yeah, and we did see actually before Chenny Boy went back was almost even on farm as well. When we saw that his health bar was so low. Oh, Death Sentence so close there to hitting onto the members of UTS.
So we're seeing in the bottom lane, which is where our top lane is, the 1v1 is located, is that Shyvana is having an extremely difficult time farming against this ranged carry in the Kayle. Just triple the CS, even with all that pressure that BMA put down on there. So just Sora so comfortable on this Kayle in the top lane. It's another diverse pick, and he seems to be really enjoying doing this.
Yeah, Idol of Durand is available. BMA has actually found Chenny Boy at this stage. Resolute Smite coming down. We'll see whether anything does come from it. Chenny Boy just going to head out of there. Does have the flash available. That being said, First Mate now gets stunned up. There's the Death Sentence landing on the Chuffer. Oh, the Flay does whiff. Venomous Cast does come down. Contaminate for a lot of damage on the Mattress as well. And First Mate not ready to get rid of the aggression here in the top lane.
Yeah, so it's good to Chuffer reversing that aggression against Mattress. Mattress has been able to get a lot of work done with these flays on Ludwig, keeping him out off his AD carry in First Mate. In the mid lane, we saw that Chenny Boy once again went extremely low against Heavens' Cassiopeia, so maybe losing out on this lane a little bit, but here's the wave clear that Galio brings. So 1Q onto the back wave after you get to about level 4 with an E through it. We'll make sure that you clear that out. Then you can just last hit the first ones and maybe look to shove him in and get another back through, which is what Galio's doing.
Oh, First Mate actually using that E in order to get out of there, using that dash, and does have a lot less mana than you'd like at this stage. BMA actually, wow, there's Mattress with a really nice play. Chuffer in a lot of trouble. Does have the ambush, but there's the Sonic Wave. BMA lands them when they count.
Yeah, BMA coming in for another successful gank. Really, as we said, he's the person that needs to impact this game early on this Lee Sin. He's definitely capable of doing it, and he's picked up 2 quick kills for his team and really starting to swing pressure in the way of Team NV.
Yeah, and there's the Righteous Gust and the Resolute Smite combination clearing out those waves. Really nicely done there by Chenny Boy, who has the Idol of Durand, that ultimate there for Galio. We'll see whether that one comes out in a gank scenario, because that coupled with the Cyclone is going to be really, really huge. And we're seeing Heaven's getting up very, very close to personal. The Miasma is ticking. There's the Idol of Durand. Does do a fair bit of damage, and the Resolute Smite on top of Heavens as well. He's going to think twice before fighting this one out again, because both of these mid laners running quite low on mana.
That turnaround damage from Galio, you just, without seeing him in competitive play for a while, forget how much upfront burst damage he brings with that Resolute Smite, with that Idol of Durand. The AoE ultimate we saw there, just the CC is so important, possibly forcing people onto Merc Treads this game, just because you can walk out if you do have Merc Treads from all that damage. And we have seen Mascot get level 6, so potentially looking for his first successful game. Although we see UTS once again rotating very, very nicely and picking up the first turret of the game potentially.
Oh, as you can see, there's the Dragon's Descent onto Sora. He's in a lot of trouble, is forced to use that Divine Intervention. There's the Dark Passage as well, but First Mate's here as well, gets the double tap with that Light Slinger, and they're going to be able to transfer this really nicely into this Dragon. And another thing that we might remember from Cassiopeia days is she does so much damage to Dragon and Baron.
Yeah, single target damage is where Cassiopeia really excels. However, it looks like UTS wants to push this second tier turret in the top lane. Mascot taking a couple of turret hits, but might be able to get a little bit of work done here with the turret going extremely low.
Yeah, 2 turrets for a kill and a dragon is definitely worth it on the side of UTS, but oh my goodness, Mascot taking a lot of damage. There's Mattress with the auto attack to secure the kill. They do take down the turret. There's the Solar Flare. Mattress taking a lot of damage now as well. The Rat-a-tat-tat is active. Chuffer is now untouched in the backline. Finishes off. First Mate is going to try and turn it around onto Mattress. He's got the Shield of Daybreak, but wow, sidesteps the death sentence. And it's going to be no worries for Chuffer to pick that one up. Intrepid now trying to finish off this kill, but he doesn't even want any part of this. The Contaminate doing so much damage.
Chuffer coming out huge in that fight. A little bit of a panic flash from Ludwig, not putting him in a great position as Chenny Boy's going aggressive.
Oh, there's a Petrifying Gaze timed not quite ideally, because Chenny Boy does turn around, does not get stunned up there like a Basilisk. Is this Heaven's Curse, but unfortunately does not make eye contact on that one.
Yeah, so Heaven's trying to turn around the 2v1 gank. We mentioned how strong Cassiopeia is at that. But so much map pressure being exerted from UTS, taking 2 turrets and able to go 2 for 1 in that trade. Also getting the teleport out of, as we see the replay, we see Mattress going in nice and deep, getting a nice Flay combo in there, picking up the kill. And it looks like Ludwig and Chuffer are just settling for the turret, but then all this damage comes out of this Twitch. First Mate gets exhausted, gets CC'd. The Rat-a-tat-tat comes across, picks up 2 kills. This is the panic flash. So the Shyvana's there, and I think Ludwig kind of went, oh my god, I'm going to get run over. Maybe try to type, but he just panic flashes. Unfortunately, uses a summoner spell, but Chuffer able to turn around the gank and just go 2 for 1 in it, 2 for 2.
Yeah, and that was incredibly well played by Chuffer there as well, making sure that Intrepid didn't want to come in there either. Oh, Chenny Boy actually running really, really far into the turret, but still doesn't really take that much. Oh my goodness, that Resolute Smite starting to do a lot of damage now that it's got some points into it. And that Miasma on the ground with Heavens, unfortunately placed, not going to really do all of that much. But oh my gosh, Chenny Boy is really starting to use that Bulwark to great effect, because Heavens does a lot of small damage, but at a very fast rate. So that Bulwark's going to be so, so important for Chenny Boy.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, where it might actually heal him. Chenny Boy is actually in a very good position in this mid lane, actually up 4 CS, and of course all that global gold that's come across from the couple of towers is going to start helping him out, although his team is down 1k gold because of that early dragon that was taken. It looks like there's a little bit of action bot lane with... No, not much happening now. Just was Chuffer getting a little bit caught out. But Heavens is going super aggressive onto Chenny Boy.
Really aggressive onto Chenny Boy. Does have the Twin Fang there as well. Oh, the last Q probably not going to be enough damage. The Bulwark is there, and as you said, that's going to be healing him. Death Sentence landing on a Mascot in the bottom lane, though. Nice play, and there's the box as well for a massive slow. The Hurricane, the Cyclone does come down, but does get kicked out of there as well. Intrepid now trying to do some work, but BMA's taken down so low. The Rat-a-tat-tat again. Chuffer is such a beast, but the perfectly timed Divine Intervention, meaning that they just trade 1 for nothing and Mattress goes down.
Yeah, Mattress goes down in that bottom lane. A little bit of over-aggression from NV. potentially forgetting that that intervention was up. And it costed Team NV another couple of summoner spells. And this unique composition, once again, from UTS is confusing the NV lineup. They don't know how much damage they can do and what skirmishes they're going to win.
Well, I mean, we can't be too harsh on NV because, quite honestly, it's confusing me as well. I mean, I haven't seen Galio for an incredibly long time, and having Kale in the top lane is something that I expect from the new NIP with Alex Itch up there. And it's just not something that you generally see in the Oceanic scene, but it's just working so well so far, even though they're not necessarily ahead. But if they get further into this game, every one of their champions is going to be ridiculously strong.
Yeah, and Chuffer has elected for that Bloodthirster build that we're seeing a little bit more as he gets caught.
Yeah, Chuffer actually gets flayed back there as well. Venomous Karskis, is he going to be able to get away? That would be ridiculous. There's the culling. Nicely done by First Mate. His aim is very, very good and does manage to pick that one up. Unfortunately, Ludwig unable to land the full stun there, and Heaven's now taking a lot of damage from Sora. Oh my goodness, this Cassiopeia not being able to quite stand up to the burst potential of Kale.
Yeah, so Kale, of course, hitting that mid-game area where she is so strong. Going aggressive once again, burns the flash out of Heavens, although he does still have that heal available. Intrepid going aggressive onto Mascot.
Oh, there's the Bilgewater Cutlass as well to slow him down, but Intrepid knows that he's not really going to be able to escape and wants to focus his attention on the objective. Intelligently played. And First Mate now on this Lucian, this incredible Lucian. 2, 1, and 3. Idol of Durand actually being pumped here. Heavens takes a lot of damage, forces out the heal from him. And BMA now here as well, but wants none of it. There's the Righteous Gust. There's the kick out of the way as well. It was a nice Petrifying Gaze. Does get a fair bit of damage onto Chenny Boy, and that tower is doing a fair bit, but unfortunately not going to be able to secure any kills because the Divine Intervention was there. Yeah,
so Intervention stopping a lot of that upfront burst. Heavens is going to go over and pick up his blue buff now, meaning that Chenny Boy will be able to get his. It was being contested by the rest of the NV team. Heavens has elected to go for a little bit of Spellvamp.
I was going to mention that as well. Do you think he's going for a Hextech Gunblade? It's my personal favorite item.
I don't think he is, as Intrepid is looking to go a little bit aggressive.
He's very, very far deep. It does actually take the Dark Passage in order to get out of there. A little bit of a trolley play, I guess, but is going to be able to take that one to safety. And as you can see, Envy has some fantastic vision in the bottom side of this map with 17 seconds on this dragon.
Yeah, so I think that Envy realized that last game they didn't have enough map control and that was what possibly cost them. That tower dive was completely blind from their perspective. As Mattress gets caught.
Yeah, there's the box actually. He wants to start a bit of a fight here, but I think it might have been a little bit of a bait. They do have this tower down at half health, but unfortunately with Galio, he's not exactly ranged, so he's not going to be able to get a lot of damage on that turret.
And with Mattress going back and that dragon just respawning, it looks like UTS hasn't quite realized yet, but it could potentially lead to it as Heavens is harassing even more in this mid lane.
Yeah, that Miasma coming down for a fair bit of wave clear as well as a lot of slowing potential in an area. A little bit like Ziggs, a pseudo Ziggs, you could say, with his Hextech Minefield. Unfortunately, not going to be quite the bouncing bomb Yordle that Ziggs can bring to the table. But 10 CS down is Heaven's Curse, not something you necessarily want to say, but 0-0-0 for these mid laners with 6-3 in kills on the board in favor of Envy.
Yeah, so Intrepid, importantly, has got back to 2-0-1 and equalized the CS nearly. He was, if you remember correctly, 30 down at the start of the game. So able to claw his way back into this. However, Sora looks like he's just willing to split push for the whole game.
Yeah, he's not too worried about that one, but all of Envy's in this bottom lane. Amazing hook onto Chuffer. He is going to go down. He is getting Tempest crippled, and he's going to be visible for the whole time while he goes straight back to that Death Chamber. Envy, really nicely done. Take away the Rat-a-tat-tat, and they can transfer into their second dragon of the game.
Early teleport, though, from Intrepid in this lane means that it is actually a 4v4 if Kale wants to teleport.
Yeah, we'll see whether Sora does want to come down. He has pushed through this top lane really effectively. BMA does secure the dragon, though, in full vision of UTS. They did not want to have any part of this fight. Now, 3,000 gold, a little bit more actually in favor of Team NV. They're starting to pull this game ahead. We'll see whether they manage to pull it out, because things are going to get scarier and scarier as this game goes on.
Yeah, so we've talked about the unique matchup mid lane. It's unfortunately 0-0-0 on both sides. What we haven't really talked about is the standard picks. BMA 2-0, Intrepid 2-0, First Mate now 2-1. Their carries are really starting to scale up, and this is going to be very difficult for... As the ultimate comes out.
Sora actually takes a lot of damage from that Petrifying Gaze. The poison is going to tick. Heavens actually gets out of the Venomous Cast by being overly aggressive, which is definitely something you're going to be pretty happy with. All the poison landing onto Chenny Boy as well. And there is Mattress and BMA to offer their support. Death Sentence going to be whipped completely to the side. Idol of Duran now doing a lot of damage. Solar Flare onto Heaven's Curse. There's the Cyclone damage as well. Really, really well played. There is a lot of Resolute Smite damage coming down and forcing the teleport from Sora. They take down the turret, and they might be able to get the inner as well. UTS, their objective control on these turrets is ridiculous.
And as we mentioned, that the Galio pick really isn't playing off. He lands a clutch two-man ult and able to swing a team fight in his way, getting 2 objectives from his team. This is the Wombo combo that we were talking about coming out of UTS, and just so much damage coming out of Chuffer's Twitch.
Yeah, completely ridiculous. Now having 4 of the 5 kills on the side of UTS, and you'd be happy with that. Now has that ambush procced. Is going to be able to get a lot of damage down with this Bloodthirster build, with now the Zeal on top of that one. Do you think he's going to go for a Phantom Dancer, or maybe that Static Shoot?
I think it will be a Phantom Dancer, although I would like to see a Last Whisper come out next. This was a build that was popularized by Blue90 last year, coming into PAX. He was one of the few Twitch players back then before Twitch really was that popular carry that he is now. And he used to always say that the highest damage potential was that fully stacked BT into the Zeal, into the Last Whisper.
Oh, actually, Envy catching UTS with their pants down a little bit, and with the Death Sentence as well. Now Chenny Boy getting flayed back there. Mattress is showing some brilliant skills with that particular ability on this champion. And Dark Passage are going to be taken by Intrepid. He's going to take a fair bit of damage from that turret. And Heaven's going to be happily clearing out this wave on their way back. So they managed to get that outer turret, but now 3 turrets to 4 here in favor of UTS.
Yeah, and I think UTS are really looking to just wait for their ultimates and then team fight when they have them. We saw how important it is for a team that has a power spike with ultimates to only fight if they have their ultimates. Give up a couple of little objectives, but make sure you don't lose these team fights when you don't have your ultimates 3-0 and 3-1, so that Team NV don't gain the map control and don't have that confidence to really run over the top of you. So really smart there, just clearing out the waves, ensuring that they didn't fight because none of their abilities were up.
And as you can see as well, UTS capitalizing on the effective use of those ultimates so well, because they managed to get the outer turret and the inner turret following straight up. So they know that if they just wait for these to be up, as they are now, they can start a fight, and it might be happening here in this bottom lane as we have multiple members of UTS rotating down, but it doesn't even matter. UTS just have complete control. They're going to take this one for free.
And it looks like they're going to continue down this path because this is the only outer left up for Team NV, and they need to be really careful because I don't think UTS would have any problem diving here if the Solar Flare lands.
Yeah, Chenny Boy going to tank a turret shot just for no reason. Oh, there's a Resolute Gust, a flash forward into the Idol of Duran, and the Bulwark is doing so much healing with that intervention on top of him as well. Intrepid now taking a lot of damage. There's the Cyclone. Intrepid's going to fall down, but Heavens does pick up a kill in response. That's a double now on his side. Sora going down with Mascot as well. The Bulwark trying to help him. BMA actually trying some insect plays, but unfortunately unable to at this stage because he... Oh, it hasn't even Dragon Ranged yet. There's the Q. Does land the Resolute Smite as well. Chenny Boy gets flayed up as well. First Mate going to finish off that kill. It's looking like a bit of a whitewash here for NV, and they are going to be able to transfer this potentially into a lot more action as... Wow, BMA is so deep. The Dark Binding, the Death Sentence not going to be doing enough work, and it is getting late here, Spawn. That team fight was ridiculous.
Yeah, so 1 for 4. Maybe UTS getting a little bit impatient, getting that Galio off directly underneath the turret. Unfortunately, not enough damage coming across from the Twitch at this stage with that rat-a-tat-tat. He has indeed built into that Phantom Dancer now, and a great fight from NV to really clean up, going 4-1.
Yeah, and 2-0, 2-1 and 2 now on Heaven's Curse, picking up 2 kills and 2 assists there, and they are going to be able to clean out this inner turret potentially, although they do have to watch out. There are still some scary members of UTS here, and the 5-3-1 Twitch is definitely nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, and as he comes through, and if he picks up this Last Whisper soon, you have to really start worrying about how much damage this Twitch is going to do.
Yep.
He's just scaling up so well into this mid-late game. It is 21 minutes in. There is a 3k gold lead for NV, but just the objectives look like they're in UTS's control, and they're the ones dictating the flow of the game.
Yeah,
even
look
though
at
they're
UTS,
behind.
they are just careening up this bot lane. They do not want to have any inner turrets going... still standing here on the side of NV. Oh, Chenny Boy does get caught up here. Remember, all of the ultimates are on cooldown here for UTS, so NV might have a little bit of an advantage here because they do have a couple more of those. The box is available. In fact, everything available from NV. Oh, Sora gets hooked up. There is the Divine Intervention, but Chenny Boy does get locked down. There's the box. Idol of Duran coming through as well. The kick on Chenny Boy. Chuffer taking a lot of damage. Sora's so low, but Heavens is down. Mattress is down. Now Intrepid as well. Look at the health bars on the side of UTS. They only lose 1.
Okay, so 1 for 3 in that team fight
That
as
made
they
no
once
sense.
again get initiated on, but able to turn it around with a clutch ultimate from Chenny Boy. They're going to take down the last remaining tower as Chenny Boy takes a turret shot, nearly killing himself.
He doesn't mind.
So last remaining outer tower of the game going down in UTS's favor, and once again a massive team fight going in the way of UTS, and Chuffer just getting even stronger, 7-3-2 now.
Yeah, 7-3-2 does have the Phantom Dancer, and he's going to go for that last Whisper, and when he picks up that item, things are going to get so scary. They are funneling so much gold onto this Twitch, and with his AoE abilities, he's just going to be so crazy.
As we see the team fight.
Again.
So Heaven's here feeling really confident. He's picked up a couple of good team fights recently, and they're just working their way in. And here comes the death sentence. It lands, and I think this is a symbol that they really want to go into that fight. So Sora gets bursted down so low, but the intervention comes through, and a really nice Heaven's ult, but there's the turnaround. Chenny Boy hitting a 4-person ultimate, and in the end, Mascot comes through, cleans up with so much damage from that Cyclone, and the Solar Flare on top of it with that rat-a-tat-tat just going across the whole team.
Yep.
Absolutely destroys Envy in a powerful Season 2 AoE comp.
Just, yeah, the old Season 2 AoE comp, always going to be really strong. Of course, now 2,000 gold is the lead because Envy, while we were watching that replay, did manage to take down the Dragon. Chenny Boy throwing out a Resolute Smite in his anger at that objective being taken away from him, but not going to be able to secure any kills on that front. So Heaven's just going to be able to take away this blue buff. Of course, Cassiopeia, one of the most mana-hungry champions in the history of League of Legends.
Yeah, but just talking about this Dragon pickup, UTS once again didn't fight because they didn't have their ultimates. That Cyclone wasn't up, so they didn't want to challenge for the Dragon, so they just give it away. They're playing this game so patiently and just only fighting when they think they have the advantage.
And now you can see they're all pushing as 5 because, as you said, all of those ultimates now available, and they can just feel free to do these tower dives, these monstrous pushes that they have so much confidence in.
Yeah, and this is, I think after that last team fight, NV have realized that they cannot go aggressive. If they go onto them and they get turned around without blowing up one of the key components of this team fight, it just spells so much trouble. And surprise, surprise, it looks like UTS actually want to bait a Baron because they just feel they have a fantastic team fight.
Yeah, they might need to start buying some Oracle's lenses here just because I think that they need to try and get as much vision without face-checking anything ever, because UTS's catch is just so strong.
Yeah, and as we keep talking about
Scrying
this AoE,
orb, sorry,
yeah, Scrying Orb, the blue orbs, they're sending Chuffer bottom lane to just clear this out. He's actually going for a Blade of the Ruined King next, not into that last Whisper. There are a couple of Warden's Mails out on the team, NV's team side, so maybe a little bit of a questionable pickup, but it does look like NV are investigating this Baron.
Yeah, with Chuffer in the bottom lane, they think that they have a chance to do this, but remember, they do have that Idol of Duran, the Cyclone, so much massive stuff that can still come through on the side of UTS. NV very wisely back off from this Baron, and that could have been absolutely devastating.
Yeah, really clear call coming out. They do not want any part of that AoE comp, especially in the Baron pit. Of course, that raid shredding, amplifying magic damage, and with the Kale, with the Galio, that would have just been so much additional damage, and I don't think they could have dealt with it. And now, as they've backed off, it looks like UTS is picking this one out. They think they have a good shot at it.
Yeah, they do have to clear out this pink ward. Of course, NV are going to know, but they're going to try and get the damage down really quickly onto this one. Chuffer now, with that Bilgewater Cutlass, of course, with the... Oh, here's the teleport coming through from Intrepid, though. They are going to collapse around him. They might be able to finish him off soon. Oh, there's a Petrifying Gaze. So much damage. There's a Solar Flare as well. Heavens gets taken down so low. Intrepid so low. Heavens falls down. But look at the health bars on the side of UTS. They are falling and falling. First Mate is finally going to be able to finish this one off. This could be a whitewash for NV. They are going to turn it around, maybe onto this Baron, but they decide they're a little bit indecisive. But look at the health bars from UTS. Oh my goodness, Ludwig, unfortunately, you're going to get caught out. BMA now on a killing spree, and Sora and Mascot are going to be forced back. And this is going to be a free Baron for NV.
So 3 for 2. I don't know if it's going to be quite a free Baron because there are a couple of wards in the area, and Sora, of course, going to be able to teleport in with that Summoner spell, so could quite possibly put up a fight here as the teleport is coming in.
Oh my goodness, another teleport, and this is going to be Kale. So much AoE support, but he just gets obliterated. See you later. We've got Mattress picking up that kill. Mattress, you're going to have to head back home, otherwise you're going to get killed by Baron. But really nice. Are they going to be able to finish this one off, though? Because Mascot is coming in. They don't have very much damage.
Yeah, so the Baron's going down extremely slowly, and the damage coming through from it is really high. Wukong also with that smite. Flash not available, so he is coming through.
Wukong. Oh, there's the flay. Really, really nice. The decoy is there, so they do have vision on him. Is Resolute Smite? And oh, it is. It's not Resolute Smite. That's actually a Galio ability, unfortunately. But Intrepid and Heavens are here, and they are going to manage to get back onto this Baron. This is ridiculous. It's the longest Baron fight I have ever seen in my life. BMA does manage to secure that one on top of the Solar Flare as well, and MV are going to get the heck out of dodge.
So it finally goes down. Chuffer chose to go to that bottom lane. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Didn't think he was going to be there in time, although he would have been. So we are seeing a little bit maybe miscommunication out of UTS. The Baron has been picked up now by NV, giving them a little bit more security. They do have that 5k gold lead after what was an extremely hectic, drawn-out team fight.
Yeah.
Maybe we're seeing the undoings of this UTS AoE comp.
Yeah, maybe just the experience from NV holding strong here in this best of 3. We are up to the final game. It's almost half an hour into it. It's, of course, almost midnight as well, Spawn. So it's getting very, very late for these players. They're going to be getting tired. And, of course, you have to have a lot of, I guess, dedication in order to play out these massive series. And they've been playing their hearts out. This whole series has been ridiculous.
Yeah, and you got to think about how emotionally fatigued these players are, especially with so much on the line. This is for a spot at Supernova,
and this is hanging onto your spot in the round of 8
yeah,
as well.
Hanging into your spot, as we do have a pause coming out, unfortunately, so we will go to a replay. So this is the Baron fight. So this is where we see the teleport come in. Straight away, Chenny Boy runs over to where Intrepid's going to be, flashes in for the ult, and unfortunately just misses first mate. A little bit of the wombo combo comes through, but Intrepid just soaking so much damage in that backline, finally going down. And because first mate wasn't caught up in that Galio ult, just able to chase down the rest of the team, picks up the shutdown on first mate. That's 500 gold. And then BMA, of course, chases Ludwig into this bush, able to get another nice cleanup kill. So they go 2 for 3. I think all in all, they go about 2 for 5 across the whole length of the team fight, and are able to pick up the Baron as well, as we are back live.
Yeah, back onto the Rift, of course. The Banshee's Veil now being picked up by Chenny Boy along with that Athene's on Holy Grail. Ooh, and BMA actually being caught out here a little bit. And not going to follow up on that Sonic Wave at all. Ooh, Death Sentence just narrowly missing onto Chenny Boy there as well. Had his idol at Durand, so going to be able to lock down anyone who comes too close to this Galio. You got to watch out for quite how much you want to land on that one. Oh, there it is actually coming onto Chenny Boy. And oh, unfortunate use there of the Divine Intervention. That might signal NV to go really ham onto this one.
Yeah, just a little bit premature, but you got to think if you're NV, you really don't want to dive this AoE team comp. And they don't really have the range to take out this turret, especially with the amount of wave clear that is coming out of Galio at this point in the game.
Yeah, that Resolute Smite coming through for just instantly clearing that backline. Not to mention the rest. He has got hooked up. The Idol of Durand actually getting flayed out of almost instantly. The box is down as well, just to make sure that no one can chase them down. Mascot now getting caught up there by the Death Sentence. He's going to go down, and it's going to be godlike first mate finishing off Chuffer as well. This has to spell massive amounts of death here for UTS, and it looks like the turret in the mid lane is going to go down for the inhibitor as well.
Yeah, so looks like MV are going to push through. First mate coming up absolutely massive again on this Lucian. Seems to be the key pickup and a reoccurring theme. Able to push in for the first inhibitor turret and possibly the first inhibitor of the game.
Yep, 30 minutes in. First inhibitor does go down. Solar Flare gets completely dodged out by NV, which could have been disastrous for them. There's actually the kickback from Sora. Does have the Divine Intervention back up. BMA does get shut down, but it's going to be instantly answered by Heaven's Curse with all of that poison damage. Ludwig now is in trouble. They might be able to transition this into the game with the double kill coming through for Heaven's Curse.
Yeah, so 3-for-1 exchange there. Really aggressive move from BMA to turn that one around.
Ooh,
looks like they're going to go for it, but Chuffer's in ambush.
Yeah, Mascot does come in there with the Nimbus Strike, but just going to try and clear out this wave as well. We'll have super creeps coming through quite soon. And of course, look at the rest of the waves for Team NV. They are crashing into these inner turrets as well. Wow, Intrepid just tanking this one up. The first Nexus turret does go down. Heavens now is in a lot of trouble. Mascot now tanking up everyone. First mate is at full health though. Mascot goes down. That's one alive. There's the culling. And the Nexus is going to go down. NV hold on to their spot in the round of 8, but my gosh, did they have to try for it.
Wow, first mate coming up so massive in that game. 11-1-11, putting his team on his back on that Lucian. Just such an impressive performance, and the positioning to not get caught by this AoE comp.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ridiculous. And to play against this Galio as well, who can really catch people unawares if you're not used to playing against him. And I could imagine that no one's been used to playing against him for the last about year and a half, because I just have not seen that champion. And of course, Cassiopeia coming through as well. It was such an interesting game, but Envy just using their experience to come out on top in this matchup, and really intelligent use of Baron as well, just to bait people in and make sure that they didn't get caught trying to do this Baron, trying to rush it down. They had clear calls, and that was what really helped them out this game.
Yeah, better rotations this game, much better vision from the side of Envy.
Yeah.
Led to a much stronger mid and late game, and they just kept that gold lead. And even though they kept getting aggressed on, they just kept cool, didn't panic, and they, decisively won that game in the end.
Yeah, and I was really, really worried, actually, because Heaven's Curse is known to sort of tilt a little bit, pick some interesting champions if he's not exactly that happy with how the game's going. That being said, his Cassiopeia was pretty impressive, according to me. 6, 4, and 8 in the end. Did manage to outfarm his lane opponent in Chenny Boy, even though Chenny Boy did pick up this Galio in direct response to that Cassiopeia. So it was interesting to see how that worked out, and just what a fun game to watch.
Yeah, what an interesting game. As we see the final push here, this is where they get the first inhibitor turret. They're juggling aggro very, very nicely, making sure it's on the tank that is Intrepid. They pick up the turret right now, and then they move in onto this inhibitor. This is where UTS think that they've overstayed a little bit, and they try and go in. However, a really clutch safeguard from BMA gets him out of the way of that ultimate, and then he goes in. Gets the insect onto Sora, who has to ult himself, unfortunately, drops very, very quickly after that. And then this is where First Mate just goes absolutely massive, cleaning up everyone so strong on that Lucian. Heaven's able to pick up a double kill in there as well. And just the consistent damage that came out of NV on these chases was so strong. This, again, transitioned as Truffer tried to come out of stealth and fight back into what ended up being the final game push, with First Mate just doing way too much damage in the end and able to really, really stamp his authority on this game.
Yeah, Intrepid nicely tanking up these turrets as well, making sure his First Mate stays at full health. And as you can see, look, he's just in that backline, taking out Mascot and doing so much work. It's so impressive to see First Mate on this champion as well, because he just looks so at home.
Yeah, so at home. He's able to get through the culling to pick up the last kill of the game, moves on to the inhibitor, gets the last hit on that one as well. And GG to Team NV, they move through the next weekend. Yeah,
congratulations to Team NV. And it's best of 3 night here as well, and we've managed to get 3 games both times. And it's been so exciting, of course, NV taking that to a 3rd game. And that was just brilliantly played as well. And congratulations to UTS. That was such an incredible performance, considering the fact that these guys have barely been together. They all go to the same university. They don't get the benefit of picking sort of anyone they want from the Challenger ladder. They have to pick someone from the University of Technology Sydney. And their team has been working fantastically. They've got weird picks. They've got really fun strategies. And I think that there's a massive future for these guys.
Yeah, definitely entertaining in the way that they go about the day. The outright aggression that they're willing to show. Chuffer on AD is just so fun to watch.
He's bringing some Your Social Chuffer sort of play style to this one.
Yeah, definitely. And just so fun to watch. And all in all, a really well-fought series. And I think they really made Team NV earn their spot.
Yeah, they certainly did. And of course, congratulations to Avongard Ascension as well for taking our first best of 3 in 3 games as well. So it's been a brilliant night. I am incredibly tired. I can imagine everyone at home is as well. It is, of course, very late. We do have more games coming up tomorrow here at the Oceanic League of Legends Winter Round of 8. Make sure that you're back here at 6 p.m. tomorrow night. But until then, we will see you soon.
We still on for dinner?
Pepper, 9 o'clock. Ha. 9 o'clock, right?
How about 8:30 at the vegan place?
Actually, I'm in the mood for barbecue.
Sounds good.
Take a call and stay in the game. With the Plantronics rig, headset, and mixer, life comes to games like never before.